Last night I slept with a filthy woman in armor whose name I did not even know, and this morning I woke up inside a house that flat out did not exist when the sun went down. Before you click away, the sleeping part is a lot less exciting than it sounds. Two grown adults were crammed into one torn tent, back to back, fully dressed, and absolutely nothing happened. She still had every plate of her armor buckled on, cold steel digging into my spine. She had also been walking the roads for 4 days without a single river to rinse in, and I could smell each one of those days. The reason I even noticed the house was that a wooden wall was rising straight out of the dirt floor, and the edge of it nearly took two of my fingers along for the ride. Waking up to that is a very effective alarm. There was a thin line of gold running up the fresh timber, humming a little, like it was proud of itself. That glowing seam is the whole story. My garbage tent had leveled up, and it did it while the two of us slept. You only need one rule for the next 5 hours. My tent gains power whenever a guest walks in on purpose and lives through a real danger under its roof. Last night, a pack of wolves kindly provided the danger. But to understand how a royal knight and a wolf pack both ended up at my door, we have to rewind one full day. Back to the single worst morning of my life. The one where the kingdom officially threw me in the trash. The kingdom sorts everyone at 25. You walk into the guild hall, you press your bare hand to the ranking stone, and it announces to the whole room exactly what you are worth. Most people get a weapon, a spell, or a stronger body. I am Ren Vale. When I laid my hand on that stone, the entire hall leaned in, waiting for a blade or a burst of flame to appear over my head. What appeared instead was a single word, printed in cold light. Campkeeper, rank F. And then the class handed me my prize. Not a sword, not a spell. An actual canvas tent, which dropped out of nothing and flopped onto the marble floor at my feet with a sad little puff of dust. It was not even a decent tent. One flap, one metal peg, a sleeping space rated for one guest, and a smell like the inside of an old boot. Somewhere in the crowd, a kid started laughing, and the rest of the hall happily joined him. I stood there with dust on my boots and a tent at my feet while a whole room of people decided, all at once, that I was a joke. I did not bother arguing. Arguing with a laughing crowd is how you turn yourself into the second joke. The man running the ceremony was Garrick Voss of the Road Guild. Gold chain, oiled hair, the kind of smile that always has a fee hiding behind it. He lifted my tent by one corner, like it might give him a disease, and turned it toward the crowd. He announced to everyone that my class produced discarded property of no value. Then he wrote those exact words into the guild ledger. Scrapped property released to the holder with no right of return. Garrick was extremely pleased with that phrase. Remember that phrase. He is going to regret writing it down more than anything else he does in this entire story. At the time, though, it just sounded like a man burying a body with a very expensive pen. Then he did the part that was supposed to finish me for good. He cut the guild seal clean off my record. No seal meant no patrol could protect me, no inn could legally house me, and no stretch of road was mine to walk. Now, a normal exile cries, or begs, or throws a genuinely satisfying tantrum. I did the math instead. No seal meant no rules pointed at me either. If the guild would not protect me, the guild also could not tell me where to pitch my one sad tent. So I walked out of the city gate with the tent under one arm, and my entire net worth in the other. My net worth, for the record, was a heel of stale bread and an unearned amount of confidence. Behind me, Garrick told the patrol to simply watch me starve. The gate guard would not even look at me on the way out, which told me the order had already spread. An exile with no seal stops being a person and becomes a story other people tell to feel safe at night. Fine by me. I would just build a better story. I did not go looking for a soft green meadow to die in. I went looking for a fight I could win. Half a mile off the main road, I found a stone hollow, where two rock faces leaned together and the wind poured through the gap like a hallway. It was an ugly little spot, and nobody sane would camp there, which is why it was free. Two hard rock walls I did not have to build, a narrow throat that only one thing could enter at a time, and a wind I could work around. The tent only produces one flimsy sheet of cloth, so I stopped begging the cloth to do everything. I let the rock hold the two dangerous sides, and I aimed my single flap into the pocket where the wind died down. Terrain does not charge rent. I tested the wind with a torn thread, watching which way it pulled, then set the flap where the thread went still. Half of survival is noticing which problems the ground already solved for you, instead of solving them again yourself. By dark I had a small fire, a windbreak, and a shelter that was technically upright. What I did not have was food, a real plan, or the faintest clue that my worst day was about to curdle into the strangest night of my life. That was when the system finally said something useful. A quiet line of text, meant only for me, laying out the one rule that mattered. A guest who enters of their own free will, a real danger from outside, active protection, and survival. That feeds the tent. It added the fine print in the same breath. I do not count as my own guest. A danger I build, hire, or stage myself earns me nothing at all. And it would not confirm a threat as real until that threat actually arrived. No forecasts, no warnings, no cheating the timing. I read it twice and groaned because it basically said the tent is useless unless a stranger volunteers to nearly die inside it. I was still grumbling about that when a branch snapped in the tree line and a woman staggered out of the dark. She was in battered silver armor, one hand jammed under her right ribs, bleeding through her fingers. Out in the black behind her, something started to howl, low and patient, and then a second something answered it from off to the side. She did not collapse conveniently at my feet like a reward in a cheap story. She stayed on her boots, took one hard look at my little shelter, and asked me flat out whether I was a real keeper or just another roadside con man waiting to rob a wounded traveler. Fair question. I told her I was technically the worst shelter keeper alive. Rank F, freshly exiled, 0 references. Then I told her the part she actually needed, which was that the rock at my back would stop teeth a great deal better than the open field behind her. She looked at the golden thread stitched down my sad little tent and asked me what it was. I told her the truth, that it had appeared about an hour ago and would probably either get us both killed or make us rich. She did not find that answer even slightly comforting. She gave me a name, Lyra Dane, field auditor for the Crown. She explained that meant she could investigate the roads, but could not make an arrest on her own authority. She had been tracking something ugly along this route, and she had lost the evidence for it 4 days back. What she had been chasing, before the wolves found her, was a paper trail. Whole caravans were paying a road toll to a checkpoint that did not appear on any royal map. Someone was quietly selling safety on roads that seemed to get more dangerous every single season. The howling was closing in from 2 sides now, so I did the polite thing and offered her my one guest slot. She hesitated, which honestly earned my respect because climbing into a tiny tent with a strange exiled man is exactly as sketchy as it sounds. Then the pack sang out again, much closer, and the math got simple for both of us. Open field and teeth, or a stone wall and a shady stranger. Lyra chose the stranger. She ducked under the flap on her own 2 feet, and that detail matters more than anything. On her own free will. The system will not count a person you drag inside or trick or carry in unconscious. It registered exactly 1 voluntary guest, and then it went quiet. It made me no promises. It just waited to see if the danger would prove itself real. Fitting a fully armored knight into a 1-person tent is its own small war. Her shoulder plates snagged the cloth. Her scabbard nearly ran me through, and that 4-day road smell filled the whole space until my eyes actually watered. Romance was very much not on the menu. Up on the ridge, torches appeared. Garrick had posted a patrol to keep an eye on the starving exile, and they had settled in for the show. One guard was openly laughing at the sight of a knight jammed halfway out of a broken tent. Then the pack answered from the dark, and his laugh died in his throat. The wolves hit the shelter like a landslide with teeth. They tore straight into the cloth on the weak side, right at the wind pocket. The protection was active, so the wall took their weight and held, but it did not bite back. My tent is a shield, not a sword, and I had never felt that difference so hard. Lyra was already up on one knee with her blade, covering the single flap, because that gap was the only way in, which now made it the only way anything could reach us. Her wound was bleeding worse from the movement, and the pack was clever enough to keep hammering the same torn seam over and over. So picture the situation at its worst. Active protection, but 0 counterattack. 1 exit, packed with teeth. A guest bleeding out beside me, and a patrol on the ridge under strict orders to sit on their hands and let the exile die right on schedule. The first wolf forced its head through the torn seam, and I understood that guarding the true door was a losing game. Every time Lyra drove one back, 2 more slammed the same soft spot. We could not win by defending the only entrance, so I decided to build a second one on purpose. I still had the strip of guild cloth Garrick had sliced off my record and thrown in my face. I grabbed it, smeared it with my own blood and a little of Lyra's, and jammed it into a low crack in the rock across the hollow, far from where we sat. A fake doorway, soaked in the smell of easy prey. The pack bought it completely. They peeled off the true flap and swarmed the bloody crack instead, funneling themselves one at a time into a narrow stone pocket that led absolutely nowhere. Suddenly, the wolves were the ones stuck in a choke point, single file, backs exposed. That was the whole trick. The stone pocket was barely a shoulder wide, so the pack could only enter 1 wolf at a time. A single wolf in a dead end is a far smaller problem than a dozen at your door. The geometry did the fighting that I could not do myself. Lyra saw it half a second before I could even point, and here is the part I did not expect. The torn seam behind us was wide open now. She could have slipped out and run for the ridge while the wolves were busy dying in a hole, and no one would have blamed a bleeding auditor for saving herself. The patrol clearly expected exactly that. Instead, she planted herself back at the flap, looked at me sideways, and said if I was going to fight this dirty, she might as well stay and make it count. She would hold the line while I ran the funnel. The moment she chose to stay and defend the shelter with me, instead of running, the system lit up again. A new function unlocked, right there in the middle of the blood and the noise. Joint defense. 2 people guarding one roof, worth more than one. We held that hollow until the sky went gray. One by one, the wolves gave up on the stone trap and melted back into the trees, until the howling faded and it was just wind again. Lyra slid down the rock wall, still breathing, still bleeding, but very much alive. One guest, one real external danger, one survivor. And then the tent finally paid out. A quiet line of gold across my vision. 10 experience, the first this thing had ever earned, for a qualified guest who lived through a genuine threat under active protection. The instant that landed, the shelter began to change around us while we sat there too wrecked to move. The single peg drove itself deeper into the stone. The 2 rock sides sprouted timber to match. The cold floor firmed up and rose, lifting us both clear off the dirt. The flap slid sideways into a real doorway with a real frame, and fresh walls climbed to close the gaps. Rank F crawled up to F+. Capacity climbed from 1 guest to 2. My torn tent, my worthless scrapped rag, had folded itself into an actual house. The whole thing smelled like fresh-cut pine and hot metal. Lyra woke up halfway through the change, felt the floor rising under her, and drew her sword on the wall out of pure reflex. I told her the house was friendly. She did not lower the blade for a good while, which brings us back to the compromising morning, except now you know the boring truth behind it. I woke pinned under an armored knight I had met 8 hours earlier, inside a house that grew itself out of a wolf attack with a golden seam humming overhead. Not a scandal, just a receipt. Up on the ridge, the patrol was staring like the rock itself had spoken to them. They had been ordered to watch a scrapped rag fail. Instead, they watched it swallow a wolf pack and unfold into a 2-room house at dawn. One of them actually took his hat off, so I waved back. Lyra pried herself upright, hissed at her ribs, and reached into a slot in her breastplate. She produced a small crown token, the auditor's mark, and held it up where the whole patrol could see it clearly. Their laughing guard went stiff and silent very fast. Because whatever an exile is worth, you do not get to sit on a ridge and watch a royal auditor bleed in the dirt. That token turned their orders into a problem. And their problem walked down the hill wearing a red face and a gold chain. Garrick himself came riding down the slope, demanding the guild take back its property at once. He wanted my house. My beautiful, terrible, wolf-forged house. He said the tent belonged to the guild, and I had absolutely no claim to any of it. Lyra did not even raise her voice. She just asked him to repeat, in front of his own patrol, the exact words he had written in the ledger the day before. Scrapped property, released to the holder, with no right of return. Garrick opened his mouth, remembered the phrase, and shut it again. He had signed the thing away himself to humiliate me, and now his own handwriting said it was mine. He turned his horse and rode back up the hill without another word. That, I have since learned, is the exact sound a man makes when his own paperwork bites him. The patrol saw every second of it. The token, the house, the guild man retreating from his own signature. Whatever report they carried back up the road that morning, it was not the one Garrick had sent them to write. Word travels, and mine had finally started walking. So I closed out day 1 with a real house, a knight who chose to stay, and my very first 10 experience. Great. Except a house needs food I did not have, repairs I could not afford, and a legal standing I completely lacked. And a safe, comfortable guest, the system reminded me, earns nothing at all. I counted what I actually had. Half a loaf of bread, 1 wounded knight, and maybe 2 days of food if we both ate like nervous little birds. So my first real goal in this whole saga was almost insulting in its size. 10 silver, enough for bread and a patch of wall. Tucked into the corner of the new walls was the original worn cloth, the old flap, and that first metal peg, all still there, still mine. That little scrap room is where every big decision in this story gets made. No matter how enormous this thing grows, that one room never disappears. So I woke up the next morning a proud homeowner. What I did not own was a bed, a kitchen, a second spoon, or the faintest clue how to feed the armored knight currently glaring at my one and only bucket. Lyra had decided that the bucket was a strategic asset. She drew up a rotation for it. Water first, washing second. Everything else on a schedule she chalked onto the wall like we were defending a fortress instead of sharing a pail. I pointed out that it was one bucket, not a garrison. She informed me that discipline was the only reason she was still breathing, whereas I was a man who fought a wolf pack with laundry. I decided the bucket was hers. We also owned one spoon between the two of us, which turned every meal into a small hostage negotiation. Lyra ate first, on the grounds that a hungry knight is a liability. I ate second because I was too tired to argue with a woman who kills wolves for a living. My new house came with a catch the Golden Seam did not advertise. It protects 2 guests. That is the whole magic. Everything else, the roof and the walls and the floor, is only a building, and a building does not pay for bread. The wound in Lyra's side had scabbed over, but she moved carefully, and neither of us had eaten since the day before. My grand kingdom of one house was, financially speaking, a hole in the ground with ambitions. That was when the merchant showed up. Bram, wide as a door, with a cart of timber, nails, and cheap tools, and the exact expression of a man who has heard every sad story on the road and priced all of them. He looked at my glowing house, then at me, and asked the only question that mattered to him. Not how did you make it? He asked whether the pretty light could turn into coin, because if it could not, he was moving along. I told him I needed materials to make the place worth stopping at. Bram lent me some boards and a keg of nails, on credit, at an interest rate that made my teeth hurt. Prove the house earns, he said, and we talk. Otherwise, he collects the boards and my pride. Bram was not cruel about it, only honest in the way that costs you money. He had watched 100 clever men freeze to death beside their brilliant ideas. Ideas do not keep out the rain, he told me. Timber keeps out the rain, and timber has a price. I was still negotiating when I heard the wheel. There is a specific sound a wagon makes when a wheel decides to leave. A crack, a shriek, and then the whole cart lurching sideways down the slope toward the road below. The wagon belonged to a courier, and it was picking up speed straight toward a kid who had wandered out to gawk at my house. No time to think about magic, and the system would not have helped me anyway. It does not stop wagons. It shelters guests. So I did the boring thing that actually works. I grabbed Bram's coil of rope, threw a loop around the anchor post of my own doorway, and snapped the other end taut across the wagon's path at axle height. The slope did the rest. The cart caught the rope, spun on its bad wheel, and slammed sideways into the dirt a body length short of the child. Not graceful, not magic. A rope, a post, and a slope, arranged so the wagon had nowhere better to go. For a moment, nobody moved. The kid stood frozen, the wagon groaned, and the rope sang tight as a bowstring. Then the child's mother snatched him back and burst into tears, and I remembered to breathe. That was closer than I would ever say out loud. The courier came off the seat hard and twisted her ankle on the landing. She was maybe my age, red road cloak, a leather satchel clutched to her chest like it was worth more than the wagon, the horse, and both of us combined. Her name was Mara, and before she even checked her own leg, she checked the satchel. Inside was a sealed letter, and she told me, through gritted teeth, that it had to reach the way station before sunset, and that a courier has to sign the delivery in person. No stand-in, no exceptions. She was not being dramatic. A crown courier who misses a personal signature does not simply lose the job. The chain of proof breaks, and whatever the letter was meant to fix quietly stops being fixable. She had ridden 3 days on no sleep to protect that one signature. She could barely stand. The sun was already leaning west, and she was doing the math out loud. Distance over a bad ankle, and coming up short every single time she ran it. So I offered a trade. Rest here, let me splint the ankle and fix your wheel, and in return, you put it in the record that this stop served a royal route. She stared at me, then laughed, because I clearly had no idea what I was offering. Then she told me the law herself, which is the only reason it counts. A courier in genuine need may name a repair stop a temporary royal postal post, and any record signed there carries the crown's weight. She was not doing me a favor. She was handing me a legal spine. Bram had gone very quiet during this part. A man who lends boards at cruel interest knows the sound of a document turning into money. He started helping with the wheel without being asked, which for Bram is basically a marriage proposal. We got the ankle wrapped and the wheel back on before the light turned gold. Lyra took custody of the sealed letter and guarded it like a war prize, mostly by standing over it and daring the weather to try something. Functional, terrifying, effective. And then, because the road never sends one traveler, it sent 18. A whole tired column of them. Drivers and families and a peddler with a limping mule, all of them drawn to the one warm building with a roof that did not leak. They wanted shelter for the night. There was an old cooper with a cracked barrel, a family of 4 in a cart that smelled of onions, and a peddler whose mule had clearly filed a formal complaint about its life. Tired people, ordinary troubles, every one of them staring at my glow like it might solve theirs. Now Bram got excited because he had put together how my house works, or thought he had. 18 guests surviving the night, he figured, meant 18 fat helpings of that golden experience. He was already dividing the imaginary profit in his head. I had to break it to him gently. My house protects 2 guests, not 18. The other 16 would be sleeping under a roof, sure, but they would be sleeping under it the way you sleep under any roof, with no magic wrapped around them at all. I tried to explain it to Bram with the only picture that fit. The magic is a warm coat, and my house owns exactly 2 of them. 16 people can crowd into the same room, but only 2 get the coat. The rest simply get to be indoors, which is pleasant, but pleasant is free. And worse, from Bram's point of view, none of these people were in danger. It was a calm night, a little cold, a little wet, but no wolves, no bandits, no monster on the ridge. Only 18 tired humans who wanted to not sleep in mud. So the house did what a good building does. It gave them water from the well I had cleared, dry space under the awning, a fire, and a mended axle or 2. Ordinary work. No glow, no gold, nothing the system cared about at all. Morning came, everyone woke up alive and grumpy and fine. And the system delivered its verdict in one flat little line. 0 experience. No qualified external danger present. My 18 guests had committed the crime of being perfectly safe. Bram looked like I had personally robbed him. 18 people, a whole night, and nothing. He asked, carefully, whether I could maybe arrange for the next batch to be a little less safe. Maybe leave a gate open. Maybe hire a wolf. I told him no, and I meant it. The system does not pay for danger I create. A threat I stage, hire, or leave the door open for earns me nothing, and honestly it should not. The day I start farming people with fake wolves is the day I become the thing Lyra is hunting. But 0 experience did not mean 0 value, and this is the part I actually enjoy. If the magic would not pay me, the usefulness would. I stopped thinking like a magic tent and started thinking like a business with 4 things worth selling. Clean water, by the skin. Repairs, by the wheel. Cargo watched overnight by an actual royal knight, which is a security service most cities cannot offer. And a dry spot under the awning, first come, first paid. 4 services, 4 prices, no magic required. The travelers paid because every one of those things was a real problem I was solving. A copper for water, 3 for a wheel, a fair rate to have Lyra glower at your cargo all night. The coins were small, but they added up past my goal of 10 silver and kept climbing. The Onion family bought water and a wheel repair, and left me a heel of cheese as a tip. The old cooper paid Lyra to guard his one good barrel and slept better than he had in a week. Nobody paid for magic. They paid because their troubles got smaller under my roof. I had turned a magic house that earned nothing into a roadside shop that earned steadily, and I had done it without bending the one rule that keeps me from becoming a monster. Bram watched the coins stack and slowly stopped looking at me like a mark and started looking at me like an investment. And that, naturally, is when the fee collector arrived. His name was Bears, he had a ledger, a sneer, and 2 bored guards, and he had smelled coins from a mile off the way collectors always do. Bears had the particular confidence of a small man with a big ledger and 2 men to hold his coat. He did not ask questions, he announced facts, and his favorite fact was that everything on the road eventually belonged to whoever carried the official-looking book. Bears announced that my stop was unlicensed, which by guild rules made every copper on the table the property of a violator. He swept my morning's earnings into a bag. Then he saw Mara's sealed letter sitting under Lyra's watch, and he took that too, as evidence. I felt the whole thing tilt, the coins I could lose and survive. But that letter had a delivery deadline and a courier's career attached to it, and Bears was holding it up by one corner, threatening to break the seal to inspect the contents of a suspicious package. Lyra's hand drifted to her sword, and I caught her eye and shook my head. A dead fee collector solves one afternoon and starts a war. This was not a fight you won with a blade. It was a fight you won by making the paperwork angrier than the man holding it. Here was Mara's problem, and it was a nasty one. If she announced her royal status too loudly, in front of the wrong ears, she blew the quiet part of her route wide open. But if she stayed quiet, Bears cracked a royal seal, and her delivery died in his fat fingers. Bram solved half of it without a word. He had been staring at the cord tied around the satchel, and he recognized it because a good merchant knows every rank of ribbon. That was a crown courier's cord, and touching what it sealed was not a fee dispute. It was a crime against the throne. Mara made the call herself. She stood up on her bad ankle, took the letter back with 2 fingers, and pressed the royal seal down onto my witness record, right there on the table. That single motion turned my unlicensed shack into a temporary royal postal post, retroactively, legally, in front of witnesses. Which meant Bears had just seized the earnings of a crown facility and laid hands on royal mail. His sneer fell off his face in real time. He went from predator to accessory in about 4 seconds, and you could watch him do the arithmetic on how much trouble he was suddenly in. He gave the coins back. Then, because Mara made him, he counted them out loud, one by one, onto the table, so the record showed every copper returned. And then he saluted me. Bears, the fee collector, saluted the exiled trash keeper as a temporary royal postmaster because the paperwork left him no other option. The 2 bored guards suddenly found the sky very interesting. Nobody wanted to be the muscle in a story about a man who manhandled royal mail. Bears backed toward his horse with the exact dignity of a cat that has fallen off a shelf and would like everyone to pretend it did not. 14 silver on the table against a goal of 10. 1 official witness record with a crown seal. Still 0 experience, still rank F+, still 2 protected slots. The magic had not moved an inch. My standing in the world had moved a mile. Bram put his hand out. He said any house that turns a fee collector into a doorman is a house he wants a share of, and he meant it as the highest compliment a merchant can pay. We shook on a split. I had a partner, a courier who owed me, and a knight who guarded cargo like it was the crown jewels. Bram's first act as a partner was to raise my prices, which he called correcting an insult to basic commerce. His second act was to write everything down, because a merchant who keeps no ledger, he said, is a generous idiot with a cart. He was right. And it stung, but I had also learned the lesson that would shape everything after. Safe stops keep me fed. They do not grow the house. To grow, I had to put my shelter where real danger already lived, on roads people were already forced to travel, without ever manufacturing a single threat myself. So I went through Mara's road reports, and one line jumped out. A rain gorge 2 days east, a working route, and a bad one. Flash floods, a narrow crossing. Caravans forced through it because the alternative added a week. People already risking it. Danger I did not have to invent. This is the line I keep walking through this whole story, so hear it plainly. I do not make roads dangerous. I go to the roads that already are, and I stand between the danger and the people who never had a choice about crossing it. That difference is the entire point of me. I made the decision that night. Fold up the house, carry it to the gorge, and be standing there the next time the water rose and a real caravan needed a real wall, not a trap. A lifeboat parked exactly where the drownings already happened. What I did not know was that Garrick had been reading the same roads I was. While I packed, he closed the safe bridge upriver, the one good crossing, and quietly had the fork sign turned to point the next big caravan down toward a crossing that had already been torn out. He did not break the law to do it. He used it. A closed bridge is a safety measure. A reposition sign is an honest mistake. By the time anyone proved otherwise, the caravan would be at the bottom of the gorge, and Garrick would be somewhere dry, looking sad about it. The last thing I want you to picture before we go on is not the coins. It is a wooden road sign in the rain, swinging on one nail, pointing a full caravan straight down into a gorge, toward a bridge that was no longer there. 2 days later, I was standing in a downpour at the mouth of a gorge, watching a full caravan roll toward a bridge that no longer existed. This was the dangerous road I had chosen on purpose. It was living up to its terrible reputation. I had come here for a reason, a working route with an ugly history, where real danger already lived, so my shelter could finally earn its keep the honest way. What I had not planned for was arriving to find the danger already arranged for me. The fork sign at the gorge mouth was pointing the caravan down toward the low crossing. That was wrong. Every driver on this road knew the low crossing flooded first. Somebody had turned that sign recently because the nail holding it was bright and new, while the wood around it was gray. So I did the only thing I could. I ran into the road, waving both arms like a lunatic, and planted my folding house directly across the wrong path, so a wall of caravan had to stop instead of run me down. The lead teamster was not grateful. His name was Olin, gray in the beard, hands like tree roots, and he drove the finest wagon I had ever seen, all polished oak and brass fittings. He looked at me, then at my little shelter, and asked what kind of fool brings a folding bedsheet to the worst stretch of road in the province. Olin was not a villain. He was a man who had fed whole villages off that wagon, whose grandfather had built it, who measured his entire worth by the plain fact that his cargo always arrived. To a man like that, a broken tent telling him to stop was an insult that walked on 2 legs. I told him the sign was turned and the crossing was gone. He told me he had driven this route for 30 years and did not need a soggy exile to read a road for him. Proud man. the kind who has earned the right to be stubborn, which makes him twice as hard to move. A few drivers behind him started to slow anyway, because even a proud man's crew has eyes. But Olin waved them on, and a lead teamster's word moves a caravan far more than a stranger's flailing arms do. For a bad moment, I thought I would lose the whole argument to his reputation alone. While we argued, Bram was down at the old bridge posts, poking through the debris where the crossing used to be. He came back holding a fistful of evidence that turned my stomach. The bridge had not rotted or washed out. It had been taken apart. Bram showed me the nail holes, square ones, army pattern, not the round nails a road crew uses. He showed me black resin smeared on the cut ends to make fresh sawing look like old weathering. And on one plank, half scrubbed off but still readable, was a warehouse stamp. A number, a mark, nothing so convenient as a villain's family crest. A cold little receipt that said somebody with a supply depot had paid men to unbuild a bridge and then aimed a caravan at the gap. Bram turned the plank over in his hands like it owed him money. Somebody spent real coin on this, he muttered. Sawyers, haulers, a bribe or two, all to unmake one bridge. That is not banditry, he said. Banditry is cheaper. This was a purchase, and purchases come with records. I did not know whose warehouse it was yet. Neither did Bram, but he pocketed that plank very carefully, because a merchant knows that a number on a board can hang a man later, once you find the ledger it belongs to. Then the rain answered the question of whether we had time to debate. The stream at the bottom of the gorge, which had been a polite little trickle, stood up and became a river in about a minute. And up the slope behind us, the soaked hillside let go. Now we were trapped from two directions, a torn-out crossing and a rising flood ahead. A wall of mud and loose rock sliding down behind, and a full caravan of people, drivers, families, and Olin's precious wagon, caught on the narrow shelf of road in between. I threw my house onto the one flat ledge that the mud was not aiming at, and popped it open. And here is where the magic reminded everyone of its cruel little limit. 2 full guest slots. 2. Out of more than a dozen soaked, terrified people. Lyra saw the number on my face and did not waste a breath on complaint. She could not carry all of them, and she said so plainly, which is why she is worth 10 of me in a real crisis. Instead of hauling bodies, she started building a system. Her idea was a rope chain. The 2 most hurt go into the house for full protection. Everyone else clips onto a line strung from my anchor post to the solid rock, out in the weather, holding each other up against the current. The system let them sign on as staff, taking a duty and a weaker protection instead of a guest slot. It is a strange thing to explain in the middle of a flood, so I did not explain it. I told them the rule as they grabbed the rope. Volunteer, take a job, and the shelter will do what it can for you, which is less than a guest gets, but a great deal more than the river offers. One of the drivers was the first to clip on and the first to understand it. She told the others it was like a mountain rope team, and all at once it was not magic they distrusted, it was climbing, which every road family already knows in their hands. They took it. 12 people on a wet rope, ankle deep and climbing, anchored to a house that only fully shielded 2 of them. Not safe, but upright, together, and not floating face down toward the broken bridge, which on that ledge counted as a miracle. That was when I heard a mother scream. A small boy had lost his footing at the end of the chain and gotten swept onto a flat rock out in the current, alone, with the water rising around his knees and nothing between him and the drop but wet stone. The boy could not have been more than 6. He was not crying anymore, which was worse, because he had gone quiet the way small things go quiet when the water is winning. His mother was already trying to climb off the rope to reach him, which would have drowned them both. At the same moment, Olan's beautiful wagon began to slide. The harness was dragging his team toward the water. The medicines he was so proud of were sliding off the back, and the whole heavy thing was tipping toward the same current that had the boy. And then the gorge threw its last card. A boulder, dislodged by the mudslide, came bouncing down the slope on a line that led straight through my rope chain. If it hit the line, it would cut 12 people loose into the flood at once. I could see the path of it, and I could not stop it with anything I owned. Except one thing. I had 10 experience saved, the whole net worth of my magic, every scrap the tent had earned so far. And the system offered me a trade. Spend all of it right now on a single one-time anchor cable, strong enough to hold the chain against a boulder. Spend it, and my next evolution moves further away. I did not even slow down. Growth can wait. People drowning cannot. I spent the entire hoard on the cable, and a line of hard light snapped taut across the ledge, bracing my rope chain from the side the boulder was coming for. The magic warned me my rank had just gotten more expensive. I told the magic to send me the bill. In one breath, I had emptied everything the tent had saved since the wolf night. My growth was gone, my next rank was suddenly a distant rumor, and all I had to show for it was a single strip of light. It was the best purchase I have ever made, and I would make it again without blinking. But a cable does not walk out to a frightened child. A person has to do that, and it could not be me, because I am not the one who can cross a flooded rock shelf under a landslide and come back with a kid. Lyra was already moving before I finished the thought. She clipped onto the new cable and went out along it hand over hand into the current, toward the boy on his rock. Her wounded side must have been screaming. She did not make a sound. Whatever calculation I could run, none of it reached that child. Only she could, and she did. Bram, meanwhile, was solving the boulder from the other end, in the most Bram way imaginable. His cart was loaded with rare spices worth a small fortune, and he was dumping every sack of it into the mud to lighten the cart and free his hands to grab the chain. He wailed the whole time about drowning the most fragrant fortune in the kingdom, building what he called the best-smelling dam in the province. It was ridiculous, and it was also right, because a man cracking jokes with his hands full is a man the panicking people around him decide to copy instead of scream, and it worked. The mother stopped screaming and started bracing the line. A frozen teenage boy grabbed the rope beside Bram and matched his grip. Panic spreads fast, but so does the sight of a fat merchant loudly refusing to take his own drowning seriously. The boulder was still coming. The cable would brace the chain, but bracing is not stopping, and I watched the math run out. It needed something with real weight in its path to change its line even slightly. There was only one object heavy enough on that whole ledge: Olin's wagon. Olin understood it a half-second before I could ask, which was a mercy because I do not know if I could have asked. He looked at me, he looked at the cable I had bought with everything I had, and then he pulled his knife and cut his own team free of the harness. The wagon, 30 years of his family, all that polished oak, rolled loose down the slope and met the boulder head-on. The two of them crashed together and tangled and slid, and the boulder's line bent just enough to miss the rope chain by the width of a bad decision. The wagon and the medicines did not survive. Olin stood in the rain and watched what his father and grandfather had driven splinter apart to save a rope full of strangers. He did not look away. He had earned the right to keep his eyes open, so he kept them open. I want you to understand what that cost him, because the system will never put a number on it. That wagon was his name. It was how his village knew him, how he had buried his father, how he meant to be remembered. He spent it on 12 strangers who would forget his face by winter. Lyra came back along the cable with the boy on her hip, both of them soaked and shaking and alive. She handed him to his mother without a word and then leaned on the doorframe, one hand pressed hard against her old wound, breathing like a bellows. She had spent something out there that would not come back cheap either. The flood peaked and then, grudgingly, it began to drop. The mudslide settled into a wet heap. And on that ledge, 12 people on a rope and 2 in a house were all, against every reasonable expectation, still breathing. Only now did the system pay out, because the rule is firm. Nothing counts until the danger is actually over. The 2 guests in the house had survived a real external danger under active protection. The tent collected on that, and the collection was enough to tip it over an edge I had spent everything to reach. The house began to grow around the stretcher we had laid the boy on. The 2 rock walls pushed out. The floor doubled. New timber climbed and locked. Rank F+ became E. Capacity went from 2 slots to 8. And with the new rank came a choice I did not expect to be handed in the middle of a rainstorm. The tent could add 1 specialized room, my first real module. And Bram, who had just watched his spices become a dam, was instantly himself again, arguing hard for a warehouse. Storage means goods, he said. Goods mean trade. Trade means we are not doing this next rescue for free. He was not wrong about the money, which is what made it a real choice and not an easy one. But I looked at the boy coughing river water onto my new floor, and at Lyra folded over her ribs by the door, and the decision made itself. Not a warehouse, a healing room. Lyra did not say anything about it. She watched me choose a room that had no profit in it, only cots and clean water and a place for a wounded person to lie down, and something in the way she looked at me shifted. Trust does not come from flirting. It comes from watching where a man spends his one free choice. She did say one thing later, quietly, while the healing room let her sit and rewrap the wound. She said most men would have built the warehouse. I told her most men had not met the wolves. She almost smiled, which for Lyra is basically a standing ovation with a brass band. The new room took shape, and it was plain and small and exactly what we needed and nothing we could sell. Somewhere in the corner, untouched, the original worn cloth around the original peg were still there, folded into the wall of a house that now had a place to heal people. That old rag had come a long way for one wolf night. Of course, no good deed on this road goes unpunished by paperwork. Before the rain even stopped, a guild patrol came picking down the slope, eyeing the scattered cargo, and announced that goods spilled on an unlicensed stretch could be claimed as ownerless property. They were reaching for Olin's medicines and his broken family in the same breath. And this is where the man who had just lost everything got his own back. Olin, soaked, wagon gone, stepped in front of the patrol and produced his caravan manifest, stamped and legal, listing every crate by name and owner. Then he held up one of Bram's square army nails and asked the patrol loudly whether they wanted to explain those to a crown auditor. The patrol did not want to explain the nails. Ownerless property is an easy grab. A dismantled bridge with army nails and witnesses is a career-ending question. They backed up the slope and left the cargo where it lay, and Olin had defended the caravan with a piece of paper more effectively than any sword. The families saw it happen. They saw a broken exile and a ruined teamster face down an armed patrol with nothing but a manifest and a handful of nails. Stories like that do not stay in a gorge. By the next town over, I had a reputation I had not asked for and could not yet afford. Before he left with what remained of his people, Olin pressed something into my hand. Not thanks exactly. A folded schematic, drawn in his own careful hand. The design for a quick-release axle, the clever joint that had let his family wagon come apart and reassemble on bad roads for generations. He said a man who spends his last coin of magic on a stranger's kid should have the one thing worth passing down, since his wagon no longer could carry it. He kept only the little brass nameplate off the wreck, the family name, and he walked out of the gorge with that in his fist and nothing else. I did not understand yet how much that axle drawing would matter. It looked like a nice gesture from a grieving man. It was actually the first seed of a shelter that could one day pick itself up and walk. But that is a long way off, and I had a fresh problem sliding down the road toward me right now. Because Garrick did not bother arguing about whether I had saved the caravan. He was smarter than that. Instead, he filed a new sheet of paper. My e-shelter, with its 8 slots and its little healing room, had just been officially declared an illegal, unlicensed inn, and an inspector was already on his way to shut it down. The inspector arrived at dawn, right on schedule, and got his sleeve caught in my folding door within the first 10 seconds. I would love to tell you I planned that. I did not. My house simply has opinions about people who arrive holding closure orders. His name was Pavo. A thin, nervous man with a satchel of forms and the haunted look of someone yelled at by every guild boss in the province. He was also, I would learn, very good at his job, which is a dangerous thing in an enemy's hands. Pavo flinched at loud noises and actually apologized to my door for getting stuck in it. But he also measured my drainage slope by eye and got it right to the inch. Under all the nerves was a man who genuinely cared whether a roof would end up killing the people who slept under it. While Lyra worked his sleeve free of the door seam, Pavo did the bravest thing a frightened bureaucrat can do. He kept talking. He informed me that licensing a public lodging required 14 separate forms and that he intended to check every measurable one of them personally. He did not recite all 14 at once, thank the gods. He named them as they came up, which turned out to be smarter than any speech. Water source, marked exits, wall fastenings, rated capacity, sanitation. Each one a number I would have to prove, not a favor I could talk my way into. Without that license, every night I housed a traveler was a crime, and Garrick knew it. That is why he had not simply attacked the house with thugs. He had made the house illegal, so that helping people was the very thing that could get me arrested. Cruelty with a filing number. And standing right behind poor Pavo, in a reinforced cage on a hauler's cart, was the reason my morning was about to go sideways. A bronze boar. If you have never seen one, picture an animal the size of an ox, plated in dull metal, bred and armored to smash through rockfalls on blocked roads, bad-tempered, very heavy, currently caged. The boar belonged to a road crew clearing debris upriver, parked near my house by pure bad luck, or so everyone assumed at the time. It watched us with small, angry eyes and threw its weight against the bars now and then, just to remind everyone it could. That was the picture. A shaking official reading me safety law, a metal pig testing its cage, and a house that a guild lord had already branded illegal. Bureaucracy and physical danger sharing one small clearing. I have learned that when the world stacks threats that neatly, someone arranged the stack. Bram, meanwhile, had found our first weapon, and it was a tax code. He had been up all night with a borrowed law book, and he came out grinning about a category called a mobile structure. My house folds and moves, which meant it was not affixed in at all under the letter of the law. That single word, mobile, changed the whole fight. A fixed illegal inn gets shut down. A licensed mobile structure serving a dangerous road gets a stamp and a route. Bram had not found a loophole so much as the correct box, And Pavo, to his credit, took the argument seriously. He took it seriously because we answered him with measurements instead of threats. Every other unlicensed keeper Pavo ever met had shouted or bribed. We handed him numbers. You could watch him relax half a degree because a man who has been screamed at his whole career is disarmed by a straight answer. Then Nessaro spoke up, and she was not on my side, which is precisely why I needed her. She was a healer, short and solid, with a copper case of instruments and zero patience for miracles. She had come with the road crew, and she was staring at my beautiful magic house like it had personally lied to her. She dipped a finger in my water barrel, made a face, and told me flatly that a glowing wall does not clean water, and magic does not move stale air. She said she had watched more people die from bad wells and no ventilation than from any monster, and she would not sign off on a house that confused a spell with sanitation. She had buried a whole village once, she told me later, not from any monster, but from a fouled well nobody thought to inspect. She did not distrust my magic because it was strange. She distrusted it because she had seen what happens when clever people decide a wall is the same thing as a plan. She was completely right, and I told her so, which surprised her. Lyra, standing there with her military discipline, had to admit it too. A knight keeps a camp orderly. A healer keeps a camp alive. Those are not the same skill, and I had one of them under my roof. So we did the boring, honest work. I proved the wall fastenings with ordinary ropes and stakes, the kind Pavo could yank on himself. I dug a proper drainage channel. I set a second marked exit and cut a vent. Nessa poured out my bad water and showed me where to draw clean. Real safety, built by hand. And when the last fastening test passed, the system gave its verdict, right on cue. 0 experience. A safe inspection is not a danger, and passing it honestly earns the tent nothing at all. I had known it would. It still stung to watch a full morning of good work register as a flat nothing. But 0 experience bought me something the magic could not. It bought Pavo's respect, one measurement at a time, and respect from the man holding 14 forms is worth more than any glowing number. He started filling in the license. He actually started to smile. Bram watched the flat nothing register, and, for once, did not complain about it. He had worked out the whole trick by now. The magic does not pay for safety. Reputation does, and licenses do, and a stamped route past a killer gorge is worth more than any golden number the tent could cough up. That was the moment Garrick's plan pulled its hidden string. Pavo, bless him, had noticed something the rest of us missed. He crouched by the boar's cage, frowned, and pointed at the chain on the cage door. It had been filed most of the way through. A clean, deliberate cut, hidden under grease. He opened his mouth to stop everything. He was half a second too slow. Somewhere in the tree line, one of Garrick's men gave a thin cord a hard pull. The filed chain snapped the rest of the way, and a quarter-ton of armored bad temper came out of the cage sideways. A caged boar is a nuisance. A loose one is a battering ram with a grudge. It came out low and fast, tusks first, and the road crew scattered like dropped coins. Someone screamed about the children, and the whole clearing became the precise panic Garrick had paid good money to arrange. Here is where the safe test and the real threat separate, and I need you to hold the difference. The inspection paid 0 because nothing was dangerous. The instant that boar hit open ground, the system confirmed a genuine external threat and my house woke up. It offered me 8 full protected slots. 8, no more. There were more than 8 people in that clearing. Children from the road crew, Pavo, frozen with his forms, 2 workers already knocked down. And the math was brutal and immediate. The same math as the gorge. The same math that will haunt this whole story. More people than slots, and no time to be gentle about it. So I made the only choice I can live with. I put the children in first, then Pavo, then the 2 injured workers. 8 slots, filled with the people least able to survive a metal pig, and I stayed outside the walls myself because I do not count as my own guest, and I would not take a slot from a kid to save my own skin. One of the workers I left outside grabbed my arm and begged for a place, and I had to look him in the eye and tell him no. The child already inside would not survive a hit, and he might. It is the worst kind of correct there is. He never forgave me for it, and I have never blamed him. Lyra stayed outside with me because of course she did. When the boar wheeled and charged the knot of us still in the open, she met it with her shield to buy the stragglers a step, and it threw her into the wall like a rag. Her old wound tore open. I heard it happen. It is a sound I still hear. And this is where Nessa earned her place, in one motion. She was at Lyra's side before I could even turn, already packing the wound, already barking orders about who could be dragged and who could not be moved a single inch. She treated a bleeding knight in the middle of an active charge and never once flinched. That is a thing no wall of mine can do. My house can stop a boar from reaching you. It cannot close a wound or tell a panicking worker that his friend's broken back means do not lift him. Nessa did both at once, and I understood right then that I did not want her signature. I wanted her permanently telling me no. The whole time she worked, she was also running the clearing. Do not move him. Pressure on that now. You there, hold this and stop crying. She turned a screaming panic into a triage line with nothing but her voice and the flat certainty of a woman who has done this too many times. Garrick chose that chaos to make his entrance, writing down all noble concern, playing the rescuer who happened to be nearby. It might even have worked as a story. Except the boar did not read his script, and a charging half-ton of bronze does not care whose cart is in its lane. It turned toward the noise, and the noise was Garrick. Pavo saw the whole shape of it now. The filed chain, the hidden cord, the timing. He was a coward, but he was not a fool, and cowards who survive learn to notice who benefits from an accident. He looked from the sawn chain to Garrick scrambling off his cart, and his frightened little face went very cold and very still. I had one wall left to reinforce, and no experience to spend on tricks, so I went back to what the ground gives for free. I had dug that drainage channel through good river clay, and clay, when it is wet, is a sheet of grease. I braced my strongest wall and let the boar come at it across the mud. It hit the reinforced wall, rebounded, and its heavy feet found the wet clay of my new drainage channel. A quarter-ton of armor has no traction on slick clay. The boar slid, spun, completely out of control, and plowed sideways straight into Garrick's abandoned cart, flipping it into the air like a toy. People keep deciding I have powers, so let me correct the record. I did not beat a bronze boar. Wet clay beat a bronze boar because I dug a channel in the right place and let a heavy thing meet a slick surface at full speed. The trick was never strength, it is knowing where to stand and letting a heavy thing carry all its own weight straight into the wrong place, which left Garrick Voss, the man who came to close my illegal inn, stranded in open ground with a maddened bronze boar between him and every road out. There was exactly one safe place in that clearing, and it had his own closure order nailed to the door. The system does not care that Garrick is my enemy. It does not weigh a guest's morals or check whether the owner likes them. So the rule left him only one way to live, and I made sure he understood it. If he wanted the wall, he had to ask. Out loud. As a voluntary guest. Nobody was going to drag him in. You have never seen a proud man swallow so much at once. Garrick Voss stood in the mud, with his own cart burning behind him, and asked the exiled trash keeper for permission to enter the unlicensed inn he had come to destroy. I let him in. The wall closed around my enemy and kept him alive, because that is the rule, and the rule is the whole point. He survived because my house is precisely what he said it was not: safe, real, and open to anyone willing to walk in on their own 2 feet. That is a harder slap than any punch, because he could not even be angry about it without admitting the thing worked. The boar wore itself out against the clay and the wreckage, and the road crew finally got a rope on it. When the dust cleared, we had a clearing full of shaken, living people. There was one flipped cart, and a guild lord standing inside the very shelter he had legally declared did not deserve to exist. Then Bram, who had been waiting for this his entire life, walked up to Garrick with a slate and a straight face and presented him an itemized bill. Emergency lodging, 1 guest, standard rate, payable now, in front of Pavo, in front of the crew. Garrick paid it, because refusing to pay meant arguing that the shelter had not saved him, and it very obviously had. Nessa ended the legal fight without raising her voice. She laid the filed chain on Pavo's forms, pointed out the grease over the fresh cut, and gave her professional finding. This was not an animal accident. This was a sawn chain and a pull cord. Physical evidence. From the one person in the clearing nobody could accuse of bias. Pavo signed 2 documents that morning. The first was my license, making the mobile shelter legal at last. A real stamp, a real route. The second was a formal act of sabotage against persons unknown, which put the filed chain and Garrick's convenient rescue into the Crown's record forever. Nessa agreed to stay, but only on her terms, and her terms were the best thing that happened to me all year. She would travel with the shelter as its healer and sanitation authority, and in exchange, she got the right to stop any decision she judged unsafe. A medical veto. I could be overruled by my own doctor. I signed it happily, and I would regret not listening to it very soon. And Lyra, watching all of this, finally let me raise the thing I had been circling. I offered her the role of first guardian, formal command of the shelter's defense and its people. She did not say yes. She did not say no. She said she would think about it, which from Lyra is halfway to a vow, and she went to let Nessa restitch her side. I caught her almost smile while Nessa scolded her for tearing the stitches in the first place. 2 women who would sooner die than admit they liked the arrangement, running my defense and my medicine between them. I had walked out of that city gate with a rag and a heel of bread. Somehow, I had a team. I should have ended that day happy, licensed, defended, a doctor with veto power, an enemy humiliated inside my own walls. For about an hour, I even was. Then the sky went the wrong color, a green-gray bruise rolling in from the west, and the first hailstones started to fall like thrown stones. Because Garrick had one more move, and he made it while we celebrated. He owned the worker dormitory in the next valley, the only hard roof for the road crews, and he closed it, locked the doors, cited an inspection, and turned 19 laborers out into the open with a hailstorm coming down. 19. My shelter, licensed and proud and safe, protects 8. I stood in my doorway watching 19 desperate people run toward the only lit building in a field of falling ice, doing the cruelest arithmetic of my life. And already, God help me, starting to think I could stretch the rule just this once. This is the part of the story where I stop being clever and start being wrong. I want to be honest about it up front, because I earned every bit of what happened, and pretending otherwise would insult the people I nearly killed. The hail came down like the sky was throwing gravel. It stripped the thatch off every worker roof in the valley in under an hour, and it drove 19 soaked, bruised laborers straight to the one lit building that had not shut its doors. Mine. The dormitory in the next valley had a hard roof that could have held all of them. Garrick owned it, and Garrick had locked it that morning and posted an inspection notice, which is a very tidy way to put 19 people in danger without ever once raising a hand. At their front was a builder named Thomas. Broad hands, careful eyes, the kind of man who taps a beam before he trusts it. Behind him, holding his sleeve, was his daughter Miri, maybe 9 years old, and she was breathing in that thin, whistling way that told me her lungs had never been strong. I noticed Miri because Nessa noticed her first, crouching to listen to the girl's chest before she had even set down her bags. Whatever was wrong with those lungs was old and permanent, the kind of thing that turns a stuffy room from merely uncomfortable into deadly. I did the honest thing first, which is the last honest thing I did that night. I told Thomas the truth. My house fully protects 8, not 19. 8. I could give shelter from the hail to more bodies than that, but the magic itself only wraps around 8 of them. That was when a man named Sorn started talking, and I should have watched him closer than I did. He was one of the workers, or dressed like one. He turned my honest limit into an accusation in about 3 sentences. The exile only saves 8, he said. Guess which 8? The paying kind. The crowd turned. 19 frightened, hurting people, a sick child among them, all suddenly looking at me like I was the guild lord who had locked them out, not the one man who had opened a door. Sorn had taken my honesty and made it look like a velvet rope. The awful thing about his trick is that it was built on a true number. I really could only fully protect 8. He did not have to lie at all. He only had to point at an honest limit and let a cold, frightened crowd fill in the ugliest reason for it themselves. Thomas, to his enormous credit, did not shout. He proposed a fix. He knew timber, and he sketched me a lean-to addition off my strongest wall, framed properly, braced against the wind, big enough in floor space for 20 people to get out of the ice. And I wanted to say yes. Not for money, but for proof. Sorn had just called me a man who saves only the profitable, and here was a chance to shelter all 19 at once. I could shove that accusation down his throat in front of everyone. Pride is a worse motive than greed, because it wears the face of virtue. And here is where I made my mistake, so watch my hands, because it is quick and it is entirely mine. I checked his math. I climbed up and tested his beams and his bracing and his load. The structure was sound. Thomas was a real builder, and his addition would hold the hail. What I did not do was turn around and ask the one question that mattered. Nessa was standing right there. She was already looking at Miri's chest, already opening her mouth to talk to me about air, about how many bodies you can seal into a small space before the space itself becomes the danger. I did not ask her. I answered Thomas about roof loads while Nessa was trying to talk to me about lungs. I had a builder telling me the walls would hold, and a healer trying to tell me the air would not, and I listened to the one whose problem I already knew how to solve. Nessa said the words plainly. 20 people in a sealed space is not a shelter, she said. It is a slow fire without a flame. She said it to my back while I was up a ladder admiring a joint. I heard the sound of her voice. I did not take in the meaning. Those are also different jobs. The system, at least, did not lie to me. It showed me the count plainly. 8 fully protected slots inside, 11 gray places out in the addition, hand-built, real shelter from the ice, but no magic wrapped around them at all. 11 people the walls would guard and the system would not. I looked at those 11 gray marks and I knowingly approved them. Not tricked, not forced. I told myself a sound roof was a sound roof, and 11 people out of the hail was 11 people saved, and I signed off on packing 20 souls into a space my magic only half understood. The gap between 8 and 19 is not a number on a wall. It is which mother watches her child sleep safe and which one holds her breath all night by a gray mark. I knew that. I had learned it in a gorge. I let a clever addition talk me out of it in an hour. Lyra felt the speed of it. She gave me a look, the one that asks, "Are you sure?" And because Thomas the Builder had just proven his beams to me, I nodded like a man who had checked everything. I had checked the walls. I had not checked the people. Those are different jobs, and I had just been taught that on this very road, and I forgot it in an hour. So we packed them in. 19 bodies and a child, under one roof, out of a hail that was still coming down hard. And for a little while, it worked, which is the cruelest part of any real mistake. The false victory always comes first. The addition took the first heavy volley of hail and held. Not a beam shifted, and the workers cheered, actual cheering. They had watched their own dormitory get locked, and now here was a broke exile giving them a roof for free. In that moment, I felt like the hero of the story. Bram, sensing a market the way a shark senses a swimmer, was already up on a barrel auctioning the naming rights to the future second floor. He offered the honor of Thomas Hall to the highest bidder and had 3 drivers arguing over it. It was ridiculous and warm, and I let myself enjoy it. For half an hour, it was the best night of my career. Wet workers steaming by the fire, children asleep on dry planks, a builder proud of his beams, a merchant selling a floor that did not exist yet. I had proven Sorn wrong. I had proven everything wrong except the one thing I never checked. The air. Sorn worked the edges the whole time, helpful and smiling. He fetched wood. He tucked a blanket around a shivering child. And every helpful thing he did closed one more gap and trapped a little more smoke, because a good saboteur never once looks like a man breaking something. I let myself enjoy it for about the length of time it took the situation to start killing a little girl. Sorn was still working the room, and now his angle was warmth. "Seal the gaps," he urged. "Close every crack, keep the heat in, the children are freezing." It sounded like kindness. It was a trap, and I walked into it holding the door. I confirmed it. I thought about the cold and the wet clothes and the shivering, and I told them to close the vents and the gaps and pack the seams. 20 bodies, 1 small sealed room, a fire for warmth, and every opening shut. I had just built a beautiful airtight box and filled it with people. A fire needs air the same as a person does. Put a flame and 20 sets of lungs in a sealed room, and they begin competing for the same breath, and the fire wins, because the fire never notices it is winning. Nobody in that warm, happy room noticed either. That was the entire point of it. The walls held the weather out perfectly. The system does not care about the inside. It stops hail and wolves and boars. It does not stop smoke, or damp, or the slow, simple fact that 20 sets of lungs in a sealed room burn the air faster than one small fire can spare it. Miri felt it first, because her lungs were already the weakest in the room. The whistling in her breath climbed to a thin, dragging wheeze, and then to nothing at all. Her mouth worked with no air behind it. Her father heard the breathing stop before anyone else did, and the sound he made is not one I will write down. Thomas had his hand on her back the whole time, and I watched a big, steady man come apart 1 degree at a time as the whistle in his daughter's chest climbed and thinned. He was not angry yet. Anger comes after you let yourself believe your child might live. First, there is only the listening. Bram's auction died mid-sentence. The cheering curdled into shouting, and Nessa was already moving, shoving through the packed bodies to the girl, and her diagnosis came out flat and furious. Bad air, smoke and damp, and no oxygen. The very thing she had tried to tell me before I turned my back to answer a question about beams. She did not gloat. There was no room in her for it. But she looked at me once, over the girl's head, and I have never been more thoroughly judged by another person in my life. She had handed me the answer for free, and I had chosen a builder's confidence over a healer's warning. The system gave me nothing. No warning had flashed. No wall had glowed. Because this was not an external threat the magic could see. This was an internal disaster I had built with my own 2 hands. And there is no golden number that undoes a father watching his daughter stop breathing. Thomas rounded on me in front of every worker there, and he had every right. He asked me if I was proud of my numbers, and I did the only thing left that was worth anything. I did not blame Sorn. I did not blame the hail. I said, out loud in front of all of them, that I had calculated the walls correctly and turned the people inside them into a column of figures, and that this was my fault. The workers who had cheered me an hour before would not meet my eyes now. That is the cost that never shows up on any ledger. You can lose money and earn it back by morning. Trust that you break once takes a long, quiet season to build again, if it comes back at all. Admitting it did not put air back in the room. Confession is not a cure. Miri was still going gray, The addition was still sealed, and the fix was going to cost me the one thing I had spent all night being proud of. My beautiful, sound, hail-proof wall was now the thing suffocating a child, and it had to come down. I took an axe to my own reinforced wall, the strongest part of the whole structure, the part I had tested and bragged about, and I cut a hole in it while the hail was still hammering, because the wall was keeping the ice out and the death in, and only one of those mattered now. The moment I breached it, hail punched through the weakened edge, and the beautiful addition started to fail right where I had cut it. So now I had a room that could not keep the weather out and could barely keep the air in, and 19 people and a dying girl inside it. This is what stretching the rule buys you. I stood there with an axe buried in a wall I had bragged about, ice pouring through the hole I had just chopped, and I finally understood the full shape of my error. I had built something strong in the wrong direction. Strength aimed at the wrong problem is only a heavier way to fail. Thomas moved before I even asked, because a real builder knows his own structure. He kicked out a lower panel and opened a second exit on the sheltered side. A low doorway the wind could not drive ice through, and suddenly the sealed box had a way to breathe and a way to empty. And Lyra took command, fully, for the first time. She stopped asking whether I was sure, and she organized a corridor through the breach. Worst cases first. Miri went in the very front, carried in Nessa's arms, and Lyra moved 19 panicking people through a narrow gap in a collapsing wall without a single crush. That is what a first guardian does. One old laborer froze in the gap, too scared to move through a breaking wall, and Lyra did not shout at him. She put his hand on the shoulder of the man ahead of him and told him to follow that back and stop thinking. He did. Panic will listen to a calm voice that hands it one small job. Out in the cold air, Nessa got Miri breathing again. It took a while. The girl coughed and gasped and finally pulled in one long, ragged, beautiful breath, and her father sat down in the ice and shook. She lived. Everyone lived. Hold on to that, everyone lived because of what the system did next. When the danger was fully over, the tent gave me its verdict, and it was the first time those golden letters ever felt like a slap. Not a reward, a penalty. 120 experience, gone, stripped out of my savings for knowingly overloading the shelter after a clear warning. That number gutted me. I had been saving toward D rank, 24 slots, the biggest hoard the tent had ever held, built from the Boar Knight and every rescue since. The system took 120 of it in one stroke and pushed D rank back into the distance, and I did not argue because it was right. It did offer me one thing, but not a gift. It unlocked the project for a ventilation module. Not a finished win, but a plan I would have to build myself. It was the blueprint for the very thing Nessa had tried to give me for free before I ignored her. The magic had turned my mistake into a lesson with a price tag. I could have spent that 120 on modules, on thicker walls, on making the shelter grand enough to shut Sorn up for good. Instead, the system spent it teaching me not to be a butcher with a tally sheet. In the long accounting of this story, it was the best 120 I never got to keep. It was Miri, of all people, who caught Sorn. Sitting in the snow getting her breath back, she pointed at his boots and asked why a poor freezing worker had lamp oil soaked into his soles. Because he had been near the fire, near the seams, ready to make a small disaster into a large one. He was Garrick's man, and the crowd figured it out fast. But catching Sorn did not give me my night back. This is the part I need you to understand. Sorn made it worse. Sorn did not make the choice. I turned people into capacity. I sealed the room. A provocateur found the crack in my judgment, but the crack was mine, and no unmasked villain erases that. Thomas made that clear when he chose to keep working with me. He did not forgive me because everyone survived. He forgave me because I wrote a new rule into the shelter that same night in front of all of them. No overload of any kind happens again without Nessa's medical sign-off first. Her no now outranks my yes. Nessa's veto stopped being a courtesy on a form and became the law of the house. And Lyra took the first guardian post for real. Not as a reward for a flawless victory, but because she had just watched me fail and own it and fix it, and she decided that was a man worth guarding people beside. I ended that night with a working ventilation plan, a real chain of command, and a scar on my pride that I have never let heal, on purpose. A clever man who forgets that people are not numbers is more dangerous than any wolf, because the wolf at least announces itself. And while I was learning that lesson the hard way, Garrick was learning a different one from the same night. He read the report of what happened in that sealed room, and he understood something about me that I had just handed him. My walls stop anything that comes from outside. The thing that nearly beat me came from within. So he stopped throwing monsters and boars at my walls. 3 travelers were already limping toward my shelter as the hail died. Three strangers with matching bruises and the same tired story, and every one of them had lamp oil worked deep into the soles of their shoes. The morning after the hail, Nessa was testing my brand new ventilation the only way she trusts, by filling the place with smoke and timing how fast it cleared. That is how the next disaster found us, with half my house full of haze and a merchant hanging out a window. Graham had volunteered to hold the smoke pot and was now the color of a chimney, coughing and swearing that he was a partner, not a test animal. Nessa ignored him completely. The module worked. The bad air cleared in under a minute, which, one part too late, was the lesson that nearly killed Miri. Nessa does not trust a wall until she has tried to kill it. Her rule is that a shelter you have not tested is only a coffin with good manners. So she smokes it, floods it, blocks the vents, and signs off on nothing until it survives her worst possible afternoon. And into this coughing, sooty scene walked three beaten travelers asking for shelter. Bruised faces, torn clothes, a sad rehearsed story about bandits on the road. A day earlier, I might have rushed them straight to the warmest beds. But this was the day after, and I had promised myself I would never again be that easy to play. So I looked instead of listened. And once you look, three men are very bad at being three separate strangers. Their bruises matched, same side, same color, the kind you give each other on purpose. Their boots had army-patterned soles, not the worn leather of laborers. Real road bruises are a mess, all different, all in the wrong places. These matched like a costume. A true refugee tracks half the road in on his boots. After a supposed muddy road, these three did not have a speck of dirt past the ankle. Details do not lie the way faces do. I did not have proof. The system certainly did not offer any. It cannot read a lie or flag a bruise as fake, or mark a man as an arsonist before he lights anything. It only wakes for real danger, and standing suspiciously in my doorway is not yet danger. The magic was blind here. I was not. A week earlier, I would have called that paranoia and given three hurt strangers the best beds in the house. But a week earlier, I had not yet watched Nessa breathe air back into a dying child. Suspicion, it turns out, is a skill you buy at a terrible price and never quite manage to return. What I want you to notice is what I did not do. I did not use my real guests as bait. Lyra suggested we let them make their move and catch them at it. And it was a sound tactical idea. But I had turned people into pieces on a board once already, and Miri's wheeze was still fresh enough that I would not do it twice. The distance between a clever keeper and a monster is thin, and it runs right through this choice. I will outthink a threat all day. I will not manufacture one, and I will not dangle a sleeping family as bait to spring a neater trap. The moment I do that, Garrick has already won the argument about what safety is even for. Here is the part of the story you have not met yet, so let me show you the other side of that door. The lead false refugee was a man named Joran, and he was not a monster. He was a professional, a lockbreaker, the best in the province, and Garrick had bought him with the one thing he could not refuse. Joran's family was drowning in a debt Garrick owned. Garrick promised to erase it if Joran burned my shelter down, and then Garrick told the lie that mattered most. He swore the magic house would never let anyone die inside it, so nobody would really be hurt. A tidy story for a desperate man to believe. Understand the size of that lie. A father with a drowning debt and a promise that no one gets hurt is not a villain. He is a man being aimed like a tool. Garrick was very good at finding the exact pressure that turns a decent professional into a weapon, and then calling the whole arrangement a fair deal. So Joran walked in expecting a naive keeper in a crowded common room he could quietly torch. Instead, he got the most annoying welcome of his career. Nessa marched all three of them into an empty quarantine section, all clean cots and posted rules, and served them so politely and watched them so closely that there was nothing to burn and no crowd to hide in. I had even built them a decoy. A false storeroom off the quarantine wall, stacked with service markers and empty crates, right where a saboteur would expect the flammable supplies to be. If they went for fire, I wanted them going for the fake room, away from anyone real. The trick with a saboteur is not to stop him wanting to burn something. It is to choose what he burns. Give him an obvious target far from the beds, make it the path of least resistance, and a professional takes the easy route 9 times out of 10. Joran, unfortunately for both of us, was the 10th. Joran was too good for that. Sometime in the night, he pried loose a partition panel, quiet as breathing, and found the seam between the quarantine section and the real sleeping rooms beyond. He did not light anything yet. He was patient, mapping the house, finding the path to the beds that actually held people. I had slowed him down. I had not stopped him. And this is where a plan, mine and Garrick's both, met the one thing neither of us controlled. The road. A caravan that should have passed the day before had been delayed, and now it came in at a dead run in the dark. Real families, real drivers, with bandit arrows already falling among the wagons behind them. These were true guests, arriving of their own will in genuine danger. I could not turn them away to keep my careful trap tidy. The moment those wagons rolled through my gate, my controlled little sting became a full house under attack. Exactly the chaos Joran needed. He and his two partners moved. I had a clean trap, one door from springing, and a screaming caravan at my gate with arrows in the tailboards. There was no version of me that bars the door on real families to keep a sting neat. Joran knew that about me, too. A crowded house on fire is a lockbreaker's entire wish list handed to him for free. They set fire to the decoy storeroom, which was full of real crates by now, and they threw open a side door to let the smoke draw and the bandits closer. Two disasters at once, on purpose. And the system, honest as ever, lit up for only one of them. It confirmed the bandit attack outside as a real external threat. The fire inside was mine to solve. Picture the two threats keeping different colors, because that is how I will always remember it. The bandit arrows struck the outer wall and the seam flared gold, catching each one. The fire climbed the inner ceiling and stained it black, and no gold came for it at all. Two disasters, one door apart, and my magic could only see the one outside. That is the rule that keeps this story honest, and it is worth saying plainly under the flames. Arrows from a bandit are an external danger, the shelter answers. A fire someone set inside my own walls is not. The magic would harden the wall against the arrows and do absolutely nothing about the smoke climbing my ceiling. So the outer seam of my house glowed gold as it caught arrow after arrow, beautiful and useless to the people choking inside. Lyra did the work the magic would not. She cut the burning storeroom off from the rest of the house, dropping a section wall to starve the fire of the corridor it wanted, and then she planted herself at the open side door to hold back the bandits trying to force it. Nessa ran the inside like a battlefield surgeon, because that is what it was. Sort the guests, worst air first, children and old ones down low where the smoke was thinnest, everyone crawling toward the exits she chose. The magic stopped the arrows. Nessa stopped the panic from doing what panic does, which is pile everyone into one door until nobody gets out. One caravan grandmother refused to crawl until Nessa told her the floor held the only clean air left, and then she went down without another word and dragged two children down with her. Nessa does not comfort people. She hands them a true reason to live and lets the truth do the comforting for her. And Bram, my ridiculous, glorious business partner, won the fire in the most Bram way possible. He grabbed his single barrel of aged imperial ale, the most expensive thing he owned, hauled it to the flames, and smashed it open across the fire, drowning it in a wash of foam and mourning it out loud the entire time. He wailed about pouring a nobleman's ransom onto a floor fire, and it was so absurd and so heartfelt that the terrified people around him stopped screaming and started laughing and grabbing buckets. A man clowning through his own ruin is a man you follow to the waterline. His grief organized the bucket chain better than any order I could shout. A driver frozen against the wall grabbed the first bucket, then his wife, then a boy no older than Miri. Bram's mourning for that barrel did more for the line than a hero's speech ever could, because you cannot panic and laugh at the same moment, and he made them laugh. We were winning the fire and holding the door, and then the ceiling of the quarantine section came down. It had taken the worst of the flames, and it folded inward with a roar, and there was still a child back there, a caravan kid who had wandered toward the quiet section to hide. Now sealed behind a door, the collapse had jammed shut. The child's father was being held back by two men, because he would have run straight into the fire and died beside a jammed door. That is the moment that finally broke Joran. Not my speeches, not the law. A father screaming a name at a door that would not open, and a promise he had believed turning to ash in front of him. Nobody could reach it. The corridor was fire, the door was jammed, and the section was coming down. And right there, Joran, the arsonist, the man who had lit this whole thing, stopped being Garrick's tool. Because Garrick had sworn nobody would die inside, and here was a child about to, and Joran understood in one sick lurch that his employer had sent him to be a murderer and a corpse. He was the best lockbreaker in the province, and he knew jammed mechanisms the way Nessa knows wounds. He turned around and went back into the section he had just helped destroy. He worked that seized door with the falling ceiling raining sparks on his neck, got it open, and shoved the child out ahead of him. A jammed door under a burning collapse is a puzzle almost nobody can solve, because you have to stay calm inside the exact place your body is begging you to run from. Joran stayed. He read the seized bolt by feel, tapped it in the one spot that would give, and traded his own way out for a stranger's child. Then the roof came for him. Pinned, burning, with the way out closing, Joran did the only thing left that the system respects. Conscious of his own free will, the man who had come to burn my house asked me to let him into it. He asked his own target for shelter, and the rule does not care about irony, so I gave it to him, and the wall held over his head while the section died around it. We put the fire out. We drove the bandits off the side door, Lyra and a dozen caravan drivers who had decided they were done running. And when it was over, when the last arrow had stopped and every real guest was accounted for and breathing, the system finally did its accounting, and it counted only what it should. The caravan families had survived a genuine bandit attack under my protection. That qualified, not the fire, which was mine to answer, and which the tent pointedly ignored in its tally. But the external threat, survived by real voluntary guests, was enough, and my shelter climbed a whole rank. E became D. The roadside shelter became an inn. Capacity went from 8 protected slots to 24. The house grew a second floor and a proper common room, and 2 brand new features unfolded that the fire had earned the hard way. A staff category, real posts for real people, and a dedicated fire corridor, a lined channel built to vent smoke and drop burning sections without killing everyone inside. 24 slots. For the first time, I had a building that could hold a whole caravan and mean it, magic and all. The night I nearly lost everything to a fire I never saw coming had a second face. It was also the night my shelter finally grew a spine strong enough to matter to more than a handful of people at a time. The magic gave me the fire corridor only after the fire taught me I needed it. That is the pattern of this whole climb, if you have not caught it. I do not get the tool before the lesson. I get the tool as the scar. Nessa walked the new corridor once, end to end, and gave it the highest praise she owns, which is that she could not immediately find a way it would kill someone. Lyra just marked the drop points for the section walls, already planning how to win the next fire a little faster than this one. Joran lived. Nessa dragged him out from under the collapse and patched him up, and neither she nor Lyra offered him a shred of forgiveness, which was correct. He had lit the fire. A child had nearly died. Surviving his own change of heart did not erase the choice that started it, and none of us pretended otherwise. But Joran did the one thing that mattered. Once he understood who Garrick really thought he was, he handed me the contract, the written agreement Garrick had made him sign, and a marked broker's coin that carried Garrick's own paymaster stamp. Physical proof, in ink, tying Garrick to the sabotage. It did not name the man above Garrick. There was still someone behind the warehouse plank and the square nails, someone Garrick answered to, and the contract did not say who. But it turned Garrick's own hired specialist into a public witness against him, and that was a wound Garrick could not paper over. A hired thug's word is worth nothing in a hearing. A guild-certified lockbreaker who kept the signed contract and a stamped paymaster coin is worth a great deal. Joran had spent his freedom to become the single most dangerous thing to Garrick in the whole province, a witness who could not be quietly bought back. Joran's request had mirrored Garrick's from the Boar Day, the same rule, the same wall closing over an enemy. But where Garrick had asked to survive and kept scheming, Joran asked and then broke with the man who had spent him like a coin. Same mechanism. Very different man walking out of it. I ended that night with a D-rank inn, 24 protected slots, a fire corridor, a staff roster, and a signed contract with Garrick's paymaster on it. For once, the ledger looked entirely in my favor, which, if you have been paying attention, is precisely when this story likes to change the rules on me. Because Garrick had watched 2 secret attacks turn into public evidence against him, and he was finished being subtle. He stopped trying to burn me down in the dark. Instead, he filed for an official royal road trial, a public contest of shelters, with my license on the table and buried in the fine print, access to a sealed archive that I did not yet know I desperately needed. A public road trial sounded, on its face, like a fair fight I might even win. That is what worried me. Garrick did not pick fair fights. He picked fights that only looked fair while he quietly owned the ground, the judges, and the prize. And I was about to walk onto his board with a smile on my face. Garrick wanted a public road trial, so a public road trial is what we got. What he did not expect was that the crown sent a judge he could not buy, at least not in time, and that judge did the most dangerous thing possible to a rigged game. She read the rules out loud. Her name does not matter to the story, but her 3 criteria do, so hold them. Speed to the way station, cargo delivered intact, and lives saved along the way. 3 measures, announced before the start, in front of every witness on that road. Speed was only one of the 3. She was not born incorruptible. She was simply appointed after Garrick had already spent his bribes, and by the time he reached her, the terms were public and her name was signed to them. A rigged game only works if nobody reads the rules aloud. She read them twice, slowly, watching his face. The prize was the part that made my stomach tighten. On the table was my license, which Garrick had staked against the result, and underneath it, in the fine print, access to a sealed Royal Road archive. I did not yet know why I needed that archive. I only knew Garrick had buried it in the terms, which meant it mattered. My competition rolled up looking like a small army. Captain Vero, Family Caravan Company, 6 armored wagons with iron-shod wheels, and a crew that moved like they had done this 1,000 times. Which they had. Varro took one look at my folding in and called it a laundry on wheels. He was not entirely wrong, which is what stung. Next to his fortress convoy, my shelter did look like a bedsheet with ambitions. He was fast, he was professional, and he had every reason to expect he would leave me eating his dust before the first mile marker. His crew wore matching coats and moved like a drill team, and every one of them looked at my folding walls the way soldiers look at a militia. I did not blame them for it. If I had 6 armored wagons and a trained company, I would have smirked at me too. Then Bram did some quiet digging, the way only a merchant sniffing out a rival's books can. And what he found took the fun out of beating Varro. The captain was one bad season from ruin. His armored wagons were mortgaged to the axles, and behind his bravado stood a couple dozen worker families whose winter depended on him not losing. That changed the shape of the thing for me. Varro was not a villain to humiliate. He was a proud man carrying other people's survival on his back, talking big because talking big was the last asset he owned outright. I have been that man. I did not enjoy lining up against him. A losing captain does not simply lose a race. He loses the wagons, then the crew, then the families who feed off the crew. In that order, fast. Varro talked like a warlord because the only alternative was letting anyone see how close his whole company was to going under for good. Bram, however, enjoyed it a little too much because I caught him placing a side bet. On Varro. Against us. He explained with real dignity that a good merchant hedges. Lyra explained with no dignity at all by confiscating the bet slip and informing him that the First Guardian does not permit staff to wager against their own camp. That is the moment I knew Lyra had truly taken the job. She did not just guard the walls. She guarded the rules, even against her own people, even against a bet that would have paid her partner. A camp where the referee can be your own friend is a camp nobody trusts. She made sure we would never be that. Bram mourned that bet slip like a widow. He said hedging was simply respect for uncertainty. Lyra said uncertainty could respect the inside of the strongbox until the trial was over. He got it back that evening, and he never bet against us again, which for Bram is a genuine act of personal growth. While all this played out, Garrick made his real move, and it was not against me directly. He got to the trail guide, the man both caravans would follow to the way station, and he bought him. A bribed guide does not need to sabotage anything. He just needs to choose the wrong road with total confidence. This is the cleanest kind of sabotage there is, and the hardest to prove. The guide breaks no law at all. He simply picks the road he was paid to pick, with a straight and honest face. And if it happens to run through a migration lane, well, roads are dangerous, and who could say he knew? The trail guide let us out at speed, and for the first hour, it was the very race Varro wanted. His wagons pulled ahead, his crew whooping, my folding in rattling along behind like the laundry cart he had named it. I let him lead. I was watching the ground, not the finish line. And the ground was talking. Fresh tracks, deep and round and spaced wide, churning the trail ahead where the guide was taking us. I knew those tracks. Stone bulls, a migrating herd of them. Animals the size of cottages that move in a slow, unstoppable river and flatten anything standing in the lane when they cross. I did not need the herd in sight to know it was coming. You learn a road by its dirt, and this dirt had been chewed by 1,000 tons of animal within the hour. The guide was steering us straight into a moving wall and calling it the fast way. It was the fast way technically, fast into a grave. I called the warning up the line. Varro laughed it off as a loser's trick, an exile trying to slow the faster team with a ghost story about a herd nobody could see yet. He had every reason to think I was bluffing. From where he sat, the road ahead was empty, and I was conveniently asking him to slow down. So he did not slow down, and the guide did not stop, and both caravans rolled straight into the crossing exactly as the herd came through it. That is when a wheel on Varro's lead wagon caught a rut and the axle snapped, and his fortress convoy folded to a halt directly in the path of a moving wall of stone bulls. Now the race did not matter to anybody. Broken axle, blocked road, a herd bearing down, families in both caravans, and one folding in with 24 protected slots and a whole lot more than 24 people scrambling toward it. The old cruel math again, and this time in front of a royal judge. Garrick had not thrown this at me with his own hands. He had simply arranged for me to be standing right here when the road did the thing roads do. That is his whole method, if you strip it down. He does not commit the murder. He books you a seat where the murder is scheduled to happen. We packed the slots the only fair way, worst off first, and they filled. All 24. And then a small girl from Varro's crew, a driver's daughter, ended up on the outside of a full house with the herd closing, because there simply was no slot left for her to have. Varro saw it happen, and here is where a proud man became someone I would follow anywhere. He was registered as a full guest, one of the protected 24, safe. He gave it up. He walked to the system marker, changed his own status from guest to staff, took the weaker protection that comes with a duty, and freed his full slot for the child. He knew what it cost. Staff protection is thinner, and the rule is strict. You can change your status only once during a single threat, so the moment he did it, there was no taking it back. He looked at the girl, looked at his own crew, and traded his safety for a driver's daughter without a speech. Then he went to work. I watched his oldest driver, a gray man who had smirked at my laundry line that very morning, straighten up and start relaying my orders to the others without being asked. Nothing converts a crew like watching their captain spend himself first. Varro led from the front by choosing to lose from the front. His workers did not follow my orders after that because they had lost a race. They followed because their captain had just shown them exactly who he was, and they wanted to be worth it. That is a thing no victory can buy. Varro handed it to me by giving something up, but a freed slot does not stop a stone bull. To survive the herd hitting the camp, I needed a real barrier, and I had one option the system would sell me. A palisade, a ring of hardened stakes strong enough to split the herd around us. It would cost a heavy chunk of my experience, and worse, it would lock my camp in place. That was the true price. A palisade roots you. Once I spent the experience to drive those stakes, my inn could not quickly fold and move, which in a race is the same as forfeiting speed entirely. I was choosing to lose 2 of the 3 criteria on purpose. To save the people the third criterion was about, I drove the stakes. I could have kept my mobility and prayed the herd thinned out on its own. Praying is not a plan, so I nailed my own camp to the ground in a race about speed, because the third rule was about lives, and lives are the only rule that has ever really moved me. Garrick would never have understood that trade. That was always his problem, not mine. The palisade rose, a ring of angled points, and the herd hit it like a brown flood hitting a breakwater. And this is where the whole thing became a team, or became a graveyard. The stakes would split the herd only if the key brace point held, and holding it was not a magic job. It was a shoulder and boots job. Varro held it. The man with the thinner protection put his back against the anchor beam of my palisade and held the brace while stone bulls slammed the stakes on either side. He was the only one strong and stubborn enough to do it, and he had already decided he was spending himself tonight anyway. Lyra ran the rest. This is the part she was built for. She read the herd like a current, called which sectors to reinforce and which to let flow, and steered a river of panicking stone around a ring of people. Her commands only worked because Varro held the brace they pivoted on. She could not have done it without the rival she had sized up that morning. Nessa worked the inside, keeping the crush from becoming its own disaster, low and calm and merciless about who moved where. And Bram, forgetting his own side bet entirely, was down in the mud passing water and shoving stragglers through the gate, because whatever else he is, he does not actually let people die for a profit. The herd broke around us. Not one bull got through the split, and when the last of them had thundered past and the dust came down, there were 2 whole caravans, drivers, families, a captain, and a driver's daughter, all of them alive inside a ring of stakes that had not been there an hour before. The girl who had taken Varro's slot was the first one out after, and she went straight to the captain and pressed her small hand flat against his cracked ribs like she could hold them together for him. He let her. A man who trades his own safety for a child has earned the right to be embarrassed by the thanks. The bribed guide chose that moment to slip away quietly, before the judge came back to ask why he had led 2 caravans into a migration lane. He did not get far. A dozen of Varro's crew, who had just watched him nearly kill their captain, had opinions about his travel plans, and they escorted him back to answer for the road he chose. Then the judge returned, and Garrick was ready with his demand. Speed. Varro reached the way station second, and broken. My inn never reached it at all. By speed, Garrick crowed. The exile lost, and the judge, calm as stone, opened her own rulebook and read the third criterion back to him. Lives saved. She counted. 2 caravans, 40-odd souls, a bribed guide, a stone bull migration, and not one death. She awarded the trial to the shelter that had chosen the palisade over the finish line. Garrick had written speed into the terms to beat me, and forgotten that an honest judge reads all 3 lines, not the one he likes. Garrick did not shout about it. He went a careful shade of gray and started talking about appeals, which is the sound a man makes when his own rigged game pays out to the wrong side. He had built the criteria to trap me, and in his hurry to add speed, he had handed me the honest one for free. Vero did not sulk. He walked over, still filthy, still bracing his cracked ribs, and he shook my hand in front of everyone. He said he had called my house a laundry on wheels, and he had been a fool, and any road his company drove would carry word of what a folding inn could do. Not a servant, a witness, and an ally, which is worth more. And then my house paid out the way it does when real guests survive a real external danger under its protection. The herd had qualified beyond any argument. The shelter climbed again. D became C. 24 slots became 100. My inn became a fortified camp, ringed in the very palisade I had spent everything to raise. 100 protected slots. I stood in the middle of a camp that could shelter 100 souls at once, a thing that would have sounded insane to the exile who pitched a torn tent in a stone hollow. The original cloth room still sat at the center of all of it, unchanged, the first metal peg still holding the whole thing down. Lyra chose that moment to make it formal for good. First Guardian, no more thinking about it, no more halfway. She would command the defensive sectors of a 100-slot camp, and she said it not as a reward I had given her, but as a duty she was claiming, because she had watched me lose a race to save a child and decided this was work worth doing. Then the archive opened, the real prize under the license, and it told me the thing Garrick had tried to keep buried. It named my next evolution and its exact price. To reach B rank, 100 voluntary guests would have to survive an organized military threat at the moment an anchor was broken. Not weather, not a herd. An army, and a snapped anchor. I did not fully understand the anchor part yet. I filed it away with the warehouse plank and the square nails and the paymaster coin. One more piece of a shape I could feel, but not yet see. Somebody was building dangerous roads on purpose, with anchors and migrations, and my next rank was somehow tangled in cutting one. An organized military threat and a broken anchor, arriving at the very same moment. That is not a thing that happens by accident on any road. Somebody would have to march an army and cut an anchor on cue, and the system, calm as ever, was telling me my own growth depended on standing in the middle of it when they did. I should have had a moment to breathe. A C-rank camp, a fair win witnessed by my former rival, a first guardian who had finally stopped hedging. For about the length of that thought, things were good. Then the sentries called out that people were coming to the gate, and Lyra went very still beside me. 10 of them, soldiers by their walk, deserters by their missing insignia, asking for shelter. And Lyra knew their unit. It was the one she blamed for the deaths of her own squad, the men she believed had left her people to die. She was first guardian now, sworn to shelter anyone who asked, and the anyone walking up to her gate were the last people on Earth she wanted to save. The first test of a neutral shelter is not a grateful refugee. It is 10 armed men at your gate, led by a captain your own first guardian has spent 3 years wanting to kill. That is the morning I got, and it started with a knocked-over soup pot. Their captain was a hard, tired man named Edric, and he came in issuing orders out of pure habit, and Lyra met him with orders of her own. The two of them nearly squared off right there in the gateway, and in the shuffle they tipped the cooking pot of an old refugee woman into the dirt. Her whole breakfast gone, because 2 proud soldiers could not stand each other. That pot mattered more than the swords, and I made sure they both saw it. Their private war was already costing an old woman her only warm meal, and my whole camp ran on the promise that we do not do that here. I had them clean it up and refill her pot before I would hear another word. The old woman did not care in the slightest who was right. She cared that her breakfast was in the mud, and she was not wrong to. A shelter that lets its own guardians feud over an old grudge is not neutral ground. It is only a nicer battlefield, and I refuse to run one of those. Then Edric said what he had come to say. He wanted shelter for 9 soldiers who had refused an order to burn a village and for himself. Deserters, by the army's word. And when Lyra saw the emblem on their shoulders, she went pale and still in a way I had never seen from her. The order they had refused was to burn a village that had missed attacks, not a fortress, not an enemy position. Homes with families inside them, over a ledger entry. 9 soldiers and a captain had looked at that order and finally found the bottom of what they would do and stepped off the ladder into desertion. She knew that unit. It was the one that had not come. 3 years ago, her squad had held a position and sent for relief, and this unit was the relief that never marched. Her people died waiting for the men now standing in my gate, asking me to keep them safe. You could have struck sparks off the air. She told me later in far fewer words than this, what waiting for relief that never comes does to a person. You ration hope like water. You keep telling your people it is on the way, right up until you are the only one left alive to lie to. 3 years had not softened a single hour of it. Lyra did not scream. That is not her. She said very quietly that these were the men who let her squad die. And she asked me if I truly meant to open my gate to cowards. It was the fairest, hardest question anyone had put to my whole idea of neutral shelter, and she was the one owed an answer. Edric did not defend himself the easy way. He looked at Lyra and admitted it. He said his unit had been cowards that day, that he had been a coward that day, and that he had carried it every day since. He did not ask her to forgive it. He said the reason they deserted now was that they had finally decided not to be those men twice. That is a confession that costs something, delivered to the one person with the most right to spit on it. I did not let it become a hero moment. A man being brave once does not unkill the people he failed before. Both things were true at once, and everyone in that gate had to hold both. I set my condition. To come in, every one of them surrenders every weapon, at the gate, in the open, where the whole camp can see. Not an oath, not a confession, just steel on the ground. A guest gives up the power to take the shelter hostage. That is the price of the roof, and it applies to a captain the same as a courier. I do not ask for an oath, because an oath is easy to fake and easy to break. Steel laid in the dirt is neither. A man without his sword in a camp full of witnesses has handed over his worst option. And that surrender, not any promise, is what turns an armed stranger into a guest under my roof. Edric drew his sword. For one breath, the whole camp thought it was going the other way. Then he reversed it and laid it in the dirt at my feet, first, before any of his men, making his own request the most defenseless one there. His 9 soldiers watched their captain disarm, and one by one they set their own steel down beside his. 10 sets of weapons in the dirt, 10 men choosing to be guests instead of a threat. The magic does not judge whether they deserve it. It only checks that the choice was real and freely made, and disarming in the open in front of a hostile crowd is about as real as a choice gets. Lyra watched them do it, and then she turned to me and said if I sheltered these men, she would resign her post. She was not bluffing, and she was not being cruel. She simply could not stand as first guardian of a place that protected the men who let her people die. I had built a rule, and my most important person was about to walk out over it, understand what she was offering to give up. Not a favor to me, her place, her purpose, the first thing since her squad died that had felt like it was worth something. She would burn all of it down rather than mount a watch over the men who left her people to die alone. That is how heavy the choice sat. I did not get to sit with that, because that is when Garrick arrived, and this time he did not come with monsters or fire. He came with paper. A real, legal, crown-stamped warrant, properly filed for the arrest of Captain Edric on charges of desertion. A lawful document, and my walls have no right to stop the law. Here is the trap Garrick had built, and it was clever. As long as no one attacked my camp, there was no external threat, which meant the system would not raise a single wall. My magic is useless against a man holding a legitimate warrant. Garrick had finally found the one attacker my shelter cannot repel, a clerk with the correct form. Look hard at the cruelty of that design. Every other attack my walls answered. This one they could not because it wore the crown's own seal. Garrick had spent months learning that the single thing my shelter will never do is defy a lawful order, and he had finally brought me an order I could not fight with stone. Edric surprised me again. He said he would go. He would face an independent court, answer for the desertion, tell the whole story of the order he refused. He was not hiding behind my walls. He picked up nothing, asked for nothing, and prepared to walk out to Garrick's warrant on his own feet. That is the whole difference between Edric and the men who sent Garrick. A guilty man who runs turns my walls into a hiding place. A guilty man who walks out to answer for the one thing he truly did turns my walls into a courtroom door instead. Edric chose the second, and it made everything that came after clean. But Garrick was not there for one man. He moved to take all 10, the captain and the 9 witnesses both. And that greed is where his clean legal trap sprang shut on his own hand. Because I had spent the reward of the last trial reading that sealed archive, and I had found something in it worth more than any wall. I asked Garrick to read his own warrant aloud. One charge, one name, Captain Edric. I asked him to show me the 9 other names, the ones that would let him take the soldiers standing behind the captain. There were no other names. The warrant said Edric, and only Edric, and a lawful document means what it says and not one word more. The archive from the road trial held an old road right, still valid, that let a shelter keeper deliver a named guest to a neutral court rather than to a private captor. So I did. I offered to hand Edric to an independent tribunal, satisfying the warrant to its letter, while the 9 unnamed men stayed exactly where they were, free, because no paper in Garrick's hand said otherwise. Garrick tried to argue that the 9 were obviously included. Obviously is not a legal word. In front of the whole camp, with a royal warrant in his own fist, he was forced to admit he had the right to 1 man, and had tried to steal 9 more. Every time he reached past the paper, the 9 witnesses he could not touch became more valuable, because now a crowd had watched him try. A warrant is a narrow thing on purpose, because a wide one is a license for any powerful man to disappear anyone standing near his target. I did not bend the law. I held Garrick to it, letter by letter, and the letters were on my side, because he had been too arrogant to name more than the 1 man he actually wanted. While Garrick fumed over his own document, Nessa had been doing what Nessa does, which is not trust anything. She had been looking closely at the deserter's clothes, and she pulled me aside with a scrap of cloth. Sewn into the hem of each uniform was a small mark, a signal thread, the kind a tracker uses to follow men across open country. Someone had marked these soldiers for finding. She had barely finished telling me when the marks did their job. Out past the palisade, in the tall dry grass, archers we had not seen rose up and put fire arrows into the field. The signal threads had led them straight here, and the moment the first flame touched the grass, Garrick's tidy legal morning turned into a real external attack. And only now, at last, my walls woke up. A signal thread is not something a deserter sews into his own hem. Someone had marked these men to be hunted, which meant someone had always meant for them to end up cornered somewhere with archers waiting. The warrant was never the real trap. It was the bait, a way to hold 10 men still in one open place long enough for the arrows to arrive. That is the rule, and it held even here. The system had sat silent through the whole warrant, because a lawful arrest is not a danger it answers. The instant real arrows and real fire came from outside, the sea camp protections snapped on, and I had 100 slots of magic and a field going up in flame around a crowd of civilians. Read that timing, because it is the whole game my enemies play. The warrant, being legal, drew no wall. The bribe, being quiet, drew no wall. Only when a real arrow left a real bow did the magic finally count this as danger. They had all learned to do their worst work in the gap that opens before the arrow flies. The fire cut the refugee tents off from the gate. Arrows came over the palisade, and Edric, who had every right to stand there as a protected guest and let others handle it, did the thing that made Lyra finally, grudgingly, look at him straight. He walked to the marker and took a staff slot, the weaker protection, the working risk, and went out into the fire to help. He had a full protected slot. He was, for the first time in 3 years, entirely safe. He gave it up for the thinner protection and walked into a grass fire. And he did it in front of the one woman who would never once thank him for it. That is not how a man earns forgiveness. It is only how he becomes worth sheltering. He knew that ground. His unit trained in this kind of grass fire, and he moved through it reading the wind and the flame the way Lyra reads a herd. He was not asking forgiveness. He was spending himself on the same civilians his old cowardice had once cost, and he did it under thinner protection because the full slots belonged to the frightened, not to him. Lyra had a choice too, and it was uglier than his. She could refuse to work with the man she hated and let it cost lives, or she could use him. She used him. She took his read of the fire and matched it to her defense sectors, and the two of them, who could not share a gateway an hour ago, walked a whole camp of civilians out of a burning field without a word of peace between them. She did not forgive him. I want that plain, because the story would be cheaper if she had. She acknowledged one thing, the thing he did that day, the choice to burn himself instead of a village and then to run into a fire for strangers. The past stayed as heavy as it ever was. She just refused to let it kill more people in the present. They got everyone out. The archers, having lit their fire and lost their marked quarry to 100 slots of protection, melted back into the grass they came from. Nessa cut one of the signal threads free of a hem and sealed it away, because a mark like that is made in one place by one supplier, and that thread was one more piece of the shape behind Garrick. When the smoke cleared, Edric kept his word. He surrendered himself to the neutral tribunal I had arranged, not to Garrick, on the single charge his warrant actually named. He gave his testimony, all of it, the old cowardice and the refused order both, and he did it as a witness who had walked out of a fire to earn the right to be believed. And the council, hearing all of it, made the ruling that won me everything and cost me everything. They recognize the right of a neutral shelter to protect a guest who freely disarms, and to deliver the name to a lawful court without surrendering the unnamed. My whole idea, that safety is not a private weapon, became law in front of witnesses. It was the biggest victory I had won. For the length of that ruling, I had won the argument I first started in a stone hollow with a torn tent. Safety is a right, not a private weapon for sale. A crown council said it out loud, into a record no duke could quietly erase. I let myself believe, for one warm moment, that the hardest part of all this was finally behind me. It was also the moment the real enemy finally moved in the open. Because the political protection I had been operating under, the ducal charter that let a mobile shelter exist between towns at all, belonged to Duke Marden. And Marden, watching a council make neutral shelter into a right he could not control, did the coldest thing available. He revoked his charter. I want you to feel the size of that. Garrick lost the legal fight, and his master answered by pulling the ground out from under the whole camp. One stroke of a duke's pen, and my 100-slot camp went from a lawful neutral shelter to an uncharted structure sitting on contested ground, with no political cover at all. Duke Marden had been a name on the edge of everything until now. The owner of the warehouse the plank came from, the pen behind the charter, the shape standing behind Garrick. And his first real move in the open was not a sword. It was a signature that made my legal home illegal again. The same way he made the whole world dangerous, on paper, from a warm and distant room. And then Marden's soldiers arrived. 200 of them, in good order, and they did not attack. They surrounded my camp in a ring of steel and simply stood there, because Marden had learned the same lesson Garrick learned in that sealed room. My walls only wake for an attack, so he would not attack. He would just stand around my home until we starved. That is the trap that closed on the end of my best day. 200 soldiers, no assault, no external danger for the system to answer, and therefore no experience and no help from the magic at all. Just a ring of patient men, a revoked charter, and a storeroom that Bram, checking twice and hating both counts, told me held food for exactly 48 hours. A siege with no assault is a special cruelty aimed straight at my one rule. To feed the camp, I would have to solve hunger, and hunger has never handed my walls a single point of experience. Marden was not trying to breach me. He was betting that a shelter built to answer danger would quietly rot the moment someone denied it any. So I was under siege by 200 soldiers who refused to actually fight me, which is a strange kind of war. There was no glorious last stand coming. There was just a ring of men, a shrinking pile of food, and a magic system that gives me nothing at all for being slowly starved. That is the genius of the design, and I have to give Marden credit for it. My walls answer arrows. They do not answer an empty stomach. Every hour those soldiers stood there doing nothing. I got 0 experience, and 48 hours of food quietly became 40, then 36, and my whole clever shelter could do absolutely nothing about it. Bram kept the count on a slate by the door, and he hated that slate. He said a merchant is meant to track what comes in, not what runs out, and every mark he chalked was a mark closer to the day the arithmetic simply stopped falling in our favor. Bram, being Bram, responded to the siege by putting up a sign at the gate. It read, "Second day of siege, free." He said if we were going to starve, we would at least starve with good marketing. I told him to take it down. He did not. And then that ridiculous sign did something none of my strategy had managed. It was gallows humor. And it was also, without either of us planning it, the first honest advertisement in the whole valley. Everyone else out there was selling fear at a price. Bram, out of pure spite, was offering a free second day, and a starving man will walk toward the one sign that promises him anything at all for nothing. It got read by a soldier, a young one named Sen, from the besieging line, who collapsed at my gate one morning with a leg swollen tight and shining red from an infected wound. He had not come to attack. He had come because he was dying slowly on his own side of the line, and a sign said the second day was free. There is a fact an army does not put in its songs. The men outside my walls were supplied worse than the people inside them. Marden had sent 200 soldiers to starve me, and had not bothered to feed them properly either, because to a man like Marden, soldiers and prisoners are the same line in a ledger. He was maybe 18, this Sen, and he had walked to the enemy's gate on a leg that could not hold him, past his own officers, because the pain had finally gotten louder than the fear. That is what Marden's kind of safety does to people. It makes the enemy's mercy look like the last exit left on the road. Nessa looked at Sen's leg and gave the verdict flat. Another day, and he loses it. Maybe more than the leg. She did not ask whose side he was on. She did not demand an oath, or a surrender, or a single thing in return. She put him on a cot in my healing room and went to work saving a soldier who had been sent to starve her. And then his brother came over the line for him, a bannerman named Kellen, big and furious and terrified, sword out, expecting to fight his way to a captured sibling. What he found instead was the enemy healer elbow deep in the work of saving his brother's leg. Kellen kept his sword up for a long time while she worked, and Lyra let him stand and watch instead of cutting him down. Nessa never once looked at the blade. She simply told him, without turning around, that if he wanted to be useful, he could hold the light closer. And after a while, God help him, he did. a blade gets very heavy when the enemy hands you a lamp instead of a fight. Kellen did not know what to do with that. He had been told we were rebels and murderers and a trap. He was standing in the trap, and the trap was cleaning his brother's wound and asking him to hold the lamp steady. It is very hard to keep hating people while they are quietly refusing to let your brother die. Their captain, a solid, careful man named Rorik, came and pulled his soldiers back from the gate. But he did it differently now. He could no longer stand in front of his own men and call my camp a nest of monsters, because two of those men had just watched monsters save Sen's leg. Rorik took his soldiers, but he lost the story. And then Rorik told me the truth that made this hard. It was not stubbornness keeping his army in place. Marden held the families. The wives and children of his officers were under Marden's protection, which is to say his control, and any captain who broke the siege would be breaking it over his own family's heads. Gratitude was not going to be enough. That changed the whole shape of my problem. You cannot buy a man's loyalty with a warm meal while a colder man is holding his children in another town. I was not fighting an army at all. I was fighting a hostage situation that happened to have 200 spears around it, and you do not break those with a wall. That was the wall I actually had to break, and it was not made of stone. It was made of hostages and hunger and paydays. So I stopped thinking like a man defending a fort and started thinking like a man who audits supply lines, because Bram had just found me the crack, and the crack was made of money. Bram had been talking to the soldiers who drifted to the gate, and he came back grinning his dangerous grin. The soldiers were not paid in coin. They were paid in tokens. And the tokens were only good at a chain of shops. And the shops, every single one, belonged to Garrick. The men besieging me were being paid in debt to my enemy. Bram explained it with the pure joy of a man who has found a rival's crooked ledger. The wages looked like pay. They were a leash. A token only Garrick will honor is not money. It is a way to own a soldier's stomach, and a soldier who cannot feed himself without you will besiege whoever you point him at. Think about what that means. A soldier out there could not even buy bread with his wages except at a Garrick price, in a Garrick shop, on a Garrick token. Marden manufactured the danger, Garrick sold the safety, and the army in the middle was just a customer who happened to carry a spear. The whole racket ran on, keeping everyone dependent, so I did not attack the army. I opened a shop. Right at the gate, under the neutral right the council had just granted me, I set up a table that was half clinic and half post office, and I made it the best supplied thing for miles. Treatment for a ration. A letter home carried by a real courier. And absurdly, socks. Do not laugh. A soldier with rotting feet is a soldier who cannot march or fight or stand a watch, and Marden had not sent enough dry socks for 200 men. I traded dry socks and foot care for whatever the men could spare, and I priced it fair and open where everyone could see. No oaths, no propaganda, just the honest exchange their own paymaster refused to give them. I want to be careful here, because from the outside it looks like I was buying an army with socks. I was not. I set fair prices in the open and demanded nothing but the trade itself. The line between a bribe and a fair deal is whether the other man keeps his freedom afterward, and every soldier who came to my table kept his. Lyra ran the security of it, and she took to the strangest duty of her career with total seriousness. She inspected the dirty laundry coming in from the line as contraband, because a besieging soldier trading socks is also a besieging soldier who might smuggle something. She found tokens sewn into hems, notes, small desperate things, and she cataloged everyone. It was funny, and it was supposed to be a knight of the crown gravely holding up a soldier's filthy sock and declaring it a security matter. But the laughter did the work, because while the men were laughing at the sock inspection, they were also, for the first time, doing the arithmetic on why their wages only spent at Garrick's stores. And there was something serious hiding under the comedy. Every token Lyra pulled from a hem was a piece of a map of the whole rotten arrangement, proof in a soldier's own laundry that his pay was a chain. She was not only guarding the gate, she was quietly assembling the case that would matter later. One filthy sock at a time. One grizzled sergeant who had spat at my gate on the first day came back on the third for foot salve, paid his ration honestly, and muttered that it was the first fair price anyone had offered him since he enlisted. He still did not like me. He liked the salve, and he remembered who had sold it to him cheap. Kellen was the one who cracked first, and it started with a letter. His brother Sen wanted to write home, to tell their mother he had nearly lost a leg, and that the people who saved it were the ones he had been sent to starve. Kellen helped him send it through my postal table with a real courier's record on it, and in doing that, he broke a direct order for the first time ever. It was a small thing, a letter. It was also the first crack in a soldier who had spent his whole life obeying, a man who never once looked at the tokens in his own pocket. Marden's whole machine ran on men doing what they were told. A letter to his mother made Kellen look, and once a man looks, he cannot fully unsee. I have watched a lot of people change sides in this story, and it almost never happens in a battle. It happens in small rooms, over small acts. A letter, a lamp held steady, a fair price. Martin built his whole power on men who never once questioned an order, and he lost Kellen over a note home to his mother. Garrick saw the shift and did what Garrick does. He arrested the merchants, the local traders who had started slipping food toward my gate for a profit, and he made it a crime to supply the neutral camp. He was trying to seal the leak. Instead, he showed every hungry soldier on that line exactly who was keeping food away from all of them, defenders and besiegers alike. Because this is what Rorik's men were slowly working out. The hunger was coming for the army too. Marden's supply was thin, Garrick's shops were expensive, and the only well-fed, well-organized, fairly priced operation in the whole valley was the camp they had been sent to starve. The siege was starving the wrong people first. Rorik was a good officer, and a good officer counts. He could read the same slate Bram could, and his men had less food than mine, worse pay, and a duty harder to explain each day. Every day a healed boy walked home. Instead of dying at the gate, it got harder still. He did not defect. He simply stopped being sure which side the siege was actually punishing. Then Martin raised the stakes the ugly way. He sent word that Rorik's own family would answer for any softness, and the screws tightened. And that is when Edric stepped forward. The tribunal had taken his testimony and sent him back to my camp while it weighed the desertion charge. So the man waiting on a verdict was standing in my square offering to hand himself to Martin instead. He would surrender to Martin, be the prize, take the pressure off the officers' families, spend himself the way he always did. A month ago, I might have taken that trade to buy time, and been wrong to, but this time I did not have to make the call because Lyra made it for me, and it was the clearest proof of how far she had come. She refused. She would not let me hand over a guest for convenience, not even a guest she despised, because she had finally understood that the moment we trade one person for peace, we are Marden with better manners. That is the whole arc of Lyra in one decision. In Part 8, she wanted to throw Edric to the wolves out of grief. Now she stood between him and an easy sacrifice. Not because she liked him, she still did not, but because she had decided what kind of camp she was willing to guard. A guardian who protects only the people she likes is just a bodyguard. Edric did not argue with her. He simply looked at the woman who hated him refusing to spend him, and something in his face quietly settled. A man who has spent 3 years believing he deserves the worst is undone, a little, by someone deciding he is not currency. He stopped offering himself up after that. So instead of trading a man, I opened a door. Using the same neutral right the council had granted, I declared a humanitarian corridor, a protected lane where food and letters and the sick could pass in both directions, not a wall against the soldiers, but a channel through the siege. It was not a weapon. It was the opposite of one. And that is why it worked. Nessa made it real with a single image. She walked Sen, healing and upright, out to the edge of the corridor to meet his brother, not as a hostage I was displaying, but as a man going home to write more letters. 200 soldiers watched a boy they had left to rot walk out on his own 2 feet because the enemy fixed his leg. You cannot unsee that either. The corridor did in a single day what my walls never could have. Marden had spent a fortune to make 200 men believe my camp was the enemy. Nessa unmade it with one healed boy walking the wrong way across the line, toward the people who had fixed him, in front of everyone who was paid to hate him. Kellen stood up in front of everyone and defended it. When an officer moved to shut the corridor, Kellen put himself in the way and said his brother was alive because of that table, and he would not let anyone close it. And the soldiers around him, hungry and paid in tokens and tired of a war nobody was fighting, backed him. And Rorik, watching his own bannerman defy an order in front of Garrick's men, made his choice. He ordered the corridor to stay open. Not a surrender, not a defection, just a captain deciding that starving children on both sides was not a job he would do for a man who held his family. The army sent to starve my camp started quietly to supply it. It was a real victory, and it did not raise my rank 1 inch. The system gave me nothing because I had broken a siege with socks and letters and a doctor. None of that is an external danger the magic knows how to reward. I had grown my power without growing my number, which I was learning to value more than any evolution. But Marden does not lose a siege quietly, and he had one move left that did not care about corridors or letters or the sympathy of tired men. If his soldiers would not starve my camp, he would simply knock it down himself, from a distance, on his own order. The wagons came up the road at dusk, and they were carrying ballistas. Heavy ones, siege engines, the kind built to throw a bolt through a wall. And they were not aimed at my palisade or my gate. They were aimed, every one of them, at the single central anchor that held my whole shelter together. The one structural heart a mobile camp cannot function without. Martin had finally found the honest version of his own strategy. He could not starve me, and he could not turn my guests, so he would simply delete the one beam my whole shelter hung on and let plain physics do the rest. No warrant this time. No monster. Just a bolt, a target, and a flag. And beside the lead engine, a soldier stood holding a folded red flag. I did not understand it yet, but I would by morning. That flag was a signal. When it went up, it would be the order to fire, not just on my anchor, but on the corridor and the civilians in it. And the man Martin was counting on to raise it, because it was a bannerman's duty, was Kellen. This is the middle of the story, so pay attention, because everything before now was one torn tent learning to be a house. Everything after is a house learning to be a nation. And the hinge between them is a single ballista bolt and a bannerman who would not raise a flag. The first bolt came at dawn and punched clean through my outer wall, and I felt the whole camp flinch. It was not a monster or a wolf or a bribed guide. It was an organized military attack, deliberate, aimed on Martin's order, and that meant the first half of my long-promised B condition had just been met. An army was firing on 100 guests. For 9 parts, I had kept the danger outside and the people inside. Now an army was aiming past the walls at the people themselves, and my whole promise that a guest is safe under my roof was being tested by the one weapon in the world designed to break roofs. Because that was the count now. 100 protected slots, every one of them full, packed with the wounded and the refugees and the families who had nowhere left to run. And beyond the 100, another 50 souls had taken staff roles, defenders and cooks and stretcher crews, working the shelter under thinner protection because there was nothing else to do but help. The archive had told me what B required. 100 voluntary guests surviving an organized military threat at the moment an anchor breaks. I had the 100. I had the army. What I did not have and could not fake was a broken anchor, because the old anchor in the original cloth room was the one thing still holding my whole shelter together. And there it was, at the center of everything, that first worn scrap of cloth around the original peg, exactly where they had been since the stone hollow. Everything I had built radiated out from that little room. To evolve, I would have to break the very heart of it during an attack without dropping the protection on 100 people who were trusting it to hold. Up on the ridge, a soldier put a red flag in Kellen's hands. Kellen, who had held my brother's lamp. Kellen, who had sent a letter home. The flag was Martin's signal, and Kellen's bannerman duty was to raise it, and the moment he did, the ballistas would be cleared to fire on the civilians the second we tried to move them out. So Kellen did the only thing a torn man can do. He did not raise it, and he also did not refuse. He held that folded flag against his chest and stood very still. He was buying me minutes with the one act of quiet cowardice that was actually courage, because every minute he did not lift, it was a minute my 100 guests were not being shot at. Inside, my own people were at war with each other about what to do next, and it was the most useful argument I have ever refereed. Lyra wanted walls, thicker and higher, because she is a soldier, and a soldier meets a siege with stone. Nessa wanted a healing tower, because she had 100 frightened people and a bolt through the wall and no room to treat them. Bram wanted a treasury vault, and before you laugh, hear him out, because he was not being greedy. He said a shelter that cannot pay, cannot buy food, or bribe a gate, or hire a bridge, and a fortress full of broke people is a very sturdy grave. 3 specialists, 3 incompatible demands, all of them right, all of them impossible at once. And that argument, not the system, is what showed me the real problem. Walls do not help if the army just stands off and throws bolts. A healing tower does not help if we cannot get the wounded out. A treasury does not help if we are pinned against a broken bridge. Every single one of their answers assumed we would stay put. The problem was not what to build. The problem was that we could not move. Rorik saw the same shape from the outside, and he came to me grim about it. Garrick, he said, did not actually want to storm the camp. Storming costs soldiers. What Garrick wanted was to drive us backward, off the ridge, down toward the one road out, which led straight to a border bridge that Martin had already destroyed. He wanted us to run to an exit that was not there and die crowded against it. So both ends of the trap were clear. Stand still and the ballistas grind us down. Retreat and the broken bridge pins us in the open for the massacre. Martin and Garrick had built a box with no lid and no floor, and 100 people were standing in it. And my magic sat there offering me a module I could not yet use. Because that was the cruel tease of it. Back in the Road Trial archive, I had unlocked one specific evolution in advance, a thing called the Walking Foundation, a base that lifts itself onto stone legs and moves. It was right there in my options, grayed out, waiting, and it would not activate 1 second before the B condition was met. I could see the exit. I could not open it until an anchor broke under fire. It is a strange torture to hold the key to your own escape and not be allowed to turn it. The rule that keeps me honest, no self-made danger, was the same rule keeping 100 people pinned under ballistas. Being good is not always the same as being safe, and I have never felt that gap open wider than it did that morning. I was not going to break my own anchor. That is the rule, and I will not cross it even to save my own life. A danger I create earns nothing, and worse, it makes me the thing I am fighting. So I did the only move the rule allows, the move this whole story has been teaching me. I did not make a weakness. I found a real one, and I let the right person see it. Here is the honest part, the part that matters. There genuinely was a weak link in my anchor chain. One section I had never properly reinforced because I had never had the experience to spare. It was a true flaw, a real vulnerability that could actually bring the shelter down. I did not manufacture it. It was already there, my own limitation, sitting in the base of the original room. I need this distinction to land, because it is the whole difference between me and Martin. He builds dangers and sells the cure. I take a danger that already exists, tell the plain truth about it, and let a greedy man walk into the truth on his own. I did not aim that bolt. I stopped lying about where my armor was thin. So while we made a great show of reinforcing everything else, thickening the obvious walls where the scouts could see, I left that one weak link exposed. I did not point at it. I did not bait it. I simply stopped hiding a flaw that was already mine, and I let Garrick's scouts, who were watching everything, notice the one spot the busy exile had somehow forgotten to armor. Garrick took it, because Garrick always takes the clever shortcut, and he thought he had found it himself. That is the part that makes it clean. He spotted my genuine weakness with his own eyes, decided he was the smartest man on the field, and gave the order to concentrate every ballista on that single unreinforced link. He aimed the attack. He chose the target. It was his hand on the loop, start to finish. Rorik saw it coming and could not stop it, and I watched him make his peace with that. His old commander was about to hand me 1,000 experience by trying to kill me, and there was a grim justice in it that even a loyal captain could appreciate. Kellen just held his folded flag a little tighter and waited to see who he would become. The bolts hit the weak link together, and the anchor chain snapped. And in that instant, 3 things happened at once. A real organized military attack, aimed by my enemy, struck the shelter. The anchor broke, and 100 voluntary guests, braced and warned and held in their slots, survived the strike without a single overload, because I had spent the whole night making sure the break would free the base without dropping the roof. The system paid out the largest receipt of my life to that point. 100 qualified guests, 1 real external danger, 1 survival. 1,000 experience, all at once, in a single golden line, and on the back of it, the B condition closed and the grayed out module lit up gold. The walking foundation was live, and Garrick had just pulled the trigger that armed it. 1,000. For 9 parts I had counted in tens, a single guest at a time, 10 hard points for 1 survived night. And here, in 1 line, was 100 times all of it. The whole ledger of my little exiled life, rewritten in an instant by an enemy who was certain he was ending me. I have to describe what a base standing up feels like, because nothing prepares you. The whole camp lurched and rose, and stone legs unfolded from the foundation and drove into the ridge. A 100-slot fortress heaved itself up off the ground like a slow animal getting to its feet. Everything not tied down slid. Chairs, barrels, 100 people grabbing for the nearest fixed thing. Nessa had lashed the wounded and the furniture down in advance, because she does not trust a floor either, and it mostly held. Mostly. Her great pot of soup, however, had not consented to be tied to anything, and it launched itself across the healing room and painted the entire far wall in broth. In the middle of the most important evolution of my life, my doctor was swearing about soup. I have never loved a moment more. She wiped broth off a startled patient, called the walking fortress a menace to good cooking, and went right back to her stitches without missing a beat. That is the thing about my team. The castle can be growing legs and crossing a border, and Nessa will still be genuinely furious about that specific ruined pot of soup. Rank C became rank B, 100 slots became 300, and 2 new modes came with it. The thing the whole second half of this story runs on, a fortress mode, rooted and strong, and a marching mode, mobile but weaker, protection cut in half while it walks, with a hard 1-hour lockout before I could switch back. Power with a leash on it. The magic never gives me anything clean. Lyra and Rorik took the new form like it was a warhorse that had never been broken. She called the weight distribution, which legs to load, which sections to brace, while he relayed it to 50 staff hauling on lines to keep the walking fortress from tipping as it found its balance. The 2 of them, an exile's knight and a besieging captain, ran the stabilization of a moving castle together, and it held. And then, Marden played his last card of the morning, the ugly one. Out across the ridge, ancient marks in the ground began to glow, luring beacons. The same anchor craft that pulls migrations onto roads, now switched on to draw something toward the fleeing civilians. And on the ridge, Marden's officers screamed at Kellen to raise the flag, to clear the ballistas to fire on the people crossing. Kellen looked at the red flag in his hands. Then he looked at the walking fortress, and somewhere inside it was the healing room where the enemy had saved his brother's leg for the price of nothing. He remembered Sen walking home on 2 feet, and he made his choice, the choice this whole part was named for. He did not raise the red flag. He lowered it, all the way down, and let it fall. Understand what he spent to do that. Kellen was not a rebel. He was a soldier who had obeyed every order of his life, and Marden held the same officers' families that held Rorik. Lowering that flag was not a shrug. It was a man betting his own people on the guess that the enemy who fixed his brother's leg would keep them safer than the master who paid him in tokens. To half of Marden's unit, a lowered flag means one thing: cease fire. The ballista crews hesitated. The order they were waiting for turned into its opposite. And in that gap of confusion, the soldiers who had been fed by my table and healed by my doctor made their decision too. They turned from the officer screaming at them and walked to Rorik, and in one breath, half an army stopped being Marden's. Garrick watched it come apart in real time. And this is the reaction I want you to see clearly, because it is not a cartoon villain howling. It was a smart man realizing, second by second, that his own cleverness had done this. He had found the weak link. He had aimed the bolt. He had broken the anchor that armed the module that built the bridge. Every step of my escape had been ordered by his own hand, and he knew it. Because that is what the walking fortress did next. It stretched. The marching form extended itself across the ravine, stone legs finding the far side, the whole body of it flattening into a span, and my B-rank fortress became a physical bridge over the very gorge where the broken border crossing was supposed to trap us. The exit Marden destroyed, I simply grew a new one out of my own house. Across that bridge went 150 people, the 100 guests, and the 50 staff, and the newly turned soldiers, all of them streaming over the gorge on the back of a castle that was walking. Not all of them were protected guests, and I am not going to dress that up, because in marching mode, my protection was halved and stretched thin. Getting them across was terrain and courage and Lyra's sectors, not a magic guarantee. But we got them across. Everyone. And on the far bank, out of the fire zone, on solid ground for the first time in days, something happened that no rule required and no system prompted. The 150 of them, guests and staff and defectors, chose to stay. Freely, with no pressure, no oath extracted, they registered as the first residents of whatever this thing was becoming. 150 citizens, and a new number on the horizon. 1,000, the count an A-rank city would need. This is how a nation actually starts, and it is worth slowing down for. Not a conquest, not a crown. 150 people who had been shot at and starved and lied to, standing on a safe bank, looking at the walking house that had carried them out, and deciding on their own to belong to it. That is a citizenship no duke can revoke with a pen. For one breath, standing on that far bank with a walking castle and 150 free people and 1,000 experience still warm in the ledger, I let myself feel like I had won something enormous. And I had. This is the midpoint, the point of no return, the moment the torn tent became a moving kingdom. Nothing about my problems was small anymore, which is precisely why nothing was solved. Because I had just walked a military fortress, on legs, across a gorge, over an international border, into the sovereign territory of the Kingdom of Alaris. And Alaris did not see a refugee shelter escaping a tyrant. Alaris saw an armed, walking, 300-slot fortress marching uninvited across its frontier, which is the exact shape of an invasion. And I could not even blame them for it. Put yourself on that far ridge. You are a border marshal, and a 300-slot armed fortress on legs has just walked across your frontier without a single word of warning. You would raise your crossbows too. My greatest escape and my worst first impression turned out to be the very same event. 500 Ilaris crossbowmen were already on the far ridge, and every one of them was aimed at me. My protection was still halved from the march, and the 1-hour cooldown meant I could not switch back to fortress mode, could not stiffen my walls, could not do anything but stand there, exposed. My protection stayed halved for a full hour. I was at the head of 150 exhausted people, under 500 foreign crossbows, having escaped one army straight into the sights of another. I had beaten Garrick's trap and survived Marden's bolt and grown a bridge out of my own home. And my reward, the very same hour, was a whole new country deciding whether to shoot me. Martin was not beaten. Garrick was not beaten. Lyra and I had traded one hard look that said we were still standing, and that was the only closure this halfway point was going to give me. The second half of this story starts with 500 strangers pointing crossbows at my front door. So there I was, a walking castle stuffed with exhausted people, one stone foot planted on foreign soil, and 500 Alaris crossbows learning my name the impolite way. Welcome to the second half of my life. Let me set the board, because it matters. My fortress was frozen in marching mode from the crossing, walls stretched thin, towers folded down into legs, and my full protection cut clean in half. Worse, switching a castle into walking legs locks the change for 1 hour. I had just flipped it to cross the ravine, so I was stuck soft with 50 minutes on the clock. At the head of the ridge sat a woman on a gray horse who did not blink. Short black hair, dark blue border coat, a thin scar on her chin, the specific calm of someone who has aimed a lot of weapons at a lot of problems. Marshal Kaya Ors of Alaris. She did not shout a threat. She stated a fact. An armed 300-slot fortress had walked across her frontier without a word of warning, and she would be taking the structure and every one of Rorik's soldiers inside it, effective now. I want to be fair to her because she was not wrong. A castle on legs strolls into your country carrying men who wore an enemy uniform yesterday. You would want it surrendered too. The trouble was Rorik. He had defected at the midpoint with half his unit, and Kaya did not see refugees. She saw 100 armed men who had already switched sides once, which to a border marshal reads like a trick with extra steps. He stood at my shoulder, jaw tight, and told me quietly that if he surrendered his people to a foreign crown, Martin would have their names and their families inside a week. Handing them over was not peace. It was a delivery. So I did the only thing that turns a war machine into something a customs officer can process. I made it smaller, on purpose, in front of everyone, walking into the one room that runs this whole miracle to throw the switch myself. Every form my shelter has ever taken, there is a small room at its heart, made of the original worn cloth, the old flap, and the first peg I ever drove into the ground. That peg is the only switch. I put my hand on the cold of it and turned. The change ran outward like a held breath let go. The last towers sighed down into the walking legs, and the thick fortress walls thinned until you could see daylight bruise through them. Anyone watching could see the teeth retract, which was the very point. Kaya watched 300 slots of armored castle deflate into a very large, very confused tent with ambitions. Her crossbows did not lower, but her chin tilted a degree, a professional revising a number she had already written down. Then my merchant opened his mouth, which is always a gamble. Bram spread his arms at my entire halved and thinned home, and declared to the border of a sovereign kingdom that this was personal luggage, one item, one oversized blanket, nothing to declare. Kaya stared at him the way you stare at a man who has confused raw courage with a recent head injury. But that is the quiet power of a stupid idea said with total confidence. It hands a bureaucrat a box to check, and standing just behind Kaya was a bureaucrat who had waited his whole small life for one strange box. Corporal Pell. Narrow shoulders, ink-stained cuffs, a measuring cord already in hand. Where Kaya saw an invasion, Pell saw the inventory of his career and a promotion behind it. He asked, very seriously, whether the blanket had load-bearing doors. Bram said it had several, and Pell wrote that down. Kaya closed her eyes for 1 second, the gesture of a commander whose subordinate has gone freelance, and I felt a thin thread of a chance. If they were cataloging, they were not yet firing, so I fed the catalog. Lyra stepped up beside me. First Guardian now, and did the smart thing instead of the proud thing. She offered to seal Rorik's weapons inside one locked section under Alaris inspection. Store the swords, keep the men, a knight proposing to disarm herself on the record. Kaya asked why she should trust a sealed room she could not see inside. Lyra told her to seal it herself and keep the key. Rorik hated it and said so, low, only to me. Every sword we lock is a sword we do not have when Martin comes. I told him a locked sword we keep beats a free sword that gets his cousin killed. He did not enjoy the math, but he accepted it. While the adults negotiated, Pell knelt at the base of my thinned wall, poking at the debris we had dragged across the ravine. Snapped bolts, splintered shielding, the trash of one escape. And in the mess he found a plate, palm-sized, dark, veined with a dull, crystal grain. I knew that plate. You have seen its cousins, the black resin and the square army nails, the warehouse number nobody would sign. This was the same craft, a luring plate, one of Martin's beacons that pulls hungry things toward a road on purpose. It was not mine. It had been fired at me, but the system does not read history. It cannot tell a marshal where a plate was forged or who aimed it. To Pell, holding a strange crystal device pulled out of my walls, there was only one clean conclusion. The invaders brought a monster collar, and he held it up like a verdict. That turned a tense customs stop into something with teeth, because Kaya now had a plausible story on the record in her own corporal's handwriting. Armed defectors, a walking siege engine, and a device for summoning beasts. I opened my mouth to explain the plate, which is the worst possible time to explain anything, because the plate answered for me first. Somewhere in the crystal grain, a red light woke up and began to pulse. Pell felt it warm in his palm and, to his credit, did not drop it. He just went pale. Out past the ridge, from a country I had been inside for 10 minutes, something answered the light. The border tower behind Kaya had a bell, and it began to ring. Not a ceremony bell, the other kind. And my fortress, my beautiful escape, was still stretched thin and locked in marching mode, with 50 minutes left on a cooldown I could not skip. My first act as a guest of Alaris was going to be surviving the welcome party. The wyverns came off the tree line low and fast, 3 of them riding the red pulse like a scent. And the thing they were aimed at was not me. It was the Alaris border tower, the one structure on that ridge I had no walls around. Kaya did the correct command school thing and ordered the main gate of her fortlet slammed shut to protect the garrison inside. Textbook. Except Textbook left 43 people on the wrong side of that gate, her outer sentries, a supply crew, a cluster of border families, all locked outside with the sky coming down, and I could not become a fortress to cover them. 40 minutes left, half protection, thin walls. But marching mode is not weaker at everything. It is soft, but it is long. A folded castle full of legs can stretch in ways a rooted one never could, so I stopped trying to be strong and started trying to be shaped. I ran back to the peg room, not to switch, there was nothing to switch, but because that is where I see the shape of the whole body at once. I could not raise a wall. I could reach. I pushed the marching form outward in a long spiral, wrapping my thin walls around the base of a foreign tower like a rope coiling a post. No protection boost. The system confirmed the exact danger I was already standing in, and nothing more. External attack confirmed, guest survival pending. It would not give me 1 point until these people lived through it, and it would not lift a finger to help them do it. That was my job. Lyra hit the wall sectors like she was born on them, calling angles, folding my thin panels into overlapping scales so a claw skidded instead of tore. And Kaya, from inside her shut gate, was calling her garrison to the murder holes. 2 competent commanders, 1 wall, 0 shared vocabulary. It got loud. Lyra shouted to hold the north seam. Kaya shouted to collapse it. Lyra shouted that collapsing it would drop 40 people. Kaya shouted that holding it would lose the tower. They were both right, which is the most infuriating kind of argument to referee while a wyvern chews your roof. What broke the deadlock was not either of them winning, it was the 2 of them, mid-scream, accidentally inventing a shared shorthand. Lyra called a seam by its wall color. Kaya answered with a count, and within 3 exchanges they had stumbled into a joint order faster than either had managed alone. Competence comedy, except the punchline saves lives. Then Pell went off the leash again, and this time it was glorious. His marshal had sealed the main gate. Pell, citing some regulation only he had ever read, decided a small postern on the flank did not technically count as the main gate, so her order did not technically cover it. He opened it and started dragging outside civilians through. He broke a direct command from a border marshal during a monster attack on a clerk's reading of a footnote, and he was completely right. 43 terrified people funneled through Pell's illegal little door, out of the sky's reach, into the spiral of my thin walls. A pedant with a promotion dream turned into the best thing on that ridge. Bram, meanwhile, went to war with a wyvern using the only weapon a custom stop had issued him: rope. Coils of Alaris inspection rope, the very cord Pell had meant to measure my blanket with. Bram lassoed a low pass, snarled a wing, and screamed for 6 men to sit on the other end like the world's angriest tug of war. It was the most undignified takedown I have ever witnessed. A wyvern, grounded and thrashing, hog-tied in government rope by a merchant yelling about the deposit on the cordage. Nessa put a bolt of tranquilizer paste into it with the calm of a woman deworming a large, ugly dog. But the shelter still had not paid out, and you need to understand why, because it is the whole engine of this show. 43 people stood inside my spiral, alive, breathing, sheltered. And the system counted exactly none of them, not 1 point, because they had never asked. That is the rule that keeps me honest. A body under my roof is not a guest. A guest is a person who, awake and able to say no, chooses to say yes. Those 43 had been shoved through a door by a corporal while a wyvern screamed. Shelter without consent is just a building, and it earns nothing. So even with the last wyvern nose down in Bram's rope, I did the least heroic and most necessary thing on the menu. I had Mara pass the word down the spiral. Anyone who wanted the protection of this shelter had to say it, out loud, on their own. Cold, clumsy, legally fussy, and the only version of this that ever means a thing. They said it. One by one, 43 border strangers, Alaris citizens who an hour ago watched their marshal aim crossbows at me, chose the walking castle over the closed gate. The old peg lit. The count moved. 43 qualified guests survived a real external danger under my protection, and the ledger warmed by 430. 430 experience and no new rank, which I did not want. B rank held steady, 300 slots, and the number that mattered was never the experience. It was that the garrison, which had demanded I surrender, had just 43 citizens at a time, asked me not to leave. Kaya opened her sealed gate herself, on foot, and walked out into the spiral of a fortress she had ordered seized. She looked at Pell, standing by his illegal door with the guilty pride of a man about to be court-martialed or promoted. She did neither yet. She counted. And the burned barracks matter now, because this is not a tidy detail I invented. A wyvern had gone through the fortlet's outer barracks and left it a black skeleton. 60 of Kaya's own border residents, the families and crews who lived there, had nowhere to sleep tonight. Their homes were ash because of a plate aimed at me. I did not recruit them, and I want to be exact about that, because the easy version of this scene is the hero adopting grateful refugees. 60 people had no roof, my roof was standing, and Kaya, weighing a long list of bad options, decided a warm enemy beat a cold gap in her own wall. So the number moved again, and this time it was residents, not guests. 150 who crossed the ravine, plus 60 burned out of the border barracks, made 210. 210 people who now freely belong to a walking house that started as a torn tent for one guest. But Kaya is a marshal, not a convert, and I keep reminding myself of the difference. She did not join me. She did something colder and more useful. She took the crystal plate from Pell, turned it in the firelight, and made a ruling in the flat voice of the law that would shape the next 3 days of my life. She could not verify where the plate came from. She could not verify my story. What she could verify was that armed strangers had, tonight, sheltered her citizens and burned for it. So she granted my fortress a temporary foreign passage, 72 hours to cross Alaris to a port. No longer, under her personal observation the whole way. I turned the old peg one last time, not to transform, just to log it, and the system fixed the seal it only fixes when a real authority grants real terms. A temporary Alaris pass stamped into the same worn cloth that used to be a one-man tent. 72 hours of being legal in a country that had wanted to shoot me at sunset. And Pell. Kaya turned to the corporal, who had disobeyed her under fire on a technicality, and every soldier braced for the hammer. Instead, she promoted him, on the spot, for opening the door she had closed. A marshal worth the coat knows the difference between a man who breaks orders to run and a man who breaks them to save. Pell nearly fainted, then asked whether his new rank came with authority to finish cataloging the blanket, and Kaya said yes, mostly to make him stop talking. I had, without trying, acquired an official Alaris witness, who now held a personal, promotion-shaped stake in my fortress being exactly what I said it was. For a few minutes, I let myself believe the border was the hard part. You already know what that means. It means the border was the easy part, because 72 hours to a port only works if the port lets you in, and word travels faster than a walking castle. By the time we reached the gates of Rivenport, the first real town on Kaya's route, the story that had arrived ahead of us was not 43 citizens saved. It was plague, walking plague, in a stolen fortress, hauling monsters. The gates of Rivenport did not open. They sealed, and from the murder slots along the top, the town guard hosed the front of my home with a wall of green disinfecting foam, thick and stinking, that painted my walls, my legs, and one very unlucky merchant, a bright, humiliating, official green. Standing in the drip of it, green foam sliding off Bram's hair while he made a sound I can only describe as commercial grief, I understood the shape of the next fight. Someone had raced ahead to poison a whole town against me with a single word. And through the murder slots, smiling, holding the writ that named my home a plague ship and a stolen one, was a face I knew far too well. Garrick had beaten us to the gate. Let me paint the picture I was standing in. My walking castle, my 210 people, my hard-won pass into Alaris, all of it dripping with green disinfectant foam because the town of Rivenport had decided we were plague on legs. The man who convinced them of it was leaning through the murder slots with a writ in his hand, and I knew that smile. Garrick had not chased me across a border. He had taken the fast road and arrived early to poison a town before I could reach it. His writ said two things. My fortress was a plague ship, and my fortress was stolen property. Both were lies, and both were the kind of lie that does not need to be true, only loud and only first. He had beaten me to the loud and the first. But Garrick was not the mayor here. The mayor was a soft, careful man named Halvek, who stood on the wall in a good coat and did the single most honest, dishonest thing I have ever watched. He announced we were infected, and in the same breath opened sales for the last places in the town bunker. Sit with that. If we were truly plague, no bunker in the world would matter, because plague does not knock politely at a stone door. But if you can make people afraid enough, they will pay for a box to hide in, and Halvek had a box with a price list. Fear was not his problem. Fear was his product. The bunker was real, I will give him that. A deep municipal vault under the square, iron door, air shafts, the pride of Rivenport, and the places inside it were being sold by the head at a rate that quietly sorted the town into people who could afford a door and people who would be left outside it. Meanwhile, my merchant had turned a humiliating shade of green. The foam had soaked Bram's hair and beard to the roots, and he stood there dripping like a startled shrub, making a low wounded noise. I thought we had lost him to despair. I had underestimated him, which by now you would think I would stop doing. Because Bram looked at his own green reflection in a puddle, and I watched the exact moment the grief turned into a business plan. He asked Nessa if the dye was permanent. She said a week. He said a week was plenty, and started charging Rivenport children a copper to look at the green plague merchant up close. Now understand what that did, because it was cleverer than it looked. A town that is terrified of a plague castle does not send its children to giggle at the plague merchant. The instant the first kid laughed and did not drop dead, the story on the wall started to leak. Fear is a rumor, and a laughing child is a fact. Into that leak walked a baker. Her name was Jessa, flour to the elbows, arms like a woman who fights dough for a living, and she pushed a tray of fresh loaves out through the foam line to my starving people without asking anyone's permission. That was the first brave thing she did that day. It was not the last. I tried to pay her. She would not take coin from people the town had called sick, so I asked her why she was out here feeding us instead of buying her family a place in the famous bunker. She held up 3 tokens. Then she pointed back at 4 people, a husband and 2 children behind her, and 3 tokens in her hand. That was the whole speech. 3 tokens. 4 people. She did not lecture me about who deserves a door. She just showed me the arithmetic of a safety you have to buy, and let the missing token do the talking. Someone in her family was going to stand outside the iron door and hope, and she already knew it would be her. Here is where Nessa did something surgical. She stepped to the foam line and offered, loudly, to let Rivenport's own healers examine her, and me, and anyone they liked, right there in the open. And then she offered the same to Garrick. Test the accuser first, she said. Prove the plague on the man who is selling it. Garrick did not come down. He had 100 reasons why, all reasonable, and every one of them was another child on the wall watching the man who screamed plague refuse to stand next to a healer. His refusal did not prove he was healthy or sick. Nessa was careful about that. It only proved he was afraid of a test he had said he would pass. So I did the thing that actually breaks a paid fear model. I opened a fair. Right there in the foam and the mud outside a sealed gate, I unfolded my outer sections into a market, and I let anyone who wanted to walk out and trade, eat, warm up, and look at us, breathe. No oath, no fee, no place reserved for the rich. Bram funneled his green hair coppers straight into Jessa's flour, so the bread kept coming, and the fair kept looking less like a plague and more like the best thing to happen to Rivenport all winter. Every townsperson who stepped out to buy a warm loaf was a person voting with their feet against Halvek's story, and Halvek felt it slipping. You can always tell the moment a man who sells fear runs low on fear. He stopped arguing about plague and started shouting about order, about the gates, about lawful sales. He was losing the crowd to a green merchant and a baker, and he needed the panic back. He got it, though not from me, and not from anything I could have planned. Because that is when the sky over the square went wrong. The light dimmed at midday, not with cloud, but with wings. A rising column of pale gray moths, thousands of them, boiling up out of the tree line and pouring toward the warm lamps of the town. I had never seen them before. Nessa had. She called them ash moths, and she was already moving, because the pale dust on their wings is not soft. It is fine and dry, and it catches every flame it touches. And where it settles on skin, it dries and splits it like old paper. They kill the light first. Then they go for whatever is warm and breathing. Halvik's answer was instant and exactly wrong. He sealed the town gates, and he sealed the bunker, 60 rich souls locked safe inside an iron box, and everyone else, my people and half his own, left in a darkening square with the wings coming down. He had sold the last doors, now he shut them, and the arithmetic of who stood outside was suddenly the whole town. The obvious move, the one the crowd screamed for, was to cram every living body into my fortress. And this is the part of the rule I never get to skip. In the original cloth room, the count sat where it always sits. 300. My house fully protects 300 souls, and there were far more than 300 people in that square. I have made this mistake before. In part 5, I let a good man talk me into treating 11 extra people as a rounding error, and a girl named Miri nearly stopped breathing, and the system took 120 points out of my hide to teach me the lesson. I do not push bodies past the count anymore. Not to look generous, not for anything. So I did not open one door and pray. I turned the whole idea inside out. A bunker keeps you safe by holding still and holding everyone in one place. My house does the opposite. It is a set of legs. If the moths chase warmth, then warmth was going to get up and walk and take the town with it and leave them nothing to land on, which meant the safest place in Rivenport was about to be the last place anyone thought to look. Not the deep iron vault they had paid a fortune for. The moving thing. And the moving thing did not want a coin, or an oath, or the right kind of coat. The ash moths came down on the square like a gray tide, and the first thing they proved is that a bunker is only as good as its door. Rivenport's iron vault had 60 people sealed inside and a proud mechanical lock, and that lock had one weakness nobody had planned for. It breathed. It had to. 60 people need air, so the vault pulled it through fine grills. Fine grills and ash dust are a terrible pair. Within a minute, the moths had packed the intake with pale powder, and the great municipal lock, the one Halvek had sold as the safest metal in the county, seized on a single clogged tooth. The door would not open from the inside. 60 people who had bought certainty were now sealed inside a box that had jammed shut on their own filtered breath. I want to be fair to how ugly that was. The people I had every reason to resent, the ones who had paid to be separated from Jessa and her missing token, were now trapped in the dark banging on iron while ash choked their air. Being right about the bunker gave me exactly no satisfaction, because being right meant 60 people were suffocating in it. Out in the open square, my problem was different and just as loud. The moths killed the lamps one by one, and a crowd in sudden dark does the worst possible thing, which is run at the single lit doorway all at once. My doorway. 300 slots and 1,000 panicking people funneling toward it, and the system holding firm. Beyond 300, no full protection. It does not bend for a sad story. So I stopped defending a door and started building a road. Nessa had told me ash moths chase heat, so I gave them heat to chase on my terms. I ran my outer furnaces hot and pushed a chain of warm wagons out from the fortress in a long line toward the river. A bright warm ribbon laid across the dark for the swarm to follow. Kaya took the evacuation like she had drilled it 100 times because she had. She did not care that these were my people and hers and Halvek's all tangled together. She counted heads, set a pace, and moved the column along the warm wagons. And for the first time, the marshal who had aimed 500 crossbows at me was running my evacuation because it was simply the correct thing to do. Lyra did not take the column. Lyra took Jessa, because Jessa, instead of getting in the warm line to the river, had turned around and run back toward the jammed bunker, and Lyra went with her, blade up, cutting a path through moths for a baker with a plan. I did not send Jessa. I want that on the record, because the easy version of this is me nobly organizing a rescue. I did not organize this one. Jessa organized it because she had spent years shoving a long iron paddle into a hot oven, and she knew what a jammed door needed, which was a lever longer than a man's panic. She jammed her bread paddle into the seam of the seized municipal lock, set her baker's shoulders, and levered against a mechanism 60 rich men could not budge from the inside. The tooth that Ash had clogged was the same tooth she cracked. The great iron door of Rivenport's proudest safety measure came open on the strength of a woman it had refused to sell a place to. And out into the dark, and the moths and the walking warmth stumbled Halvek and his 60 paying customers, coughing, saved, through a breach made by the baker with 3 tokens. I did not have to say anything. The image said all of it. The bunker did not open for money. It opened for Jessa. But an open door is only half a rescue, because now those 60 were out in the swarm too, and the whole town was strung along a line of warm wagons crawling toward the river with a gray tide following the heat. If the wind shifted, the last group in that line would be caught between the moths and a town that had already locked its gates behind them. The wind shifted. Of course it did. A cold gust came off the water and pushed the swarm sideways, straight across the tail of my column, right where the slowest and the smallest were still moving. The warm ribbon that was supposed to lead the moths away from people now had people standing in it, and I could feel the whole rescue tilting toward the bad ending. This is where the shape of my house earned its keep, and I need you to see it as geometry, not magic. I could not add a single protected slot. What I could do was fold. I pulled the outer sections of the fortress around the tail of the column like a cupped hand, changing the shape of the warm zone so the heat the moths wanted was suddenly wrapped around the people instead of exposing them. The furnaces stayed hottest at the river edge, drawing the main swarm out over the water, and the folded outer wall gave the stragglers a warm shell to move inside while they crossed the last stretch. Nessa worked the whole way down the line, pressing damp cloth to split skin, calling which cuts could keep walking and which had to be carried. And at the front of that last group, leading the smallest and the slowest along the warm shell to the river, was Jessa. She had broken open a bunker and then refused to get in the safe part first. She walked the tail of the column, counting children, until the very last of Rivenport was past the moths and down at the water. The swarm hit the river, and the cold and the wide dark water lost the heat it had been chasing and came apart over the current in a falling gray drift. The lamps of the wagons burned on the far bank, and in the original cloth room, the count I had refused to break all night finally rewarded me for not breaking it. 150 of them had done the thing that matters. Not 60 in a bought box, not 1,000 crammed past the limit, but 150 people who had walked out of a locked town, chosen the moving warmth, and survived a real external danger under my protection. The old peg lit, and the ledger jumped by 1,500. 1,500 experience, and still no new rank, because a rank is not what this part was about. What moved was the other number. Those 150, safe on the far bank, chose to stay and register, and my residence went from 210 to 360. A town had walked out of its own gates and become part of a house with legs. Then Halvek came to find me, and to his small credit he did not pretend. He had sold the last doors and locked them, and a woman he refused had cracked one open to save his life. He stood in front of the moving thing he had called a plague ship and asked, out loud in front of his people, for a place in it. He asked me, but it was not my answer to give anymore, and that turned out to be the part that stung him most. I looked at Jessa, and Jessa, flower still on her arms, did not gloat and did not refuse. She told Halvek the terms of the resettled, which were the same terms for everyone. A place is open, it costs no oath and no coin. You ask, and you take your turn. The mayor who had built a business out of who gets a door was handed a door with no price on it by a baker who had none of his money and all of his nerve. Jessa did not become the voice of the resettled because I named her. She became it in the dark, with a bread paddle, and everyone at that river had watched it happen. I thought that was the win, and it was a good one. But the last thing that happened at the river was not a cheer. It was Nessa, kneeling by a dead moth in the mud, going very quiet in the way she goes quiet when a body is telling her something a person would lie about. She rubbed the pale dust from a wing and held it to a lamp. It was not just ash. Mixed in was a grit she knew, fine mineral dust off cut stone, and under it dark threads of the black resin we had chased since the ravine. She named it before I could. Closed mine stone. That was the thread that pulled the whole next stretch of my life loose. Somewhere nearby there was a mine that the map said was shut, sealed, finished. And something in it was being cut and mixed and packed onto the wings of things that fly toward warm towns. A place that was supposed to be empty was making the very dust that had almost killed Rivenport, and I was going to have to walk into it. The dust on those moth wings had a home, and Nessa had named it Closed Mine Stone. So we went to find the mine that was supposed to be shut, and I walked in wearing the one disguise that opens any door in this kingdom. I pretended to be a government inspection. The mine sat at the edge of the glass plains, a low black mouth in a hillside with a fence around it, and a sign that said the concession was closed by royal order. The sign was true. The mine was not closed. Cart tracks ran fresh through the gate, and smoke rose from a place the map swore was empty. Here is the beautiful thing about a place that is operating illegally. It cannot call the guards on a surprise inspection, because a surprise inspection is precisely what it is hiding from. The overseer met us at the gate ready to bribe or bully whoever showed up, and then Lyra opened her mouth. You have watched Lyra grow from a suspicious wounded stranger into a first guardian. What you have not seen until now is Lyra deploying her old life as a royal field auditor. And it is a thing of terror. She did not ask to enter. She informed the overseer he was already in violation, produced a real ledger, and demanded he explain himself. The man folded like wet paper. Within a minute, he was walking us deeper into his own illegal mine, apologizing for the state of the props, trying to justify numbers Lyra had not even asked about yet. A guilty man handed the truth to the person he most wanted to hide it from, because she used the voice of the authority he was cheating. Bram, meanwhile, had produced a genuine inspection form, the multi-page horror that Pava would have wept over, and started filling it in with vicious enthusiasm. Under hazardous materials present, he wrote everything here. Under corrective action required, he wrote yes, and then he made the overseer sign it, which meant the man signed a confession thinking it was a formality. We went deep, and the deeper we went, the less this looked like a mine, and the more it looked like a factory. Not for ore, for plates, racks of them. Dark resin poured over slivers of crystal, the exact craft that had been fired at me at the Alaris border and dusted across Rivenport on the wings of moths. Whatever the map said, this shut concession was the source. Bram found the number first, scratched into a crate. A warehouse number, the same style we had been chasing since a flooded ravine. The kind that ties a crate to a ledger to a man who wants his name on neither. He copied it and pocketed it carefully. That was when an old man caught my sleeve in the dark. Wiry, burned hands, an engineer's squint, and a fear in his face that had nothing to do with our fake inspection. His name was Kel, and he did not care about our forms. He grabbed me because he thought I was help, and he begged me to get his daughter out. She was down in the deep gallery, he said. They were keeping her. I had a rescue in my head instantly, because that is the shape the story wanted. Trapped daughter, brave father, heroes arrive. I started moving toward the deep gallery with Lyra, and I was already composing the part where we free the prisoner. I was wrong about almost every piece of it, and the first crack showed when I tried to free anyone at all, because the path out was open. We had walked in through an unlocked gate that an overseer was too frightened to close on inspectors. I turned to the nearest miners, told them the way was clear, told them to go, and not one of them moved. They looked at me like I was the dangerous one, and a woman near the ore cart asked me, very quietly, if I planned to feed her children when the eviction came. That question stopped me cold, and it is where the whole part turns, so let me lay it out the way she laid it out for me. These people were not chained. The chain was made of paper. Marden's operation did not need shackles when it held every document that made a miner a person and every deed that made a family a home. Here was the trap, and it was elegant and evil in equal measure. The miners' identity papers and their families' housing were held against their labor. If the mine closed, the workers who had run an illegal concession became criminals overnight, and their families lost the roofs tied to the job. Walk out the open gate, and you walked your children into homelessness and yourself into a warrant. The overseer, recovering his nerve, tried to turn that against me on the spot. See, he said, they stay by choice. No one is forced. And he was lying with a true fact, which is the most dangerous kind of lie, because from the outside, a man who will not leave an open door does look like a man who wants to stay. The system agreed with him, in its blunt way, and I need you to understand this because it is the rule doing its job. My shelter cannot read coercion. It cannot look at a miner and see the invisible warrant over his family. It does not declare anyone a prisoner or a volunteer in advance. Consent has to be spoken, out loud, by someone free to say no. Paper chains make that word impossible, and the system simply waits. So the rescue I had walked in to perform quietly died, and something harder took its place. You do not free these people by opening a door. You free them by taking the registry, the single set of records that tied the papers to the housing to the warehouse numbers. Break that, and the chain has nothing to hold. Leave it, and pulling out a few just gets the rest punished. I said as much out loud, and that is when the daughter I had come to rescue told me I was still thinking too small. Ina stepped out of the dark near the main winch, and she was not a captive waiting in a deep gallery. She was covered in the same black resin as the plates, a wrench in her hand, and the flat, unimpressed stare of a specialist watching an amateur reach a conclusion she had reached months ago. Kel started toward her with a father's relief, ready to carry her out, and she stopped him with 4 words. I am not leaving. Not because they held her, because she was the chief mechanic of this whole operation, and she had spent months doing something no rescue could have done from outside. She was the reason the plates kept failing. Ina had been quietly ruining every 10th plate. 1 in 10, a flaw too small to trace, poured wrong or set cold, so that the beacons Marden shipped out failed at a rate he could not explain and could not stop. She had turned herself into a saboteur inside the machine, and if her father dragged her out to safety, plate quality would jump the very next week and more towns would burn. She looked at me and made the argument better than I had. Pull out 10 people, she said, and Martin replaces them by nightfall and evicts their families as a warning. Take the registry, and every worker here is free at once, and the man upstream loses the only leash he owns. She had changed my goal for me, and she was right, and her father was staring at his daughter like he had never actually met her. That reckoning, the old engineer realizing the girl he came to save had been running her own war the whole time, was interrupted by the worst possible reminder that we were not alone. High on the gallery wall, a crystal set into the stone woke up with a low hum and a red eye, and it was pointed at me. Garrick. Of course it was Garrick. He was not down here in the dark with us. He was somewhere safe with a viewing crystal, and he had just started recording. Foreign fugitive breaks into a lawful royal mine, threatens the workers, seizes the records. He did not need the footage to be true. He needed it to exist, and now it did, and guards were already moving down the tunnel toward the hum. Two threats, closing at once, and both of them made worse by the thing that happened next, which was that Kel and Ina finally had the fight they had been saving for years. He shouted that she was coming out now, she shouted that she was finishing what she started, and their voices, raised in a mine held up by tired old props, did the one thing you must never do in the deep. They woke the burrowers. Crystal burrowers, Ina called them, stone-eating things that nest in worked-out galleries and sleep through drills but wake for sharp sound. The argument had rung down the shafts like a dinner bell, and the walls began to move. Now I had everything wrong at once, in the best tradition of my life. Guards coming up the main tunnel, a recording painting me as a saboteur, a registry I needed and did not have, a gallery full of people who could not leave, and stone-eating beasts waking in the dark because the rescue had turned into a shouting match. This is the point where I usually stop trying to be strong and start trying to be shaped. The burrowers came out of the walls, and a mine is the worst place in the world to be when the walls decide to move. They did not chase people. They chased the vibration of collapsing props, which meant every support beam that cracked drew them toward it, which meant the whole gallery was seconds from folding in on 150 trapped workers and a registry I still had not reached. Kel did the thing a lifetime of command had trained into him. He started giving his daughter orders. Get back, brace that post, follow me out. And Ina, who knew this mine better than any living person because she had been sabotaging it for months, did not obey. And for one ugly second, I watched a father and an engineer both be right and cancel each other out while the ceiling groaned. I could not fix that argument. What I could do was the one thing my shelter does that no mine and no army can. My fortress sat outside the mine mouth, and in its heart was the small room of worn cloth around the original peg I ever drove into the ground. I put my hand on that peg in the daylight, and I reached down into the dark. You have seen the fortress stretch before, into a bridge, into a spiral around a foreign tower. This was the hardest reach it had ever done, because it went where I could not see, down a tunnel, around a bend, threading a shield wall of linked shelter from the old peg outside all the way to the trapped gallery inside the hill. The wall did not appear by magic at their feet. It grew, foot by foot, and I could feel the strain of it in the cloth under my hand. And it came with a rule attached, the same rule that has governed every night of this story. The wall could brace the ceiling, but only where people held it up with me. The shelter would protect the gallery, but only for those who asked, out loud, awake, choosing it. I could not save a single person who would not say the word, and I could not say it for them. So it came down to Kel, and to the choice this part had been driving at the whole time. Keep commanding his daughter, or trust her. And in the groaning dark, with the ceiling coming down, the old engineer stopped giving orders. He asked Ina what to do, and Ina, finally, told him. Drive the burrowers into the empty East Gallery, the worked-out one, and let the beasts bring down stone that does not matter instead of stone that does. Kel executed his daughter's plan. He led a handful of miners banging on empty ore carts down the east tunnel, drawing the burrowers by sound into the abandoned gallery. And when the beasts hit the old supports there, the collapse ate rock no one needed. He came back gray with dust and told her in front of everyone that she was the best engineer this mine had ever had. 20 years too late and exactly on time. The woman from the ore cart, the one who asked who would feed her children, was near the front when the wall came through. She did not thank me. She held up a bundle of her family's papers, pulled from the overseer's own strongbox, and only then asked for passage. And the workers, with the burrowers drawn off and a wall of linked shelter bracing the good tunnel over their heads, finally asked, one at a time, 157 miners with their families' futures in the balance, said the word and stepped under my protection and held the ceiling with their own hands while they moved. They earned every point of it. The old peg lit under my palm, and the ledger jumped by 1,570. 157 survivors, and the number that mattered climbed with them. My residence went from 360 to 517 because the freed miners, once out and safe, chose to register rather than scatter into a kingdom that held warrants for them. Still short of the 1,000 an A-rank city needs, still B, but 517 people who had walked out of a paper prison on their own feet. And Ina walked out last because she went back for the one thing worth more than any single life in that mine. The registry, the master book that tied every paper to every house to every warehouse number and folded inside it a map. She came up into the daylight with Martin's whole leash in her arms, handed it to me, and I understood that I had not rescued an engineer. I had recruited an architect. I opened the registry once and understood why Ina had guarded it with her life. It was not one mine's paperwork. It was a whole system, names and deeds and warehouse numbers braided across more sites than this one. A map of how you own people without one visible chain. I let myself have about 10 seconds of feeling clever. Then Bram, who had been watching the horizon while the rest of us played Hero Underground, said my name in the flat tone that means the trap already closed. Because Garrick had not been waiting for us to fail. He had been waiting for us to win, on camera. By the time we surfaced, the edited version was already spreading. Not the truth, which was 157 people freed from paper slavery. The cut, which showed a foreign fugitive and an armed knight breaking into a sealed royal concession, threatening an overseer and carrying off its official records. Every true thing we had done, filmed and framed to look like exactly the crime Garrick needed. That recording landed, and I will not pretend otherwise. His cut did not lose. It could not lose in a day because it had real footage in it. And a lie built on real footage is the hardest kind to pull apart. Ina had handed me the registry that could eventually prove everything. Garrick had handed the kingdom a story that would get to a courtroom first, and it was going to a courtroom. Before we had even redistributed the freed miners through the fortress, a royal summons found us on the plain, sealed and formal. The Crown wanted Ren Vale to answer, in person, for what a certain viewing crystal appeared to show. My mine rescue had bought me 517 residents and a trial for foreign sabotage in the same afternoon. But the summons was not even the thing blocking the road. When we turned the fortress toward the capital to answer it, the whole width of the glass plains was already occupied. A caravan. Hundreds of wagons, ringed and waiting. And at its center a broad woman with a gray streak in her hair, and the flat certainty of someone who had told a lot of powerful people no. 483 people, she told me before I even asked, and not one of them was going to become my citizen. Her name was Sova, and she had heard about the walking city that collected the grateful and the desperate, and she had parked her caravan across my only road to say one thing to my face. Her people were not for sale. Not to a conqueror, and especially not to a kind man. So a woman named Sova had parked 483 people across my only road and told me they were not for sale. And the terrible, inconvenient thing was that she was the first person in this entire story to understand what I was building and to be right to be afraid of it. Let me remind you where the numbers stood, because this part is a math problem wearing a political costume. My shelter was B rank, a mobile fortress, and the next rung, an A rank caravan city, needed two things known to me for a while now: 1,000 voluntary residents. And those residents surviving a real danger while the whole thing moved as one. I had 517 residents. Sova had 483 people. You can do that sum as fast as I did, standing on the plane looking at her. 517 and 483 is 1,000 exactly. The road to A rank was standing right in front of me, in wagons, refusing to move. And every instinct I had built over 13 parts told me to close the gap. That is the trap. And Sova saw it before I did. The easiest thing in the world, at 517, is to start seeing the next 483 as a number I need instead of people who need me. She had come to make sure I could not. She was broad-shouldered and gray-streaked and sun-dark, wrapped in a cloak sewn from old trade banners, and she did not raise her voice once. 483 was never a crowd to her. It was 90-odd families, a smith, 2 midwives, a school run out of a grain wagon, and a burial ground she carried along as ash because she would not leave her dead behind. She told me she had watched my walking city collect the grateful and the desperate, and that a city which grows by rescuing frightened people is the easiest tyranny ever built, because everyone inside it chose the walls while afraid. I wanted to argue. I did not, because she was describing a real danger, and the honest part of me had felt it. When you are the roof that saves people from dying, gratitude does a lot of your governing for you. And gratitude is not the same thing as consent. A person thanking you for their life will sign almost anything you put in front of them. Bram, of course, saw a number that needed closing and reached for the fastest tool he owned. He suggested, entirely seriously, an hourly citizenship. People could sign up for the walking city 1 hour at a time, cancel anytime, no commitment, first hour free. He had a form half-drafted before he finished the sentence. The whole plane laughed. Sova's people laughed. My people laughed. Even a couple of Kaya's border soldiers laughed. And that laugh did more work than any speech I could have given, because everyone heard at once how absurd it is to make belonging into a subscription. You cannot solve a consent problem with better paperwork. Bram put the form away, wounded. Then Sova laid out what she actually wanted, and it was not freedom in the abstract. It was 3 specific, concrete demands, and I want you to hear them because they became the constitution of everything that came after. Her people keep their own chosen leader. Her people keep the right to leave, and her people keep their property when they go. Kaya, standing at my other shoulder as the border marshal who still technically had me on a 72-hour leash, thought Sova was describing chaos. A city where a whole district can pack up and walk out whenever it likes, taking its wagons and its grain with it, is not a city, Kaya said. It is a crowd with good manners, and it will shatter the first time you need it to hold. They were both right, which by now you know is my least favorite kind of problem. Sova was right that a city built on rescued gratitude becomes a cage. Kaya was right that a city anyone can quit at any moment cannot survive a siege, and I was standing between them at 517 out of 1,000, forbidden by my own rule from cheating either of them, because that is the line I would not cross, and I said it out loud so Bram would stop looking at his form. No one gets registered without saying yes themselves, awake, unpressured, understanding what it means. In the original cloth room, the count sat at 517, and the system offered me nothing. It does not register the willing automatically. It waits for the word, the same as it always has. And here was the beautiful, maddening corner I was backed into. The road was blocked. The trial summons was ticking. I needed to move, and I needed residents to move as a city. But the one thing that would have made Sova sign, an attack, a danger, a reason to be grateful, was the one thing I am forbidden to want. I could not wish for a monster to make my point for me, so I had to actually solve it, like an adult, with a worse and slower tool than fear, which is a fair deal that survives being read twice. I built her a council, and I built it out loud, in front of everyone, so there could be no fine print. Not one leader over districts, but districts with their own leaders and one shared table. Each district keeps its own head. Each district gets a vote counted by people, not by wagons or grain or gold. And any district can leave after a shared danger has passed, walking out whole. Sova listened to all of it with her arms crossed, and then she found the gap I had left, because she is smarter than me about exactly this. Leave after the danger passes, she repeated. And who decides when the danger has passed? You, the man with the walls. She had caught the quiet little lever by which every protector eventually becomes a jailer, the power to say the emergency is not over yet. I did not have a good answer ready, and I did not pretend to. That is the difference between me at Part 5, who talked over Nessa and nearly killed a child, and me now. I let the specialist in human freedom correct my draft. The exit right could not depend on my judgment of safety. It had to be theirs. A district leaves when its own council votes to leave, and my walls open, and I do not get a say. That cost me something real, and I want to be clear it was not a trick. I was handing away, on purpose, the power to hold people I might genuinely need. If Sova's district walked out the night before a battle, I would be weaker, and they would be gone with their wagons, and I would have agreed to it in advance. I signed that away because the alternative was a city I would eventually have to be ashamed of. And then, one by one, her people started to sign. Not all of them, and not her. 482 of Sova's 483 read the district charter, argued about it, changed 2 lines, and put their names down of their own free will. The counter in the original room climbed and stopped one short of the thing I wanted most, 999. I want you to sit in that number with me, because I did, and it was the longest pause of the whole story. 517 and 482 is 999, one name away from an A-rank city, and the one name was Sova, standing right there, pen declined, watching me to see what a man does when he is one signature from everything he wants. And the signature is a person with the right to say no. Every version of me from the early parts wanted to push, find the argument, apply the pressure, close the deal. The counter said 999, and my whole body wanted to make it 1,000. And Sova was not withholding to be cruel. She was withholding because she had not yet heard the one promise that mattered. And she was right that I had not made it. Because she had signed away everything except the fear underneath it all. Property, not greed. Survival. Her 483 were independent because their wagons and grain and tools were theirs, and every leader who had ever offered them safety had eventually found a reason those wagons belonged to the whole. Leave if you like, such men always say. Leave with nothing. So I closed that door too, and it was the most expensive sentence I said all day. A district that leaves takes everything it brought and everything it earned. Its wagons, its grain, its share, whole and unquestioned. And if I am ever the reason a leaving district goes poor, then I have already become the thing Sova crossed a plane to stop. Bram, at that, quietly took his forced registration form, the one he had prepared for this moment, and tore it in half. And then I did the thing that actually earned her name. I told her I would not move. The road was blocked, the trial was waiting, and I said out loud that I would sit on this plane at 999 rather than take a signature I had squeezed out of a person who felt she had no choice. If she never signed, we would find another road. The rank could wait. The rule could not. Kaya looked at me like I had lost my mind, and then, slowly, like I had found something she had not expected. She had come into this expecting me to be a softer kind of conqueror. Watching me refuse an A-rank city rather than pressure, one woman rearranged something behind her eyes. The most sustainable city she had ever seen was the one whose builder just refused to fill its last seat by force. And Sova, in the quiet after I said I would not move, with no danger at her back and no gratitude in her chest and nothing pushing her but the deal itself, uncrossed her arms and signed. 1,000. She became the 1,000th resident of my walking city because I proved I would rather not have it than take her, which is the only reason worth becoming anything to anyone. The counter read 1,000, and nothing happened. No evolution, no golden light, no rank. Because 1,000 residents was only the first of the two conditions, and I had told you that from the start. The second was surviving a real danger while the whole thing moved as one, and the system does not hand out cities for good paperwork. It waited. Martin did not. A man who owns the danger monopoly does not need to predict your choices. He only needs to be watching for the moment they leave you exposed. Sova signed, the counter hit 1,000, and somewhere out on the glass plains, one of Martin's beacons woke up. Because 1,000 people gathered in one place with only 300 protected is the softest target he had ever been handed. The glass plains earned their name within the hour, and I finally learned why the old maps had drawn that whole region in warning red. A beacon woke something under the old glassed ground, a leviathan of fused sand and crystal, moving beneath the surface like a shark under ice. Ahead of it came a cutting storm, a wind full of glass grit that flensed anything standing still. Every route off the plain closed at once. 1,000 new citizens, and full protection for only 300 of them. And I want to be exact about that limit, because this is the part the rule would not let me cheat. I did not have an A-rank city yet. I had a B-rank fortress and 1,000 people, and my walls could truly, magically protect 300. The other 700, including most of Sova's district who had signed their names 10 minutes ago, had my geometry and my planning and my team and no magic guarantee at all. So we did not hide 1,000 people inside 300 slots and pray. We built a moving city out of what 1,000 people already had, and it came together in 3 pieces I will remember for the rest of my life. First, the fortress itself became the head, the shielded prow, turning its full protected 300 slots into the leading edge that took the Leviathan's charge so the soft body behind it could move. Second, the wagons became the streets. Sova's 483 wagons, the property I had just sworn she could keep, locked axle to axle into moving avenues. This is where Olin's old quick-release design and Ina's rollers earned their place, because a street that can shed a burning wagon in one pull does not trap the people walking it. The city had roads before it had a rank. And third, the people became the supports. The freed miners from the mine, 517 parts of my count, did underground what they had done for Martin by force, and now did for a neighbor by choice. They braced. Where the storm tried to lift a wagon street, miners held it. Where the Leviathan cracked the ground, miners shored it. Kel read the glass the way Ina had taught him, palm flat to the ground, and called the Leviathan's line a breath before it surfaced, so the nearest wagon street could shed an axle and roll clear. A city held up, literally, by the hands of people who 3 parts ago could not leave a hole in the ground. Sova led her own district, and when the Leviathan surfaced under her column, she made the call I could not make. She dumped her empty wagons into its path, not the loaded ones, not the ones with people or grain, the empties, sacrificing the property I had just sworn to protect because it was hers to spend, and she spent it to save her people. The thing I had refused to take from her. she gave. The Leviathan crashed through a wall of empty wagons, lost the column in the glass storm, and the 1,000 of them moved, not as a crowd. As a structure, a walking city with a shielded head and wagon streets and human supports, crossing the glass plains through a cutting wind. A woman who refused to be my citizen had just organized the finest evacuation I ever watched, under her own name and her own charter. And when the 1,000th of them, moving, in real danger, under the shape we had built together, came through to the far side alive, the old peg lit under my hand and the whole world changed rank. B became A. My mobile fortress became a caravan city, a full kilometer of it, and the protected capacity climbed from 300 to 1,000. Both conditions met in the open, with no one coerced and no danger I had wished for. And at the center of that new kilometer of streets and workshops and wagon avenues, exactly where it had always been, sat a small room of worn cloth and an old flap around a first metal peg. 1,000 people now, and every decision still made from inside a tent. The receipt was the smallest part of it. What mattered was Kaya, who had come to arrest an invading war machine and now stood in the glass dust, watching a self-governing city of autonomous districts survive as one body, admitting out loud that it worked. Autonomy had not shattered under pressure. It had held better than obedience would have, and Sova got exactly what she crossed a plane to secure, which was not safety. It was power. She took a seat as head of the largest district in my new city, a seat with a vote that can stop me, override me, and walk 1,000 people out my gates if I ever become the man she was afraid of. I did not give her a place beneath me. I built a chair she could use against me, and that is the only kind of citizen worth having. I let myself feel it for one honest minute, standing in my kilometer-long city with 1,000 free residents and Sova's banner cloak snapping in the last of the storm. From one torn tent and one guest to this, then the minute ended, the way it always does. Because A rank does not answer the question of who owns any of it, and a rider was already crossing the settling plain toward my new city gates, carrying a summons with 3 seals on it, from a court called the Three Keys Tribunal. It demanded I prove that the tent, the house, the inn, the camp, the fortress, and this whole walking city had ever belonged to me at all. And riding at his side, holding an old guild registry with my name crossed out of it, was Garrick. Before this part starts, you should know something. You have watched me be clever for 4 straight episodes, and clever is about to cost me everything I built. This is the part where I win the biggest legal fight of my life and lose my whole city in the same hour, and both of those were my own doing. We arrived at the capital as a walking kilometer, which turns out to be an awkward size for a city gate. My lead tower, the shielded prow that had eaten a leviathan, clipped the top of the royal gatehouse and knocked a few centuries of decorative stonework into the moat. A grand entrance, technically. Bram's response to damaging a royal gate with our home was to immediately bill the crown for the damage our home had taken from their gate. He had an invoice written before the dust settled, itemized, with a line for emotional distress to the tower. It is a genuine gift, being that shameless. It also, absurdly, worked as an opening move, because it made the palace treat us as a party with standing instead of a mob. The man who came out to meet us was Chancellor Orden, gray and precise, the kind of official who has survived 4 monarchs by never being surprised in public. He did not arrest me, which I had half expected. Instead, he did something worse and smarter. He convened a court, the Three Keys Tribunal, 3 sealed judges, to settle a question I had been too busy surviving to answer. Did any of this actually belong to me? Orden required a protected exchange of evidence between the court and my city, which meant documents traveling back and forth between the tribunal and the original cloth room where my one city key lived. And for that, he needed a courier the court would trust and I would allow inside my core. That is how I met the person who would take my city apart. Her name was Veka. Lean, fast, rope-burned hands, a gray hood, the specific wariness of someone used to being moved along. She was a rooftop courier, the kind who carries messages over a city instead of through it. And when Orden's clerk asked for her papers to register her as an official court runner, she went very still and admitted she did not have any. Legally, Veka did not exist. Now, you have to understand what that meant in this kingdom. No papers meant no name the law would recognize, no right to own, testify, or be wronged. She had spent her whole life invisible on purpose because visible and undocumented is just a slower word for arrested. And she stood in front of a chancellor and a foreign court and admitted it, because the alternative was walking away from the first real work anyone had offered her. So, I registered her. On the spot, as a citizen of my city, with a name the record would hold. And I watched something happen in her face that I did not have the wisdom to be careful about. She had been no one her entire life, and a stranger had just written her down as someone. She looked at that entry like it might vanish if she blinked. I thought I was being kind. I was being kind. That was not the problem. The problem was that I let being kind make a security decision, and Lyra saw it before I did. She pulled me aside, first guardian to keeper, and said the thing that makes this my mistake and not Veka's. Use 2 couriers, she said. Split the route, double the seal, so no single person ever holds sole access to the city key. Not because Veka is a thief, because no one should be a single point of failure, and you know that. She was right. She was completely, boringly, professionally right, and I want you to sit with how right she was. Because I did not. I heard her precaution as an insult. I had just told a woman the world erased that I trusted her, and now I was going to hedge that trust with a second guard at her shoulder. It felt like handing someone a name and a suspicion in the same breath. So I said no. I told Lyra that giving Veka a real chance meant giving her the real access. That you cannot tell a person you trust them and then post a watcher, that half-trust is just a slower insult. It was a beautiful principle. I believed every word. And it was the exact same flaw that nearly killed Miri in Part 5, wearing a nicer coat. I took a clean idea about dignity and drove it straight past the point where it stopped being wise. Lyra did not fight me on it. She had learned over many parts that she could warn me once, clearly, on the record, and then let the choice be mine and the consequence be mine too. She said, fine, it is your call. And she made sure 3 people heard her say it was her recommendation and my override. She was not building a case against me. She was making sure that when this went wrong, I would have no one else to blame. And into that perfectly avoidable gap walked Garrick, on schedule, with a leather folio and a smile. Because the tribunal was not only about whether I owned my city. Garrick had brought a claim of his own. He produced the Road Guild's official registry, a heavy public book, and in it my name, and beside my name, the tent, logged as guild property. His argument was simple. I had not been given a gift. I had stolen guild equipment, and everything it became was stolen too. It landed harder than it should have, because Lyra's royal auditor token, the one that had cut through so many arguments, had been formally suspended the moment I became a defendant. My star witness was benched. Against Garrick's heavy official ledger, my side of the story suddenly sounded like exactly what he wanted it to sound like. The word of a fugitive against the word of the guild. So there it was, the shape of the whole part locked in. Garrick with a registry and a strategy. Me with a legal case I could win, and a security hole I had personally dug. And Veka, freshly named, standing by the one city key with sole access, being watched from across the room by a man who had spent this entire story learning that the fastest way to hurt me was never to attack me. It was to attack the thing I had just decided to trust. Garrick's registry was a strong move, and for about a minute the tribunal leaned his way. A guild ledger is a serious document, and my counter-argument was a story about wolves and a torn tent that sounded, said out loud in a marble hall, faintly insane. Orden was ready to rule the tent was recovered guild property. I could feel my whole kingdom about to be handed back to the man who exiled me. So I did the only thing I had. I did not argue with his registry. I asked the court to read mine. The full exile order, the original document Garrick himself had drawn up the day he threw me out. The one I had been carrying through every form this shelter ever took. I asked the scribe to read all of it, out loud. Not the summary Garrick had helpfully provided, but every line in Garrick's own hand. Garrick objected, fast, and that is when Lyra earned her suspended token for free. She did not need authority to point out that a court reading a document in evidence should read the whole document. Ordon agreed. The scribe read, and halfway down the page, in the florid official language of a man who wanted to make my humiliation permanent, came the line that ended Garrick's claim. Written off property of no value, the scribe read, transferred to the exile without right of return. I need you to hear what Garrick did to himself there, to make my exile as insulting as possible, to make sure I could never come crawling back to claim anything. He had officially recorded the tent as worthless garbage, given away for good, with no path to reclaim it. He had written me a deed. To prove I was nothing, he had signed away everything. The hall went quiet. Orden read the line again himself, silently, and then ruled. Property transferred without right of return is transferred. The tent, and by extension every evolution grown from it, belonged to me, by Garrick's own hand, in the guild's own registry. The man had spent 15 parts trying to take my house and had just proven, in the highest court in the kingdom, that he gave it to me on purpose. Bram, because he is Bram, immediately rose to demand 15 parts of back depreciation on a capital asset the guild had abandoned, plus storage. I do not think he collected. I do think making Garrick listen to an invoice in his moment of legal defeat was worth more to Bram than the money. For one bright ringing moment, I had won. Completely, publicly. on the record. And Garrick, who has never once in this story reacted to defeat like a cartoon, did not sputter or rage. He simply changed the subject to the one I had not secured. If the tent is truly his, Garrick said to the court, then ask him how he filled it. Ask him how a man goes from one guest to 1,000 citizens in a single season. Ask whether those people are residents or inventory he bought with the promise of walls. It was a good attack, because it was the exact question Sova had crossed a plane to ask me, and I had answered it once already, with a charter. So I answered it again, in public, the only way that means anything. I did not defend myself. I opened the gates. I told the court that any citizen who wished to leave my city could walk out now, keep everything they owned, and lose nothing, and that the vote was theirs and not mine to manage. Sova ran that vote herself, district by district, precisely because she is the one person present who would have loved to prove me a tyrant. And her districts, freely, with the gates open and the road clear, stayed. Not all. A few families left, took their wagons, went with my blessing and their property exactly as promised. And their leaving is what proved the rest had chosen. You cannot buy 1,000 people who are free to walk out the open door. So I won that too. 2 claims, 2 victories, in the highest court in the land. I had never been more legally secure in my life, which is, of course, the precise moment the floor came out from under me. The tribunal now needed to verify my ownership physically against the one reinforced city key, and the only person with access to carry that key between the court and my core was a newly named woman being watched by a patient man. The tribunal asked for the city key, the reinforced imprint of my first peg, the single physical token that told the whole A-rank city its walls were mine to raise. And Veka, my official registered courier, went to fetch it, alone, exactly as I had insisted she be allowed to, while I stood in the marble hall enjoying the finest legal victory of my career. Here is what I did not see, because I was busy being proven right. Garrick had found Veka before the tribunal ever convened. He had not offered her money because money was not what she lacked. He had offered her the one thing the world and I had both dangled and never quite made real. Papers, a full, permanent, unquestionable legal identity, the kind that could never be suspended the way Lyra's token just had, in exchange for one seal. And I had handed her the means myself, sole access. No second courier, no double seal, no watcher, because posting one would have felt like calling her a criminal, and I was too proud of my own kindness to protect my own city. Veka walked into the original cloth room with the trust of the only person who had ever named her, and she swapped the seal, and she carried the real city key out to Garrick's people. I felt it before any messenger reached me. The whole city flinched. In the original room, a short, flat line of system text appeared, the kind that does not care about your feelings. City key seized. External protection, 1,000. Dropping to 0, and I watched, from a marble courtroom, my entire kilometer of streets and towers begin to fold, with 1,000 people still standing in them. I need to be precise about what was lost, because it matters for everything after. The city key was an imprint, a copy, the amplified fingerprint of the real thing. The original first peg, the actual worn metal in the actual cloth room, was not stolen. Veka could not have taken it if she tried, and to her credit, whatever else she did, she never reached for it. So the base contour survived. My F-rank core still breathed. But the amplification that turned a core into a city was simply gone. External protection, 1,000 to 0. Not the fortress, not the walls. The magic that made them safe. A kilometer of city folding into vertical slabs and dead avenues, with 1,000 residents suddenly standing in a structure that was, for the first time since a torn tent, offering them nothing but its physical shape. Nessa was already moving before I was. Ina too. This is where my architecture failed and my people did not. Nessa turned the folding districts into a triage map, calling which sections could shed people and which would crush them, while Ina used rollers and axles to keep the streets from becoming a mill. 1,000 residents held their own city up with their hands in Sova's charter, section by section, because the man who built it had left the front door unlocked out of pride. And Sova, whose charter gave her every right to walk her district out the open gate and leave me to my mess, did not. She set her people to bracing the largest avenue and sent me one flat message through the smoke. The exit is a right, not a threat, and tonight we hold. The rule I had feared became the thing that held my city up. Lyra found me in the middle of it. And here is what she did, and why I would follow her into anything. She did not say she had told me so. She did not need to, and she is better than that. She looked at me and asked one question. Whose call was this? And she waited, in front of my team, until I said it out loud. Mine. My decision, my override, my responsibility. She was not twisting a knife. She was making sure I learned the lesson at full price. Veka did not come back to explain. She did not send word, did not justify, did not weep about a hard childhood. She left with Garrick's wagon and the promise of a name, and the last anyone saw of her that night was a gray hood on a rooftop, moving away, carrying the key that folded my city. I will not tell you yet whether she stays gone. I will only tell you she did not pretend, and that made it worse. The queen herself came down for the aftermath, because a foreign city collapsing in your capital is a security matter no chancellor handles alone. She did not offer to fix it. She offered a temporary charter, a paper that let my folded city exist on her soil for now, and with it she laid out the road ahead, the higher ranks and their prices, spoken plainly so I would know what standing back up would cost. The next rank, an S-rank distributed capital, would not be won by growing bigger. It would be won only if 1,000 citizens could hold the functions of their city by their own hands, through the loss of central control, and survive a real danger while doing it. She was describing, almost word for word, the exact catastrophe I was standing in. My worst night had just been named as the price of my next evolution. And she named the timer, because there is always a timer. The night migration was 1 night away. A great seasonal movement of driven things was already turning toward the capital, toward a folded, keyless, motionless city full of 1,000 people that could no longer raise a single protective wall. My city key was riding away in the iron wagon of the man who had arranged all of it, and the only thing standing between 10,000 claws and my people was a charter, a knight, and the hands of citizens I had failed. Last part, I lost my city to a woman I trusted too fast. This part, she stole it back. And the strange thing I want you to hold on to is that neither of those facts cancels the other. She still betrayed me. She still came back. Both are true, and I am done pretending a person has to be only one thing. Let me show you what defeat actually looked like the morning after. My kilometer of city was lying on its side. Half the districts had folded into vertical slabs when the key was pulled, so the streets were now walls and the walls were now floors, and 1,000 people were living in a city that had tipped over like a bookshelf. Only one thing still worked. In the very center, the small room of old cloth around the original peg was humming along on its base contour, the tiny original heartbeat that no thief could steal because the real peg was never the thing that left. Everything the amplifier had built was dark. The seed it grew from was still warm. Keep that in mind. It is the whole ball game. In the old cloth room, the peg showed me the condition I had been dreading, the one I could never trigger on purpose. This rank would come only when 1,000 citizens held every function of the city through the total loss of central control and survived a real danger while they did it. The system had named my catastrophe as my next doorway, and now the catastrophe was here. And a night was coming. The night migration, a seasonal flood of driven things that Martin's beacons had learned to steer, was turning toward the capital, toward a folded, protectionless, motionless city of 1,000 people. My walls could not rise. My key was in an iron box in Garrick's wagon, already rolling away. I had one night and no magic. Now, the old me, the me from about 10 parts ago, would have made this all about getting the key back. Chase the wagon, recover the heart, restore the city, save the day. And I want to be clear that this instinct is the exact disease that lost me the city in the first place. The belief that everything ran through one object, one room, one me. So I did not start with a chase. I started with a confession and a chore list. I stood in the middle of my toppled city and told 1,000 people the truth, which is that I had built something that one stolen seal could switch off, and that this was my failure and not a stroke of bad luck. Then I stopped talking about myself and started handing out jobs. Props to this district, water to that one, light here, evacuation routes there. Ordinary, physical, unmagical tasks, the kind a city does with its own hands when the miracle is unavailable. Ina broke the work into pieces small enough that no single group held anyone else's life, and handed those pieces out like a foreman, not a savior. If the migration came tonight, we would meet it as 1,000 people doing 1,000 jobs. Thomas took the Eastern District and he brought his daughter. You met Miri in part 5, the girl who nearly stopped breathing because I once treated air like a rounding error. She is not a frightened child anymore, and she knows more about airflow than anyone here because she has studied nothing else since the night it almost killed her. She walked the tilted section, calling which vents to open and which to seal, and the man who nearly suffocated her did what she said. My worst mistake had grown up into the best engineer of breath in the city. While I was doing that, Veka was somewhere out on the rooftops, learning what her betrayal had actually bought her. Because Garrick, being Garrick, had lied to her the way he lies to everyone, with a document. The permanent legal identity he promised her, the name that would finally make her real, turned out to belong to a man who had been dead for 11 years. Sit with the cruelty of that. He did not just use her. He handed a woman who had spent her whole life not existing a set of papers that made her exist as a corpse. The one thing she sold her soul for was a dead man's name. Garrick had calculated that she would take the deal, do the theft, and then either die in the migration or vanish, a loose end that erased itself. He made one error, and it was mine to give her. Because I had registered Veka as a citizen before the trial, on the record, in front of the Chancellor, and the temporary charter the Queen had granted recognized the testimony of registered residents. Veka did not need Garrick's dead man. She was already, legally, someone. I had made her real by accident on the day she was planning to betray me, and it was the one thing that gave her a way back. Meanwhile, Bram was doing what Bram does, which is find money in a catastrophe. Half my rooms were sideways, unusable, tilted 90 degrees. So Bram started renting them out as premium lodging with, and I quote his sign, panoramic floor-to-floor windows and a bold new relationship with gravity. People laughed. And laughing people do not stampede, which meant Bram's stupid joke was doing real crowd control while I organized the walls. Kellen found me as the lights started to fail. You remember Kellen, the bannerman who lowered the red flag at the midpoint and broke half an army. He had been watching the rooftops, and he had spotted a gray hood moving against the traffic, out toward the road where Garrick's wagon was making its slow, armored way north. Veka was going after the key. Alone. On the exact rooftops she knew better than anyone alive. And here was my decision, the one that shows whether I actually learned anything. I did not send a squad to help her, and I did not send a squad to stop her. I did neither. I let Veka make her own choice because it was hers to make, and I turned back to my city because 1,000 people needed their keeper more than one courier needed a rescue. If she came back, she came back. My job was the night. The migration hit before full dark, which is the cruelty of that season. The driven things came out of the north in a gray tide, and my city, tipped on its side and stripped of every wall, met them with nothing but 1,000 people and a chore list. No magic protection, no golden seams, just hands, and the hands held. I need you to see this the way I did, because it is the most beautiful thing in the whole story, and it happened with the magic switched off. Ina and Thomas ran the roller sections, sliding tilted slabs into barricades faster than the tide could climb them. Nessa ran the water, dousing the sections the beasts tried to burn. Lyra ran evacuation, folding the weak and the small back through the district's one-held corridor at a time. Sova ran the signals. From the high point of her toppled district, she called the whole city like a conductor. Her voice relayed hood to hood across the rooftops, every district head answering in turn. The autonomous districts I had built to keep myself from becoming a tyrant were now the only reason the city could fight at all, because a city with 1,000 small commanders does not die when you take its one big key. And every signal Sova threw did double duty because it also lit Veka's path. When Sova called a district to hold a roofline, that roofline went bright and defended, and a gray hood used it as a running lane. When Kellen flashed a lantern to mark a clear jump, he was coordinating my defense and guiding my thief in the same motion. The city fighting for its life was, without meaning to, building Veka a road to the wagon. She reached it at the north edge, and Garrick was waiting for her, because of course he was. He is never surprised. He stood in the open door of his iron wagon with the key box under his arm and told her the truth as a final insult. He told her the map was already gone. The copy of the Grand Anchor Plan, the thing this was all really about, had left an hour ago by a different road with a different rider. She had chased the wrong prize. And that was true. That is the part I cannot pretend away. Garrick let Veka have the key because the key was never his real objective. He had already extracted the strategic thing, the map of Martin's anchor network, and sent it safely on. Getting the city key back was going to cost me nothing he needed, and letting Veka take it made her look like my hero while the actual weapon rode north to the Duke. Even losing, Garrick was winning the more important game. I have to give the man his due. He staged the whole night as a trick, every eye on the bright key in his left hand, while his right walked the real prize out a side door an hour early. He would lose a city he never wanted and keep a map that could burn one down. But Veka did not come for the map. She came for the key, and for something she could not have named a week ago, which was to be a person who finished on the right side of a thing for once. She took the box. Garrick let her. And then she had to get it home, across a migration, on rooftops, with the whole gray tide between her and the city, which is where the part stops being about her alone. Because Veka could not make that crossing by herself, and the story refuses to let her. The crossing itself I will remember until I die. Veka went out over the tide on rooftops that were half sideways, clearing gaps that used to be alleys and were now cliffs. Twice a gray thing came up a wall beneath her, and twice a district she had never met threw light on the roofline a breath before her foot landed. Sova was calling the city, and the city, without being asked, was calling her home. She got home on Bram's trade cable, the heavy line he strings between districts to move cargo, which Kellen swung out to the north edge on Sova's signal at the exact moment Veka needed a way over the tide. She clipped the key box to a merchant's pulley and rode it back over a sea of claws because a bannerman, a merchant, a matriarch, and 1,000 working citizens put the line where her hands could reach it. She came in over the wall on a cargo hook with an iron box and an arrow through the edge of her hood, and she did not land like a hero. She landed like someone who had done one right thing and knew it did not erase the wrong one. She put the box in my hands and stepped back, and she did not ask for anything, which is the only version of this I could have accepted. So now I had my key back. In the middle of a battle my city was winning without it, and I faced the single most important decision of the whole second half. The easy thing, the thing every nerve in my body wanted, was to run to the original room and plug the key back in and turn the walls on and end the terror. Restore the city. Be the savior. Fix it the way it was. And the way it was is precisely what almost killed everyone. A city with one heart is a city one theft from death. I had just watched 1,000 people hold their home together by hand precisely because the magic was gone and the work was shared. If I plugged the key back into one central socket, I would be rebuilding the single point of failure with my own hands and handing the next Veka the same power to switch off 1,000 lives. So I did not restore the city. I redistributed it. With Ina at my shoulder, translating the idea into physical craft, I took the imprint of the first peg and I split it. Not one city key, but 10 district seals, one for each autonomous district, each able to raise its own walls, none able to switch off another. The power that had lived in one stolen box now lived in 10 hands that answered to 10 councils. And the system had been waiting for this, because it was the condition it named parts ago. S-rank was never about growing bigger. It was about 1,000 citizens holding the functions of a city through the total loss of central control, and then surviving a real danger while they did it. I had spent the whole night unwillingly performing the exact test the Queen had described. We passed it the hard way, without knowing we were passing. The old peg lit under my hand, and A became S. My caravan city became a wandering capital, and the protected capacity climbed from 1,000 to 3,000. But the receipt was the smallest part. The real change was that there was no longer a heart you could cut out. You could steal anyone's seal now, and 9 districts would raise their walls anyway. I had turned my worst weakness into the shape of the thing itself. Ina walked me through what she had really done, because this was her craft and not my magic. She had taken one amplified fingerprint and taught it to answer to 10 thumbs instead of one, wiring each district core to its own council, so the city could never again be switched off by a single stolen hand. I gave the order. She built the thing that made the order true. Ina set the 10 seals with her own hands and made each district head press their own thumb to their own core, so that from that night forward, no one, including me, could raise or lower a district that had not agreed. Sova took the first seal and the first responsibility and did not thank me for it, because it was not a gift. It was a duty she had earned by holding the line all night. Kaya watched me split one key into 10 and said the thing a border marshal is not supposed to say about a foreign power. It was the first city she had ever seen that could not be conquered by capturing its ruler, because it had chosen not to have one. Then she asked very quietly for the whole procedure in writing, so Alaris could study a thing that should not work and plainly did. The 7th seal went to the woman from the mine, the one who once asked me who would feed her children when the eviction came. She pressed her thumb to her own district core, the first real power she had ever held over her own life, and she did not look at me while she did it. She looked at her kids. That is what a distributed city actually is. It is a mother who no longer needs my permission to be safe, and Veka. Veka did not get forgiven. I want to be precise, because the cheap version of this story hands her a hug and a fresh start. She got something better and harder. She got to keep the citizenship I had registered, the right to testify, and a job, all under Lyra's brand new access procedures, which Lyra wrote that very night, and which begin essentially with the phrase, "never again." Veka could work. Veka could stay. Veka would be watched. She said that was fair. It was. Lyra pulled me aside one more time, not to say she told me so, but to make me sign my own new rule. 2 seals for any core access, 2 witnesses for any transfer, no single hand on the whole city ever again. I signed it gladly. The mistake in part 15 cost me a city for a night. The lesson was worth more than the city. So, we had won. A wandering capital, 10 seals, 3,000 slots, 1,000 citizens who now knew they were the city and not its passengers. The migration broke against us and drained away north into the dark. For one clean breath, I stood in a righted, humming, distributed capital and felt like I had finally built something that could not be taken from me by a single blow. And then I looked north, where the migration had gone, and I understood that Garrick had let me have all of this on purpose, because the map was already with Marden. And out on the plains beyond the capital, two armies were moving. The border force of Alaris and the host of the duchy, converging on the one neutral city sitting between them. Mine. I told myself I was ready for it, and I told myself the thing that was about to become my third real mistake. I told myself that a neutral city simply had to stay out of it. Open my gates to no army, take no side, let the two forces settle their war around me while I protected only the people inside my walls. Clean, principled, neutral. I was so proud of that word. I had not yet learned that a door which refuses everyone can still be used by the one man patient enough to walk a lie through it. Two armies came to my city to fight a war, and the first thing they fought over was a toilet. I wish I were being crude for a laugh. There was one decent latrine outside my gates, and the border force of Alaris and the host of the duchy nearly started a continental war over whose soldiers got to use it first. That is the part nobody tells you about armies. They are mostly plumbing. And this part is the story of how I almost stopped a war with socks and a latrine, and then let a man with a clean piece of paper start it anyway, because I was too proud of my own neutrality to check his mail. Let me set the field. My wandering capital, S rank, 10 district seals, 3,000 protected slots, sitting in the open ground between two hosts that Marden had steered into each other. On the eastern rise, Kaya's own Alaris border force. On the western rise, the Duchy's army, Marden's banner over it. And in the middle, me, a neutral city full of people who had come there to be safe from exactly this kind of thing. My plan, which I was very proud of, was symmetry. I would let in neither army. I closed my gates to both sides equally, offered shelter to neither, took no part, and I called that neutrality. Clean, balanced. Fair. I stood in the original cloth room feeling like a wise man who had found the moral high ground, and Lyra came in to knock me off it. She did not raise her voice. She said one sentence that I should have carved into the wall. A door that refuses everyone equally is still useless, she said, if one side is planning to burn down the house next to it. Closing your gates to the arsonist and the fire brigade in the same gesture is not fairness. It is just a tidy way of helping the fire. I heard her clearly, and I disagreed anyway, because that is what makes the next hour my fault. I told her that the moment I started deciding which army was the arsonist, I stopped being neutral and started being a side. And a neutral city that picks sides is dead. It was a principle. It was even a good principle. It was about to get people shot. Kaya gave me the same warning from the other side of the coin, and hers was a soldier's, not a knight's. Do not only bar the gates, she said. Read the orders moving between the armies, because a war between hungry men is started by paper, and the paper is the one thing a neutral city is allowed to inspect. I filed her advice beside Lyra's, agreed with both, and acted on neither. While the commanders and I postured about high matters, the actual peace started at the latrine, between two men who did the accounting. Hob, the quartermaster of the Alaris force, and Jael, the quartermaster of the duchy, met in the line for that single toilet and recognized each other. They were old friends. They had trained together 20 years ago, before a border was drawn between their homes, and here they were, counting beans for opposite sides of a war neither of them wanted. And because quartermasters are the only honest people in any army, they immediately started comparing notes, the way two accountants cannot help auditing each other. Within 10 minutes, they had discovered the thing that mattered more than any order from any duke. Marden was starving both armies. Both. The eastern host and the western host were each running on less than a day of rations, because the man who sent them to fight had deliberately underfed them so they would have to win fast or collapse. Sit with what that means. Marden did not want a battle between two strong armies. He wanted two desperate ones, too hungry to think, primed to fire at the first excuse, because a quick bloody clash at a neutral city would give him exactly the chaos he sells. The hunger was the plan. Hob and Jael, standing at a toilet, had found the seam of the whole thing by reading their own supply books. Then Bram got involved, and my merchant did more for peace in one afternoon than my principal did all day. He noticed that the Alaris side had medicine and no dry boots, and the Duchy side had boots and no medicine, both armies rotting in the same wet field from opposite shortages. So Bram set up a market, fever powders for footwear, bandages for socks, an arm's length, deniable, gloriously petty trade between two forces that were technically about to kill each other. The commanders forbade it, naturally, and the soldiers did it anyway, naturally, because a man with trench foot does not care about your banner when the enemy is selling dry socks. The Great War of the Century paused so that two armies could swap laundry, and every sock that crossed that line was a soldier on each side learning that the other side was cold and sick and hungry too, which is the hardest thing to unknow once you know it. The socks were funny. The socks were also the whole point, and I need you to see why, because the comedy is the intelligence. The moment Hobb and Jail could trade, they could compare ledgers openly, and their ledgers proved a fact no speech could. Neither army could survive a real fight. Both were one bad day from mutiny by empty stomach. The war Martin wanted was impossible unless someone forced it fast from outside before the hunger did its work, which is when Lyra came to me with the thing that would have stopped it, and the thing I refused. Two couriers had arrived, one to each army, carrying sealed orders from the high command. Martin's couriers, and Lyra, who has an auditor's nose, wanted to stop them and inspect their orders before they were delivered, because a courier to a starving army is a lever, and she did not trust the hand on it. And I said no. I said no for a reason that sounded like wisdom, and was actually cowardice wearing wisdom's coat. If I stop and search Martin's couriers, I told her, I am searching one side. I am not searching Kaya's messengers, so if I search the duchies, I have picked a side, and my neutrality is gone. And every soul who's sheltered here because I take no part loses the one thing I promised them. So we let the couriers through, unchecked, both of them. Hobb noticed the wrong thing at the right moment and could not make it mean anything yet. He mentioned in passing that neither courier had drawn a single ration from either army's stores, which is strange, because a real messenger eats. He filed it as an oddity. I should have filed it as a warning. Two starving armies, and the only two men not hungry were the pair carrying orders to fight. Lyra did not argue it into the ground. She looked at me the way she looked at me in Part 5 and Part 15, the two other times my clean rule ran over a person, and she said quietly that neutrality is not treating the aggressor and the victim the same. Refusing to look is not the same as being fair. Then she stepped back and let me own it, because she has learned that I only learn at full price. Here is what the couriers carried, which I could have known and chose not to. Two sets of orders, sealed with genuine high command seals, real wax, real signatures, utterly authentic, and utterly contradictory. The order to the Alaris force said the duchy would fire at dusk, so strike first. The order to the duchy said the Alaris force would fire at dusk, so strike first. Each side was told, on real authority, that the other had already decided to kill them. Martin did not need to start a battle. He needed only to make each army certain the other one already had. The system, I will remind you, told me none of this. It cannot read a forged intention off a real seal. It does not know a lie from an order. My shelter sat there with 10 district seals ready to raise 10 sets of walls, blind to the two pieces of paper walking through my gates that were about to get everyone killed. The magic is for surviving the danger, never for seeing it coming. Seeing it coming was my job, and I had declined the assignment. Kaya was the one who caught it, and by seconds too late. She read the intercepted copy of the duchy's order, the one Jail showed her out of pure friendship with Hobb, and she went white because she had seen its twin. Both forged orders named the wrong tower. Someone had written the rally point as the East Watch, when every real officer on both sides called it the Watchtower East, a small proud local distinction, and the same wrong name sat in both documents. One forger, one hand, both orders. Kaya had the proof in her fist, and it did not matter because Garrick's people were already in position, and while Kaya was still opening her mouth to shout that the orders were fakes, the signal arrows went up, 3 of them arcing over the field from a hidden position between the lines, the prearranged spark. To the Alaris gunners, an enemy signal. To the Duchy gunners, an enemy signal. 2 starving, terrified armies, each holding a real order that said the other had chosen death, saw fire in the sky, and did the only thing hunger and fear leave you room to do. They fired. Both sides opened up at once, artillery from the eastern rise and the western rise, and the ground between them, the ground the shells would cross, was my city, my streets, my 3,000 people. The war I had kept out with a symmetric locked door came screaming over the top of it, because a locked door does nothing about a shell arcing over the wall, and Martin had never planned to come through the gate. He planned to make the gate irrelevant. Evacuation was not going to finish. There was no time to move 3,000 people out of the fall line before the first barrage landed. And here is where the shape of what I had built, the thing my worst mistake had forced me to invent, became the only card left on the table. I could not stop the guns, I could not unfire the volley, but I could move a city. I went into the room of worn cloth, put my hand on the old peg, and reached for all 10 district seals at once. And instead of raising 10 separate districts, I did something the single old city key could never have done. I took one entire empty street, a whole evacuated avenue of my own capital, and I rotated it, bodily, on the distributed cores, swinging it up and across into the gap between the two armies. I put a wall of my own city directly in the path of both barrages. The shells came down on an empty street. Both barrages, eastern and western, slammed into an avenue I had cleared and rotated into the fall line, and they hit stone and mortar and empty market stalls instead of 3,000 people. The districts on either side held the shock, bracing through their own seals, the way 1,000 hands had braced them through the migration. My city took a war between two armies on its own back, in a street where no one was standing, because 10 seals can do what one key never could. Sova and the Orkart Mother, whose districts flanked the rotated avenue, took the worst of the shock through their own seals, and they held. I felt every hit through the old cloth under my palm, a war landing on a house that bent and did not break, and not one of the 3,000 behind those districts was standing where the shells came down. It cost me, and I will give you the number, because the number is the honest part. When the barrages stopped and the dust came down, the original room showed me the price. Structural durability, 37%. My capital had taken artillery from two directions and was standing on a little more than a third of its strength. The experience reserve, meanwhile, sat at 94%, barely touched, because rotating a street is geometry and not magic, and geometry is paid in stone. I had spent my city's body to save my city's people, and the body does not grow back with a receipt. And Lyra, running the street clearing, making sure that rotated avenue was truly empty before I swung it, did the last necessary thing. When it was over, in front of Kaya and Hob and Jail and my own district heads, she made me say it. Not that I had saved them, though I had. She made me say the other thing, that the corridor Martin used, the unchecked path his couriers walked, existed because I chose symmetry over inspection. My neutrality had a door in it, and I had held that door open myself. I said it. Out loud, on the record, my mistake, my corridor, my 37%. Because the difference between me and the man on the Western Rise is that when my clean rule gets people hurt, I am willing to stand in the rubble and name it, and change the rule. Neutrality is not blindness. A neutral city inspects the arsonist too. I had learned it at the price of a third of my walls, which is roughly what my lessons cost by now. The face of the thing turned, though, and it turned on ration books. Hob and Jail, the two quartermasters who had found the seam at a toilet, now finished the job. They cross-checked the two couriers against every supply ledger on both sides and found that neither courier appeared in any ration record, on either army's books, anywhere. Real orders come with real men who eat real food logged in real ledgers. These two had walked in from nowhere and eaten nothing. Provocateurs, proven not by my magic and not by any grand reveal, but by the fact that Martin had forgotten to feed his own liars. And so the armies that came to fight did something Martin never accounted for. With the forgery exposed and the provocateurs marched out in irons, Hob and Jail arranged a one-day truce. The two hosts, hungry and humiliated and quietly furious at the man who had starved them, held a prisoner exchange inside the walls of the neutral city they had almost destroyed. Enemies traded their captured back and forth across my cracked square, under the banner of a city at 37%, and for one day, there was no war. Bram, naturally, was already selling the rubble. He had a stall up before the dust settled, selling chunks of the rotated street as peace souvenirs to fund the Masons at my 37%. I have stopped being surprised. The man would sell tickets to his own funeral and upgrade the coffin with the profit. And while the armies exchanged prisoners and Bram sold the wreckage, Mara and Veka were doing the quiet work that this whole part was secretly about. Because the Queen had told me, parts ago, the condition for the next rank, and I had been carrying it since. So during that one day of truce, Mara and Veka went out to the 12 existing neutral yards scattered along the local roads, the independent way-houses and way-stations, and they checked each one. Owner, willingness, capacity, route. 12 real roofs, verified and ready, though not yet seemed to anything. The seed of what came next, planted during a ceasefire, but the day of truce ended the part on a colder note than any shell. Because among the prisoners exchanged, in a bundle of letters taken off a captured Duchy scout, Lyra found one addressed in a hand she knew. Arlen, a survivor of her old unit, the comrades she thought she had lost, alive and in Martin's hands. And I want to be careful here because a letter is not a friend, and Lyra of all people knows that a man can survive and still be a knife. The letter came with terms, and the terms were the trap Martin had been building toward since the map reached him. He had prisoners, Lyra's people among them, held at the Grand Anchor, the great structure at the center of his whole network, and he offered to trade them. All of them, alive, walked out free, in exchange for two things: Lyra Dane, delivered to him, and the original core of my shelter, the worn cloth and the first peg, the one thing in this entire story I have never once been willing to give up. This is the part where I turned down 1 million experience. I want to say that number again, because my whole life since a torn 10 had been about earning 10 points at a time, and Martin built me a trap that offered 1 million in one night. 1,020,000 to be precise. And the winning move was to make sure not a single point of it ever existed. Let me walk you into the trap in the order it came at me, because it was beautiful work. And I respect good work even when it is trying to end me. Martin held prisoners at the Grand Anchor, the great structure at the heart of his whole network, and among them was Arlen, the last survivor of Lyra's old unit. His price for all of them was two things: Lyra herself and the original core of my shelter, the worn cloth and the first peg. And he set the terms of the meeting to keep the leverage all his. He would allow only 3 of my districts near the anchor. 3. The other 2,700 slots of my capital had to stay behind, outside, as his guarantee that I would not bring the whole city down on him. I was allowed to walk in with a fraction of myself and nothing else. Sova hated it. She stood in the old room and told me a matriarch does not park 2,700 of her people on a plane and send 3/4 into a fortress naked. She had the votes to stop me, which is the entire reason I gave her that power, and for one long minute, I thought she would use them. Then she looked at our durability, 37% and still not healed from the artillery, and made the hard call herself. The 3 least damaged quarters would go. So that is what I did, but not the way he expected. Because 3 district seals mean 3/4 of my city can physically detach and travel on their own cores, and I sent exactly 3, openly, as a traveling fair. A festival delegation, wagons of goods, a real market, real districts, because the guards at the anchor would only believe a fair they could buy socks at. The disguise worked because most of it was true. What was not true rode in the baggage. Lyra went in with a decorated ceremonial pie the size of a cartwheel, and inside the pie, wrapped in wax paper, was her sword. Bram walked the line selling strips of festival bunting and slices of the disguise to Martin's own board guards, which is how you move a strike team past a checkpoint. You do not hide the soldiers. You sell the guards a distraction with a price tag, because a man counting your coins is not counting your knives. The checkpoint nearly ended the whole thing in the first 10 minutes, and it was the pie that did it. A bored guard captain walked the wagons with his spear reversed, stopped at the enormous glazed monstrosity riding in Lyra's cart, and asked the one reasonable question in the world. Why does a pie need 2 people to lift it? Lyra, who has held a line against cavalry without blinking, went the color of a beetroot and said absolutely nothing. So Bram stepped in and did the thing that has saved us at every gate we have ever talked our way through. He did not explain. He sold. He told the captain the fair had 4 pairs of dry socks left in the whole caravan, that the wet season was 3 weeks out, and that a man who stands in mud all day owes his own feet more respect than that. The captain bought 2 pairs, spent a minute arguing about the price of a third, and never went back to the pie. A man haggling over socks is not a man opening a pastry. The scale matters, because the plan hung on it. 3 districts inside, a strike group in the wagons, and 2,700 people sitting well outside, untouched and uninvolved. I did not smuggle a capital into a fortress under a tablecloth. I brought a fair and a knife and left the rest of my home out of the blast. And then Lyra saw Arlen, and the mission stopped for a moment, because some wounds do not wait for tactical convenience. He was thin and gray and alive, chained near the central chamber, and when he saw her, the first thing out of his mouth was not relief. It was the accusation she had been carrying for 3 years without knowing if it was true. "You left," he said. "We were dying, and you left to go chase paperwork." She did not have a clean answer, because there is not one. 3 years ago, Lyra had walked away from a losing fight to preserve evidence of who engineered it, and that choice had made her a field auditor and eventually my first guardian, and it had also left men like Arlen behind. Both things are true. She stood in front of a man she failed and did not defend herself, and I watched her decide right there that whatever he thought of her, she was getting him out. And Arlen did not want rescuing, which is the part that made it ugly. He told her the unit had held that pass 2 extra days waiting for a knight who never came back, and that Martin's people had told him, every single week for 3 years, where she was and what she was doing instead. That is how you break a man cheaply. You do not lie to him at all. You feed him true facts in the cruelest order you can arrange them in. Martin made his offer through a speaking tube, civilized, and unhurried. The prisoners for the core and the night, and he added the detail meant to close my throat. He would activate the beacons either way. Trade, and he releases the prisoners before he sends the migration. Refuse, and he sends it anyway. Either I paid or thousands died. And he framed it so that a keeper who hoarded his magic tent looked like the villain. And this is where the trap turned from cruel to genius, and where I nearly walked into it with open eyes. Because while Martin talked, Ina was reading the anchor. She got her hands on its launch schedule, the physical mechanism of the thing, and she came back to me pale. It was not one migration. Martin had built the grand anchor to fire 34 separate times, and she did not guess that number either. She got into the launch housing itself and found a brass drum the size of an ale barrel, notched around its whole rim, each notch dropping a different beacon sequence onto a different road at a different hour. She counted the notches twice with her thumb, because Ina will not report a number she has not physically touched. 34. Let me explain what 34 launches meant, because I did the arithmetic myself standing in the belly of that place, and the arithmetic is the temptation. Each launch would send one migration down the roads. Each migration, arriving at my 3,000 full slots with 3,000 guests surviving it under my protection, would pay 10 experience ahead. 3,000 times 10 times 34 separate closed threats. 1,020,000 experience. Enough to jump ranks I had not even named yet. And the rule underneath it has never bent once. The system did not hand me that number. It cannot see the future, cannot predict an attack, cannot forecast a reward, and it has never shown me a total before I earned it. That million was my own arithmetic, off a mechanism Ina read with her own eyes. The temptation came from me knowing my own system well enough to price what waiting would buy. So the prisoners were never the trap at all. The math was. Martin had spent a war teaching me that danger is where my growth comes from, feeding me threats and watching a torn tent climb from F to S on survived attacks, and now he offered me the largest harvest of my life if I would stand back and reap it. He was betting I had become a farmer of danger. The horror is that he had a case, because the system would have paid me in full for the worst thing I could do. Every point would have been real and earned and clean by the letter of the rule, and no rule anywhere would have stopped me. Only I could. And Bram said the quiet part out loud, because that is what a good ledger is for. 1,000,000 points, he said, is not a number about your pride. It is 80 roofs over 80 villages that have nothing over them tonight. It is every shelter we have ever wanted to build, funded in a single evening by attacks that are going to happen whether we stand here or not. He was not being a monster. He was being a merchant, and the arithmetic was sound, and that is what made the next 10 seconds the hardest of my life. Because the answer to Bram is that a shelter built on a schedule of corpses is a toll gate. The moment I let 34 attacks run because they pay well, I stop standing between Martin and the roads, and I become his best customer. He would keep manufacturing danger, and I would keep growing on it, and both of us would call it a good arrangement while the villages paid for it. So I reached into the pocket, sewn into the original cloth, the worn fabric that has traveled inside every form this shelter ever took, and I pulled out the journal. The old record of conditions, the one that has named every evolution before I reached it, honestly, in advance, so that no rank was ever a surprise. And I read the condition for SS aloud to my team, the one that had been written there waiting for this exact night. Destroy a confirmed source of danger before it pays out. Prevent the harvest entirely. Earn nothing. That is the moral spine of this whole story in one line. The higher rank does not come from surviving the most danger. It comes from being the kind of keeper who kills the danger before it can ever become his profit. And the payment for that is nothing at all. Because when you prevent a disaster, there is nobody left to save. We chose 0. My whole team, out loud, chose to make the system numerically poorer, because the alternative was 34 migrations of real people turned into my personal harvest. Nessa put the price of waiting in the flattest term she owns. Every launch we allow for the experience is a village that has to be attacked first. Ina mapped the feeder columns that powered the anchor. Kaya set an external corridor for the freed prisoners. And Lyra stood by Arlen and said we were getting him out, even if he spent the whole rescue cursing her name. And then Arlen made the choice that turned a heist into a disaster, because he had been in Martin's dark far too long. He was not a prisoner near the launch mechanism. He was its warden. Martin had broken him slowly, and somewhere in that breaking, Arlen had come to believe the terrible arithmetic from the other side, that a few sacrificed villages now were a smaller evil than a long war later. Before we could stop him, he threw the first sequence. The chambers of the Grand Anchor began to wake, and then, overloaded and old, they began to come down. Everything happened at once, and every person on my team had a job only they could do. The anchor was collapsing, the first launch was charging. 33 more sat ready behind it. Killing Arlen would have stopped one line and done nothing about the rest, and it would have cost Lyra the last piece of her old life. We needed the whole confirmed source dark before any migration cleared the doors. So the three districts struck the feeder columns instead of the anchor, which was too large and coming down on its own anyway. The columns were the distributed points Ina had mapped while Marden monologued at us through his speaking tube. Each district hit its assigned column in the same breath, no waiting, no sequence, the opposite of what his careful 34-step machine was built to do. Ina called the timing, Kaya held the corridor, Nessa ran the wounded back through it, and Bram was moving prisoners out in cargo crates labeled festival supplies. And Lyra went back into the collapse for Arlen, the man who blamed her, the warden who had thrown the switch, the person whose death would have been tactically simplest and personally satisfying. She hauled him out from under a falling gantry with a beam across her old scar, because she had decided years too late that she would not leave another one of her unit behind, even the one who spat at her. That is the moment her whole arc closes. Not revenge, rescue, of the man least deserving of it, because that is who she needed to save to forgive herself. The feeder columns went dark one after another, and the Grand Anchor died on its charge. The first migration, half-formed in the chambers, dissolved without a single beast clearing the doors. The other 33 never woke. Marden's million-point harvest, the entire engine of my temptation, went cold in the ground before it could send one creature at one guess. And the receipt, when it came, was the most beautiful nothing I have ever been paid. 0 experience. Not 10, not a million. 0, because a threat you prevent before it begins protects no guest and earns no points. And that is the entire idea. Under the 0, the thing I had actually won. Condition met. S to SS. The wandering capital had become something new, a neutral shelter network, and the old cloth in my hands had a new function at last. Remote seams. The first 12 of them I sent that night, and they did not come from nowhere. During the one-day truce 2 parts ago, Mara and Veka had ridden out to 12 existing neutral yards and checked each one, owner and willingness and capacity en route. 12 ordinary roofs, verified and waiting. Now, from the pocket of the original cloth, I sent each of them a golden seam, a thread of my shelter grown across a distance into a stranger's honest roof. 12 independent houses, each now able to raise a wall, none of them mine to command. Marden saw the 0, and I am told it is the only time in this whole war he was afraid. 0 meant his hold on me was gone. He had spent a season teaching me to want danger, and I answered by destroying the largest danger he ever built for no reward at all. You cannot buy a man with growth once he has proven he will burn the growth to save a village. Arlen lived. I want to be careful about him because the cheap ending makes him a redeemed hero, and he is not. He is a broken man who threw a switch that would have killed thousands, pulled from the rubble by the woman he blamed, and now a living witness who has to carry what he did. Lyra did not forgive him, and he did not thank her. He is alive and responsible, and that is harder and truer than absolution. And then, in the quiet after, on the dark plain outside a dead anchor, with 12 new golden seams glowing on 12 distant honest roofs, and the whole monstrous machine of the war finally cold, Lyra kissed me. Short. Once. Her choice, made with both hands free and no danger at our backs, and nothing pushing her but the wanting to. It was the first time, after 18 parts, and it lasted about 2 seconds, and then she pulled back, put a finger against my chest, and made me promise something in the flattest auditor voice she owns. Do not, she said, log this. Do not put it in the ledger. Do not count it as a reward. Do not let the system or your own head file it as a payout for good behavior. This is not a prize you earned. It is a thing I decided. And that, more than the kiss, is why I love her. Because she refused to let the best moment of my life become another number. The anchor was dead, the harvest refused, the network born, the prisoners free, and a woman who audits the whole world had decided, on her own and on the record, to want me back. For one clean night, I stood in a field of 12 small distant lights, and let that be enough. But Marden did not have a second anchor by accident, and a man who plans 34 launches plans an escape. Even as the dust settled, both crowns, Alaris and the kingdom, were drawing up summons, because a foreign keeper who dismantles a duke's fortress and grows shelters across a sovereign border is a problem 2 governments have to answer in open court. And Marden was already gone, riding hard for a reserve installation, a second center I did not know existed, where the beacons of 2 whole kingdoms could be lit at once. I had refused 1,000,000 points to end it. He was about to show me that ending it was going to cost far more than 1,000,000. 10 days. That is how long it took to go from 12 roofs to 83, And before you picture golden threads spreading across a map like spilled honey, let me ruin that image for you. A shelter network does not spread. It gets walked. Mara and Veka walked it. And those two should not function together at all. Mara is a royal courier, with sealed passage rights, and a memory for which magistrate signs what on which day. Veka is a rooftop courier, who once sold my city key to my enemy for a piece of paper with her name on it. One of them arrives with a form, the other arrives before the form does. That is not a contradiction, it is a delivery system. And watching those two carve up a map was the most efficient thing I have seen two people who dislike each other do. Every one of those 83 roofs already existed. Nobody believes that part, and that part is what made it legal. I did not build a barn in a village. I walked up to a barn that had stood there for 40 years and asked the woman who owned it whether she wanted a golden seam in her rafters, and she was allowed to say no. 11 owners did, which is why there are 83 roofs and not 94, and I keep that number in my head on purpose. A network you cannot refuse is an occupation with better manners. 4 things had to be true before Veka was allowed to stitch a seam. The building had to exist. The owner had to agree out loud in front of a witness. The capacity had to be measured honestly, because a barn that holds 30 people does not hold 90, no matter how badly the night is going. And every roof needed a named host, not a soldier of mine, a local, somebody who lives there, who knows which neighbor is deaf, which child hides in the loft, and which door swells shut when it rains. Jessa took the note at the river crossing, and if that name sounds familiar, it should, because I pulled her from a paid bunker that failed her. She is not a rescued extra anymore. She is the woman who tells me, flatly, that my capacity numbers are optimistic, and my evacuation timing is worse. She runs her own roof. That is the entire thesis of my life, and it took 19 parts to say it out loud. Which brings me to the courtroom where 2 kingdoms had decided that all of this made me a criminal. The charge was elegant, and I hated it because I could follow the logic. A foreign exile has planted fortified structures across 2 kingdoms, answerable to no crown, defensible against armies, loyal to one man. Put that sentence in front of any king alive, and he does not hear a shelter network. He hears a private army with a polite hobby. Chancellor Orden presided, the only good news I got that week. He once let a missing insurance clause stand because the owner had a right to be a fool. He does not care who is sympathetic, only whether a chain of facts holds. And Garrick Voss came to that court as a helpful witness for the crowns, not as a defendant. His defense was very good, which is the part that scared me. He denied nothing. Roads closed, caravans burned, subordinates behaved criminally, and he sadly offered to name the ones who had. He was a middle manager, you see. A road guild administrator who followed lawful orders, never saw a beacon, and was as shocked as anyone to learn what those devices did. Every crime belonged to a man beneath him, and every man beneath him was dead, missing, or unnamed. Orden looked at him for a long moment and said the only thing that mattered. "Give me a chain," he said, "not a story. Every link touched by a different hand, every link dated, and no gap I have to jump." So we gave him one. And every link was a person I met on a road because they needed a roof. Mara went first because the first lie was hers to kill. Garrick's whole case rested on the safe routes closing by accident. Bad weather, bandits, bad luck, and a helpful guild selling protection into a natural disaster. She put the postal closure orders on the table. Every safe route in the region, with the date it closed and the clerk who signed it. And every closure sat 4 to 6 days before an attack on the road it fed. Not 1. Not 2. 11 closures in a row, each one a door shut politely before a fire that had not started yet. Weather does not schedule itself around paperwork. Orden wrote that sentence down himself, which is when I first thought we might survive the day. Then Olin came in, and the plank came in with him. You met him in a flood when he rolled his own wagon into a channel to hold a bank and lost his livelihood doing it. Bram had pulled that board out of the dismantled bridge and carried it ever since, and he handed it to Olin to set before the court, because the man who lost a wagon to that bridge had the better right to lay it down. The plank had a depot number burned into it and square nails. Square nails are army issue. A guild carpenter uses round ones. So this was a civilian storehouse built with military iron, stamped with a depot number no civilian ledger admits exists. Ina took that number and did what Ina does. She matched it against the coercion registry she handed me the day she stopped being Martin's engineer. The same depot that armed the beacons fed the mine, and the mine cut its plates to the anchor's pattern. She never raised her voice. She read 3 lines of a ledger, stated that she had machined every 10th plate wrong on purpose, and sat down. Orden made her repeat the number twice. Pavo came next, and Pavo is a bureaucrat, which in this story is a compliment. He is the inspector who once spent a whole afternoon in a folding shelter with a measuring cord, refusing to sign a line he had not measured himself. He brought the license he issued me when I was a nobody with a tent and a smell, and the sabotage act he filed that same week, on a chain somebody had quietly cut halfway. The act mattered because of its date. It was written before I mattered, and a forgery made for today does not sit in a provincial cabinet from back when I was nothing. And then Joran stood up, and Joran broke the room. Joran is the man who set my inn on fire. He is not a good man who was misunderstood. He took money to burn a shelter full of sleeping people, and he stopped only because his own child was inside it. He testified against himself first. He described the fire he set, the payment he took, and the coin he was paid with, which carried the mark of Garrick's paymaster. Then he put his contract on the table, and that contract killed Garrick's entire defense, because it did not say burn the inn. It said produce a survivable internal incident in a licensed shelter. Survivable, internal. The document specified that the danger had to be small enough that people lived and large enough that the shelter's license failed inspection. That is not arson. That is product design. And that is when Bram took the floor, which is when the numbers stopped being a story and became a business. Bram does not argue. Bram invoices. He laid every piece across the long table in the order a merchant reads a ledger, and made 2 crowns follow the money instead of the morality. Closure orders shut the safe roads. The depot armed the anchors. The anchors pulled migrations onto the dangerous roads. The guild sold protection there, paid in tokens redeemable only at guild shops. And when a competitor offered protection for free, the guild bought internal accidents to strip his license. He looked up and said the only line I will ever quote him on. This is not a crime, he said. This is a market. Somebody manufactured the demand. Orden asked one question after that. Who paid the paymaster? Garrick did not flinch. He reached into his own case for the orders that would name his superiors and prove he was a servant of a system, and pulled out a document he had never read, because Martin's clerks had filed it there for this hour. It was an arrest warrant, pre-signed, sealed, and dated 3 months back. Duke Martin had already declared, in writing, that the entire Beacon program had been designed and executed without his knowledge by one man, and the man was Garrick Voss. I watched him read the sentence that ended his life, twice. His own patron had built him as a door to be closed. Garrick Voss, who walked out of every defeat I ever handed him, sat holding the paper that named him sole author of a plan he only operated. So he ran. Of course he ran. He kicked the table, took the side stair, and made it out onto the 3rd-floor balcony before Martin closed the door on him properly, because there was a beacon under the courthouse. Martin had seated a reserve beacon in the cellar of the building where 2 crowns signed their treaties, and he lit it while his own creature stood on the balcony. Not to hurt the court, to kill the witness who could name him in front of everyone and call it a monster attack. A stone beast came out of the district canal like a wall standing up, and it went for the balcony, and Garrick Voss had nowhere left in the world to stand. I had 10 seconds to decide, and my own law telling me how. The courthouse was a roof. Mara had registered it on the 9th day with the Crown's clerk consenting, because a building where 2 kingdoms argue is full of people who might need a wall. It was one of the 83, and it had a golden seam in its rafters, which meant I could protect the man who exiled me, burned my inn, stole my key, and framed me. And the rule that has run this entire story would only let me do it one way. He had to ask, out loud, conscious, uncoerced, of his own will. The system does not protect the unconscious, the bound, the tricked, or the assumed. Garrick had spent the whole war calling my shelter law sentimental nonsense, and now the sentimental nonsense was the only thing standing between him and a stone fist. Nessa reached me first, and she did not tell me to be merciful. She gave me the medical and legal fact in the flattest voice she owns. He is conscious. He is not restrained. Nobody holds a blade on him. His request, if he makes one, is his own. Lyra took the evacuation line without being asked because a stone beast in a courthouse is a room full of chancellors who have never run before. Mara stood at the rail with a witness slate, not to help him, to record precisely what he said, in his words, on the record, so that no crown could ever claim I coerced my enemy into a favor. And Garrick Voss looked down at the thing coming up the wall and looked at me and asked for shelter. He did not say please. He said the formal words, the ones he had mocked in 3 provinces, because he knew them by heart from mocking them. Voluntary guest, of sound mind, requesting protection under an open roof. The seam lit. A wall of woven gold came out of the courthouse rafters and closed over a balcony 60 steps from me, and the stone beast broke its own arm on a shelter belonging to the man it was sent to kill. 1 guessed. 10 experience. 10. After a million refused, after a network, after a war, the receipt that landed in front of 2 kingdoms was the smallest number in my ledger, and the loudest thing in the room. Everybody watching understood it. The rule does not check whether you deserve a roof. It checks whether you asked. And then, roughly 4 seconds after the wall came down, Lyra put him in irons. Nothing was forgiven, and mercy stories always lie about this part. He got a wall, and then he got irons, and both of those are correct. A shelter is not a pardon. It is a promise that the roof does not read your file first. Garrick understood that trade better than any poet would. He gave up the beacon activation codes, the bribe registry naming every magistrate Marden owns, and the map of the reserve center. Not out of gratitude. He did it because a witness who hands 2 crowns a duke is a witness worth keeping alive, and that man has never stopped calculating his own survival. He said one thing to me on his way out, and it was not a thank you. He said that he still thought I was a fool, and that he would rather be a fool's prisoner than his patron's paperwork. That is as close to a soul as that man has ever come. Marden's answer arrived before the ink dried. He lit everything. Every remaining beacon in 2 kingdoms at once. No schedule, no elegant launches, no plan to profit, because a man who cannot own the roads would rather burn the people walking them. By nightfall, every report said the same number. 10,000 people were moving, villages emptying, whole towns on the road, monster herds dragged behind them by beacons, all of it flowing toward the only thing either kingdom still trusted, toward my roofs, and my capital holds 3,000. So the crowns did what crowns do when they are frightened and honest at once. They offered to make all of it lawful in a single afternoon, on one condition. They offered me a crown, not a metaphor. A sovereign title over the network, sole command of every roof, every seam answerable to me alone, and 2 royal armies at my back. On paper, it was the greatest offer any exile in history has been handed. And it was Marden's offer with better manners, because a network with 1 owner is not a network. It is a leash with 83 ends, and every king in the room understood that a leash can be taken. Kill me, capture me, blackmail my wife, and the roofs of 2 kingdoms change hands in an afternoon. Sole command is not strength. It is the most expensive single point of failure ever built. So I said no in front of 2 crowns, and Sova said it louder than I did. She stood up in a room of nobles, an old caravan matriarch with a district at her back, and told 2 crowns that the choice to dismantle or grow the network belongs to the districts and the hosts, never to the keeper. If I ever took a crown, she said, she would call a vote to leave me. My own city has the legal right to fire me. I gave them that right, and on that afternoon, it saved me from becoming the thing I have spent 19 parts fighting. The crowns recognized the network anyway, because 10,000 people were walking and nobody had a better idea. And then I looked at the honest map, and the honest map is where this part ends. 83 golden points, spread across 2 kingdoms, each one an existing building with a real host and a measured capacity. And 17 dark ones. 17 frames, standing empty in 3 road nodes on the routes those 10,000 were already walking. Mara and Veka had set them in advance, because a frame is cheap and a delay is not. Timber, anchor points, cleared ground, marked pegs. Everything a shelter needs except the one thing I cannot conjure, which is core material. The system does not copy my cloth. It has never made something out of nothing for me. Not when I was starving, not when I was dying. And it was not going to start now because the stakes had turned cinematic. Lyra found me staring at the map at some indecent hour, and she did not kiss me, and she did not mention the kiss, and I have never been so grateful for a woman's professionalism in my life. She looked at the 17 dark points, then at the walls of my own capital on the same map, and she said what I had been refusing to say for an hour. 83 plus 17 is 100, she said. 100 roofs is what your journal has always been waiting for, and you are looking at those walls because you already know where the material is. She was right. The only core material in the world that belongs to me is currently standing in the outer walls of the S-rank wandering capital I spent 19 parts building. To finish the 100 roofs and stand between 10,000 people and every beacon Marden ever lit, I would have to take my own city apart with my own hands and give the pieces away. The map in the old room of worn fabric had 3 kinds of light on it that morning. 83 gold points, steady, 17 dark points, empty frames waiting for a heart, and a slow gray stain crawling across 2 kingdoms, which was 10,000 people walking away from their homes, with beacons pulling monsters along behind them. My capital holds 3,000. I had spent 19 parts building the largest shelter any keeper has ever owned, and on the one morning it needed to be enough. It could not hold a third of the people coming toward it. That is the number that ended the old version of me. Because the old version, the one who started with a torn tent and a rule that paid him for surviving, still believed the answer to a bigger disaster is a bigger fortress. Build higher, hold more, be the strongest roof alive, and the answer to any disaster is more of you. 10,000 people cured me of that in about 4 seconds. Martin's last offer arrived by courier while I stared at the map, and it was the most reasonable thing he ever said to me. He would stop the beacons, every one of them, that hour, and the 10,000 would walk home. In exchange, he wanted the SS Corps, and he wanted me to accept a royal charter naming my network the official protection service of 2 kingdoms. Legal monopoly, state funding, every shelter in the world under one roof and one hand, with him holding the anchors and me holding the walls. He offered to make me the safest man alive, and in the same breath, offered to make me what he is, because a safety monopoly is a danger monopoly in better clothes. The only difference between us would have been the price list. So no, which left the problem his offer was politely covering up. 17 frames do not become 17 shelters because you want them to. The frames were real. Timber, anchor points, cleared ground, marked pegs, standing in 3 road nodes on the roads those 10,000 were walking. What they lacked was core material, and the system has never made something from nothing for me. Ina and I went into the original cloth room to check the one thing I was afraid of, and understand that I would have done it. I asked her whether we could cut the old cloth, the worn fabric, the flap I have crawled through since I had nothing, the first metal peg driven into the floor of every form this shelter has taken. 17 roofs is 100 villages. I was ready to take a knife to the only thing I have ever loved. Ina put her hand flat on the cloth and told me no, and not for sentimental reasons. That cloth is the root contour. Every wall, every seam, every seal in 83 buildings runs its geometry back to that one piece of fabric and that one peg. Cut it, and you do not lose a tent. You lose the entire network, all at once, everywhere, which left exactly one source of material in the world, the outer walls of my own capital, the proud part, the newest part. The kilometers of stone and braced timber that turned a caravan into a city. The walls that made 2 crowns take me seriously, and Garrick's artillery stop laughing. Not the old cloth, the new grandeur. And that grandeur does not belong to me, which is the whole reason I survived long enough to be standing there. Bram fought me first, and it was the only time in 20 parts he has ever argued against something for a reason that was not profit. He did not talk about money. He talked about the North Face, which the Orkart Mothers District raised by hand in a week without sleep, and the Smith Row and the windscreens over Miri's breathing quarter that took her 3 tries to get right. Those are not walls, he said. Those are the things people made after they stopped being refugees. And you are about to grind them into 17 pieces and give them to strangers who have never met us. He was right. That is the price, and I refuse to pretend it was free. Then Sova stood up and did the thing I gave her the power to do. She said the walls belong to the districts, and no keeper takes a district's stone without a vote. So we voted. 10 districts in the open, with the map on the table and the gray stain crawling toward us in real time. And nobody applauded, which is how I knew it was real. They made me listen to the cost item by item. The 7th district gave the north face and named the 4 families who built it. The Smiths gave their outer forge wall and said their trade would be worse for a year. Miri, who nearly suffocated under my worst mistake and is now the best engineer of breath in the city, gave her windscreens and told me flatly that winter would be uglier without them. Every one of them said yes. Not one said it happily, and I have never respected a group of people more. A sacrifice that costs nothing is a decoration. This one had a bill, and they read the bill out loud, and then they signed it. And I was allowed to dismantle only what was voted, not 1 stone more. Sova walked the demolition line with a list, and twice she stopped a crew from taking a wall nobody had offered. We cut the outer walls of an S-rank wandering capital into 17 pieces, and my city got smaller, and lower, and plainer, and I have never been prouder of a shelter for shrinking. Veka, Mara, and Kellen took the 17 fragments out. Veka went over the roofs and the goat paths. Mara took the sealed royal roads with papers that made checkpoints step aside for her. And Kellen drove the heavy wagons up the middle, because a former bannerman knows how a soldier reads a convoy and how to look boring while carrying the heart of a shelter. And Martin, watching from a reserve center full of maps, drew the conclusion any general would draw. My capital had opened its walls, so he threw his whole remaining force at what any map would call my central core. He took it in about an hour, and it was empty. There has been no central core since the day my city learned to distribute itself. 10 district seals, 10 hearts, and my old canvas room riding in a wagon under a woman with an ore cart. He captured a hollow citadel and stood in it holding nothing, hunting a thing that had already become 100 small things in 100 ordinary places. That is the whole lesson of my life, and he learned it standing in an empty room. But the network almost broke anyway, and it broke at Jessa's roof, and it broke on the oldest rule I own. Jessa runs the node at the river crossing. Her local limit is 120. By midday, she had 180 people at her door, a beacon flare on the ridge behind them, and something large coming through the reeds. And the protection would not switch on. It refused because an overloaded shelter is not a shelter, and I know that better than any man alive. In the hail, I stuffed 19 people into 8 protected places. A girl named Miri stopped breathing in a gray corner, and the tent took 120 points off my ledger. Air, bodies, heat, panic. The system solves none of those. And that limit was not mine to bend. Nessa measured every capacity in this network herself, and her rule has outranked my word since the hail. 120 was not how many bodies fit in Jessa's barn. It was how many could still be breathing by morning. So there it was at the climax of my entire life, the exact same mistake, holding the door open for me. Push the extra 60 in, overload the roof, save everyone. Let the numbers sort themselves out later. The system does not raise a limit because a story is reaching its ending. Jessa did the hardest thing anyone did that day, and she did it at her own door, to her own neighbors. She stood in her doorway and told 60 of her own neighbors they could not come in. Not one word of it was comfortable. She is the woman I pulled out of a paid bunker that failed her because somebody sold her a promise instead of an air supply, and she refused to become that promise. And she did not leave them standing there, because a refusal without a route is just a nicer way of killing someone. We had 60 seconds and a map. Pell's node was a 40-minute walk upriver, Varro's was closer, and both had room. Mara took the upriver group at a courier's pace. Veka took the fast group over the mill roofs. 60 people moved in the dark, past a beacon flare, on 2 routes that existed because a merchant, a matriarch, and 2 couriers had spent 10 days measuring capacity in barns instead of writing speeches. Every one of them arrived. The walls came up at Pell's roof, and at Varro's roof, and at Jessa's roof, all 3 of them under the limit, all 3 of them full of people who had walked in on their own feet. Then Martin tried the last thing his model had left. He tried to break the rule for me. His soldiers hit a village on the western road and started driving the people into one of my roofs at Spear Point, hurting them. 50, 60, more, packed in under a golden seam by men with weapons, and I watched the seam stay dark because a bound guest, a driven guest, a guest who did not choose is not a guest, and the shelter has never counted one. He was not trying to save them. He was proving the network was a fraud by filling a roof with people it would refuse to protect, in front of 2 kingdoms. Lyra Dane got there first, and she did not do it with a sword. She put herself between the soldiers and the door, and she said the thing out loud to the villagers in the plainest words she has. This roof will not protect you if you are pushed into it. It only works if you walk in, and you may walk back out at any hour through that door, and nobody here will stop you, including me. Then she stood aside. And that is the bravest thing in this entire story, because for about 4 seconds nothing happened, and any one of those villagers could have walked off into a road full of monsters and made her a fool. They went in, every one of them on their own feet, past soldiers who suddenly had no orders that made sense. The seam lit. It lit because the last of those villagers stepped across the line as a voluntary guest, and that step was the 100th roof. No fanfare, no beam of light. An old woman in a wet coat deciding to trust a barn. I should tell you who she was because it matters more than any monster in this recap. Her name is not important, and I am not going to invent a grand one for her. She is one of the 11 people who told Veka no. 11 owners refused a seam in the 10 days of the network. She was one of them because she had bought protection before, from a guild, and the protection had come with a price and a bill and a boot on her step. She told my courier she would rather take her chances than be owned. And on the last night, with a beacon on the ridge, she walked to a roof that was not hers and stopped at the door and asked one question. Whose is it? I told her the truth. It belongs to the woman who lives here. I do not command it, I cannot enter it without permission, and the day I try, my own city has the legal right to vote me out. She looked at me for a while. Then she went in, and the last golden seam in the world lit up behind her. 100 roofs, 10,000 voluntary guests. No overload, no coercion, no forced registration, and not one person counted who did not choose to be counted. SS to SSS, the World Shelter Road. And it was not a fortress. That is the part I need you to hear. There was no giant castle at the end of this. The SSS rank of the shelter evolution system looks like 100 ordinary buildings owned by 100 ordinary people, gold in the rafters, across 2 kingdoms, and a man with an old tent in the middle owning almost nothing. Then we ended the danger monopoly with his own machine. Ina had Garrick's activation codes, and Ina has never given back a mechanism without understanding it first. The anchors do not create monsters. They pull them, along heat and sound and hunger, down whatever road the anchor points at. So she pointed them at the reserve center. We had already cleared the roads with cheap heat, wagons of tar and green wood burning in empty fields, because a monster follows the loudest, warmest promise it can smell. The people were behind stone. The roads were empty, and every beacon Duke Martin lit that night, in 2 kingdoms, turned around and pointed home. The migration he sold, scheduled and manufactured for 6 years, came down the road to his own front door and took his center apart. I did not earn a point of experience for that. Not one. The monsters he released were his, the redirection was engineering, and no guest of mine survived a danger under my roof in that field. The system paid me nothing, and that was correct. Lyra held him at the gate until Ina's signal came, and she did not kill him, because we do not do that anymore, and because he is worth more talking. Kaya Ors made the arrest with a warrant from Alaris, Rorik countersigned it for the kingdom, and Duke Martin was taken by 2 states at once, in the light, on paper, for crimes that 11 ordinary people had proved in a courtroom 10 days earlier. He watched the golden seams come up on 100 plain roofs while they walked him to the wagon. That was his defeat. Not a duel, not a sword. He looked at a world with no single central safety left to buy, corner, or own, and he understood that his entire business no longer has a product. The crowns offered me a crown again, formally, twice. I said no twice, and the second time Sova offered to put it to a district vote in front of them, purely to watch 2 kings learn they could be outvoted by a woman with an ore cart. They named me First Keeper instead, which is a title with no soldiers, no taxes, and no throne. It means I am responsible for the standard, and for nothing else. If a host wants out, they leave with their roof. If a village wants a seam, they ask, and they may refuse, and 11 of them did. And my shelter, the one that started this, is now the smallest room in the network. The original cloth, the old flap, the first metal peg, driven into the floor of a personal room in the 7th district, in the middle of a shrunken capital with no outer walls. Not a throne room. A place where I sleep and where hard decisions get made, and the peg is still crooked, because I hammered it in badly on the worst night of my life, and I have never let anyone straighten it. Lyra found me there, at the end, still in armor, 9 days into a war, and 4 days past the point where any human being should be inside steel. She sat down on the floor of a tent that has been a house, an inn, a fortress, a caravan city, and a wandering capital, and is now a bedroom. She looked at the crooked peg and reported that the network was stable. The Duke was in a cell, and Jessa had already filed a complaint about my capacity forms. Then she closed the loop I opened in the first 60 seconds of this story. She asked whether she could sleep here again tonight. Voluntarily, she added with a straight face, because she is an auditor and she has heard me define that word roughly 9,000 times. And then she looked me dead in the eye and said that this time, in the interest of the historical record, she would take a shower first. And I opened this whole story with a joke about waking up in a house beside a filthy armored stranger, so let me be accurate to the end of it. She showered, she came back. We slept in the same small room, on the same old cloth, next to a crooked peg, like the first night, and the world did not end. Nobody attacked. The system gave me nothing, because nobody was in danger, and that is the best receipt I have ever not received. Out on the roads, 10,000 people were sleeping under 100 roofs owned by their neighbors. My tent gave me 10 experience for a stranger surviving a wolf once, and I turned it into that. I am Ren Vale. I was thrown out of a city with a broken tent and a rank so low it was written off as property of no value. I never got a sword, a bloodline, or a prophecy, and I refused a crown twice. I got a roof. Then I gave away 99 more.
So what was this actually about? A man is handed the worst rank in the kingdom and a tent nobody wants. He never gets a sword, a bloodline, or a prophecy. He gets one rule. His shelter only grows when someone who walked in freely survives a real danger under his roof. Everything after that is him refusing the shortcuts his own rule keeps offering him. He will not stage a threat to farm it. He will not pack 20 bodies into a room that holds 8. He will not take a signature from a woman too frightened to say no. And when his enemy finally offers him the biggest harvest of his life, 34 disasters he could grow fat on, he destroys the machine instead and is paid exactly nothing for it. That is the whole idea. Anyone can hold a principle while it is free. Ren holds his when it costs him a rank, a city, and a crown. So take this with you. Never build a thing that only works while you stand in the middle of it, and never take the growth that arrives on somebody else's worst day.